You are lying in bed with your eyes closed, not trying to stop anything from coming. The quiet hum of night presses around you like a soft weight. No sound that demands attention, no shape that asks for name or explanation. You are aware of it all. The slight press of sheets against skin, the way air moves through your nose and lungs without needing your help. How thoughts drift in like moths drawn to warmth rather than light. There's nothing you need to do with them, no decision to make, no story to fix. Tonight's reflection is a simplified interpretation offered for rest, not an authoritative account of philosophy. You are not looking for answers tonight, not even a single one. You're letting the questions stay where they are, unresolved, unsorted, and still alive in your mind. Whether life means something, or if meaning is just a shape we give to silence, whether time moves forward like a river, or spins in circles you can't see, you don't need to answer any of that now. And that's okay. It doesn't mean you're failing. It means the night has space for things that don't fit neatly into plans. The kind of thoughts that come when everything else is still, when even your breath slows down enough to feel its own rhythm. Not just a function of staying alive. There's no rush in this darkness. No one will call you from it. You are allowed to stay. You're not trying to solve anything by lying here. Not the shape of time. Not the silence between stars. Not the way your thoughts keep returning to what might have been if things had turned differently. At some point you can't quite place. There's no need to reconcile those moments, or forgive them, or even understand why they matter so much right now. The uncertainty isn't a problem. It doesn't have to be fixed. You don't owe it an explanation, nor does it owe you one. The future is not something you must predict in order to sleep. The unknown isn't an enemy. It's simply what remains when all your answers are put down and the room goes quiet. You're allowed to hold many things at once without choosing between them. You can wonder if everything is connected, even as you feel completely isolated. You can believe that chance shapes every moment while also feeling like something deep in you has always known where it was going, even when the path hasn't revealed itself yet. There's no contradiction here. The mind doesn't have to settle on one version of truth to be honest. You don't need to decide whether your choices matter or if they're just echoes of forces older than memory. You can let both ideas coexist, that you are free and also bound by things you didn't choose. That each decision carries weight, yet the outcome may not belong to you at all. These aren't opposing thoughts. They're two sides of a single breath. There's no need to rank them. No hierarchy between what is real and what feels true. You don't have to prove any one idea superior. The fact that you can think both ways without collapsing into confusion, that in itself is not failure, but presence. You are still here, lying down, not running, not reaching for anything outside this moment. Your hands rest on your stomach or beside you. Either way, they're present. You don't need to fix them, move them, or even notice their shape. They stay because they're already there, part of the quiet body that knows how to breathe without being told. There's no urgency in your chest, no signal flashing from deep inside that says you must know. Just this: breath in, breath out. Each one not a step toward understanding, but just an act of staying within yourself. You are not responsible for making meaning tonight. You don't need to create significance or prove that existence has purpose. There's no test waiting tomorrow where you'll be judged on how well you answered these questions. No scorecard exists in the dark. The questions aren't threatening because they're too big. They're just there, like dust settling after a storm. Like stars appearing without permission across an endless sky. And you are not beneath them, nor above. You are simply inside the same space where they exist. Small enough to feel lost, large enough to be part of something that doesn't care about size. You don't need to understand what comes next. Whether your life will unfold in a way that feels meaningful or indifferent, whether you'll ever get clarity on any single thing, none of it matters for this breath, not even the slightest bit. Your body is here. The air moves through your nose and out again without needing consent from thought. You don't need to guide it. It knows how to do its job, and so does your mind. Wandering, returning, circling back to old questions as if they were familiar rooms in a house you keep visiting, even though you've never lived there. Let the thoughts come like clouds passing over moonlight. No need to stop them or chase after their shapes. They move across your awareness and then fade. You don't have to hold on, not even for a second. You are allowed to wonder without having an answer, to feel lost without being wrong, to be uncertain in a world that claims certainty is the only safety. You're not failing because you don't know what happens after this moment, or whether any of it will matter 10 years from now. You can sit with the fact that nothing has been decided and still lie here quietly, feeling your own weight on the bed, noticing how the mattress gives slightly under your spine without protest. The room is not speaking. The walls are not judging. You're not being watched or evaluated. There's no audience for this private moment where you allow yourself to be exactly as you are, full of questions that have no answers, and still breathing in time with the night. You don't need permission to feel unsettled, not even a little bit. It doesn't mean you've lost your way. In fact, it might mean you're not trying to find one at all. Maybe that's what freedom feels like. Not certainty, but space. Your thoughts may wander back to questions about time, whether it flows in one direction or loops around silently, whether past and future are really separate things, or just different names for the same thing we can't name. You don't need to answer any of those. You can let them drift in like water, finding cracks in stone. There's no law that says you must organize your thoughts into something coherent before sleep takes you. No rule demanding clarity before stillness settles on your body. You're allowed to be unfinished, not broken, not incomplete, but simply open, like a door left slightly ajar, letting light in even when the room is dark. There's no need to fix what can't be fixed, or explain what doesn't require explanation. The night isn't asking for anything from you. It just holds you, without demand, without expectation. You don't have to believe in anything right now, not even that this moment matters. You're not being asked to care about your own importance or significance. What's happening is simply happening. There's no need for interpretation, no reason to attach weight to one thought over another. Your breath continues, slow, soft, automatic. It doesn't ask you to understand it. It just exists, like the sound of distant traffic that fades into background noise after a while, like the faint creak of wood in old floors, like the quiet between heartbeats when everything else stops moving. You are not trying to reach any destination, not even peace. There's no final state you must arrive at before lying down is valid. You're already where you need to be, on this bed, eyes closed, hands resting, mind full of questions and still able to breathe through them. There's no need to push away the heaviness that sometimes comes with thinking too much or feeling too deeply. No pressure to lighten your thoughts, like you're packing a suitcase for departure. The darkness isn't empty. It holds everything, the unsaid, the unknown, the unasked questions, and all their shadows, and it doesn't care whether you understand it or not. You don't have to know what's next. You don't even need to want to know. What matters is that your body stays here, that your breath keeps moving without hesitation, that the silence isn't an absence, but a presence in its own right, thick with possibility, unclaimed by meaning or story. You're not trying to untangle the threads that have been pulled loose in your mind, not even for a moment. The way light bends around edges you can't see, how shadows stretch longer than their source when the sun dips below the rim. These are not metaphors for what you're feeling. They are just facts of being awake at night, where everything seems to hold its breath and wait. You don't need to know why that is true or if it means anything. It simply is. The same way your body knows how to breathe even when you forget the rhythm. Even when thoughts spiral like wind through open windows, still there's air moving in and out of your chest, steady, patient, indifferent to the stories your mind has begun to tell. You're not required to make sense of what happens between one thought and the next. Not every idea needs a beginning or an end. Some things just drift. A loose thread from a sweater left on the floor, caught in the current of silence. You can let it hang there without pulling it tight. No need to stitch anything back together. The fabric of your thoughts isn't falling apart. It's simply breathing at its own pace, like roots spreading beneath soil where no one walks. The air around you feels heavier than usual, not with pressure, but with absence. Not the silence that means nothing is happening, but the kind that holds everything that might happen. There are shapes in the dark that don't need names. A shape isn't a thing until someone says it is. But here, in this quiet place where your eyes stay closed and your hands lie still on the sheets, you aren't naming anything. You're just letting form emerge without demand. There's no urgency to decide what meaning looks like now, or whether it ever did. No need to check for patterns or signs. The night isn't a puzzle. It doesn't reward answers. There's no prize for solving yourself. You don't have to find your place in the map of things, because maps are made by people who believe they're somewhere specific. You're not anywhere that needs naming right now. Just lying here with your spine curved gently into the mattress, feeling how it yields without resistance. You could be thinking about time again. The way seconds stretch when you listen too hard for them to pass. Or how one moment can feel both infinite and fleeting at once. But you don't have to hold on to that. You're allowed to let go of any image, any question, just as easily as the wind lets go of dust. Not because it's forgotten, but because there's no reason to keep it. The way your fingers rest against each other, just slightly touching, is not a sign of anything. It doesn't mean you're reaching for connection or fear of being alone. It's simply what happens when hands stop moving and the body settles into its own geometry. The same way a branch rests in snow, without trying to be shaped by it. Your limbs are just here, quiet and unremarkable. There's no reason to wonder if this stillness is real or temporary. You don't have to prove you're present by measuring it. Presence isn't something you earn with focus. It's not a performance where you must act awake at all times. Being present means letting your mind drift without chasing the thought. Just as water flows through cracks in stone and doesn't argue about the path. You can be uncertain and still grounded. You don't have to believe anything about tomorrow or last year to feel safe in this moment. The bed isn't asking you to change anything. It's not waiting for you to wake up with new clarity or apologize for your confusion. It simply holds you, your weight, the warmth of your skin, the softness of your breath, as though it has known this shape all along. The darkness outside the window doesn't care about what you're thinking. It isn't holding its judgment until morning comes to pass sentence on you. It just is, unrushed, unblinking, full of stars that don't speak but are still seen. You can imagine them as distant fires or frozen light or names without meaning. You don't have to believe any version of them. They're just there. And the quiet, the kind where even your heartbeat feels like a sound that doesn't belong. This isn't empty. It's not waiting for you to fill it with purpose. It's already full. Full of space, yes, but also presence. The same way old wood holds warmth long after fire has died. This silence carries something that can't be named. You don't need to understand why you're here or what will happen when sleep comes. You don't have to know if the questions were worth asking in the first place. All that matters is that your body stays still enough for the thoughts to settle like leaves on a pond after rain. No longer stirring, no longer urgent. There's room in this moment, not just for uncertainty, but for stillness. Not because you've resolved anything, but because you haven't tried to. You're not trying to prove anything about your mind or your worth. You aren't offering explanations or seeking relief. There's only the soft weight of your arm against the sheet, the way your breath lingers in your throat between cycles, like a pause before something that might never come. You don't have to know why you're afraid sometimes when nothing is wrong, or why certain thoughts return again and again, like footsteps on gravel that fade into distance, only to echo just past memory. You aren't responsible for managing them, not even for noticing them clearly. The mind doesn't need your permission to wander, and it doesn't owe you a reason. The air feels different now, not cold, not warm, but neutral. Just air, moving around you without agenda. It carries no message and asks for nothing in return. You don't have to interpret its passage through the room or assign meaning to how it brushes your skin. You can be open to whatever comes next without needing to know what next means, without needing to picture it, define it, or prepare for it. The future isn't a place you must reach. It's not waiting on the other side of sleep. It's just another version of now that hasn't arrived yet. The floor beneath the bed is solid. You don't need to think about its weight or how deep into the earth it goes. You're only aware of it through your body's contact with the mattress, through a slight resistance, a subtle shift in pressure when you turn just slightly. That's enough. Not even the details matter. Just this: you are here. You are not running toward anything. You are not escaping from what comes after. You don't need to know whether freedom is real or only imagined, whether meaning can be found in small things, like a cup left on the nightstand, the way your blanket lies over one shoulder, how the fabric of sleep feels like an old friend who doesn't speak but knows you well. There's no rule that says you must understand yourself before resting. No law requiring clarity before stillness. You don't have to answer whether you're satisfied or lost, happy or not, just lying here with your breath, slowing down, becoming longer between each movement, like water sinking into sand without resistance. The room doesn't need you to stay awake. It also doesn't demand that you wake up. There's no deadline for being yourself. no requirement to show proof of existence before peace can be granted. The night is not waiting for your approval. It has been here long before you were and will remain after you're gone. You don't have to decide if this moment matters. You don't even need to wonder what it means that you're still thinking. That's just the way things are. Your mind keeps going, like a clock with no hands, ticking through thoughts without direction or purpose. And that's okay. There is no goal in lying here, no endpoint where all questions vanish and certainty returns. You're not being tested on your ability to endure uncertainty. The dark doesn't care if you found peace or still feel unsettled. It holds both with equal calm. You're not trying to hold onto anything, not even the idea that you're lying still. The thought doesn't need to be true to be present, just like your breath doesn't need to be perfect to continue. There's a quiet in the air now that isn't silence, but something quieter. A space between sounds where no effort is required. You don't have to listen for it or summon it. It settles into you as if it had always been there, beneath the surface of all your moving thoughts. The darkness doesn't need light to be real. It's simply what remains when everything else fades from view. Your fingers rest on the sheet without needing to do anything. They're not tracing patterns or forming shapes. There is no intention behind their placement. Only this: they are there, slightly curved against the fabric, warm at the tips, pressing down with just enough weight to feel the texture beneath them. The weave of cotton has its own rhythm, one that doesn't match yours but moves in time with something older than either of you. It's not trying to speak to you, nor is it hiding anything from you. It holds your hand without meaning to, and lets go when gravity takes over. There's no urgency in how the night unfolds, no need for events to follow each other like dominoes. The next moment isn't a consequence of this one. You don't have to prepare yourself for what comes after, because there is no chain, only continuity, a thread that stretches back into sleep and forward into wakefulness without distinction. It doesn't matter if the thought you're having now will vanish tomorrow or linger until dawn. Neither outcome changes how it feels in this instant. You aren't obligated to understand why some thoughts stay longer than others, whether a memory surfaces because it was forgotten or because it wasn't meant to be buried, is not something your body needs to know. The mind doesn't need permission from you to bring up the sound of rain on glass years ago, or the weight of someone's hand on your shoulder when they said goodbye without looking back. These things come and go like shadows passing across a wall, visible for a moment before dissolving into shapelessness again. You don't have to decide if any of it matters. Not now, not ever. The fact that you're aware doesn't make the awareness important, nor does your noticing give meaning to what's noticed. You can be aware without needing to act on it, without having to name it or file it away. Awareness is not a demand, it's just presence. The air moves differently near the floor than it does at the level of your chest. It pools in corners where no one walks and drifts across thresholds that were never meant to be crossed by purpose. There's no reason for this current, no direction it must follow. It flows through cracks not because they're open, but because they exist, like time passing through moments that weren't built to contain it. You don't have to imagine the room as whole or complete. You can let go of needing a full picture, the shape of walls, the placement of furniture, even the window's edge where light used to slip in before night claimed everything. It's enough that you're touching the mattress, feeling its support, letting your spine settle into the curve it knows well. The bed doesn't ask for gratitude or explanation, only contact. Your breath slows without effort, not because you've decided to slow down, but because there's no reason to speed up. Each inhale is just a little longer than before, not stretched, not forced, but allowed to grow like moss on stone, spreading quietly over time. Exhaling isn't an act of release. It's more like letting something fall into water without knowing where it will land. There's a warmth behind your ribs that doesn't come from effort or emotion. It just is, like the heat radiating through floorboards after the sun has gone down. Not because they're hot, but because they've absorbed light for hours and keep it inside. You don't have to ask why you feel it. It doesn't need a reason. The warmth isn't proof of anything. It's not a sign that peace is near or that uncertainty is fading. Your thoughts are still moving, but now they move without pressure. Like clouds passing over the moon on a night where neither side wants to be seen clearly. There's no urgency in their passage, no need for them to arrive somewhere. They don't carry messages, nor do they leave footprints behind. They drift through your mind as if it were an open field at twilight, empty enough that nothing needs to hide. You aren't trying to stop the thoughts. You're not even watching them closely. You are simply where you are, in a body that knows how to rest without understanding why it works. The muscles in your shoulders unclench, not because you told them to, but because they remember what release feels like from earlier days when things were simpler. There's no need to decide whether this feeling is real or temporary, whether the stillness is something you've earned or just a momentary pause between waves of unrest. You don't have to believe it will last. In fact, believing anything about it might make it harder to stay here. The more you try to claim it as yours, the more you say, "This is peace, this is clarity," the faster it slips away. You can be open to the idea that this moment may not mean anything at all, and still feel its weight. That's enough. Not because it leads somewhere, but because it exists just like your pulse or the quiet outside, where birds haven't begun their song yet. The edge of the blanket shifts slightly as you adjust your hip, just a fraction. The fabric doesn't protest. It doesn't ask to be pulled tighter or smoothed down. It simply responds to gravity and motion in ways that don't require interpretation. You don't need to know how it fell where it did, only that it's there. Your feet are tucked under the covers now, not because you planned it, but because they found their way into warmth. The toes curl inward slightly, not from cold or discomfort, but as if remembering something about comfort, long forgotten. They aren't reaching for anything, not even safety. Just lying where they land, unbothered by direction. There's a sound in the house that isn't loud enough to wake you. A faint creak of wood settling, perhaps, or air shifting through a vent. It doesn't matter what it is. You're not listening to identify it. You're letting it be part of the silence instead of breaking it. The noise isn't an interruption. It's just another layer in the quiet. Your eyes remain closed, but they don't feel like gates shut against the world. They feel like doors that have been left open on purpose, not to see anything, not even darkness, but so that something can enter without needing permission, not sight, just presence. You're not waiting for sleep to come because you've done enough or proven yourself worthy. Sleep isn't a reward. It's not earned through effort or clarity. You don't have to be quiet on the inside before it arrives. In fact, you don't even need to want it, not really. The act of wanting can make it harder to let go. You're allowed to lie here with your thoughts still turning, slowly now, like a wheel that hasn't lost its momentum, but has stopped trying to reach anything. There's no finish line in this motion, no goal where all questions are answered or every worry dismissed. The house continues on without you noticing it. The walls don't care whether you're thinking deeply about time or just breathing through the dark. They hold nothing against you for not understanding more, for not having a purpose today, or even tomorrow. You can be in the middle of not knowing and still be whole. There's no missing piece that has to be found, no gap between who you are and who you might become. The space where uncertainty lives isn't empty. It's full of potential without requirement. There's room for wonder, yes, but also for forgetting. For letting things go without needing closure. You don't have to know what happened an hour ago, or whether your mind will remember anything when the morning comes. Not even if you'll wake up with a name on your lips, something unfinished, some image that won't settle. You're still here, and that's enough. The air in this room isn't thick, but it carries weight, like something has been left unsaid long enough to settle into the spaces between things. You don't need to name it. It doesn't demand your attention or apology. There's a warmth beneath the sheets that hasn't come from fire or sunlight, just from the slow accumulation of stillness. Your body knows how to stay without needing to explain itself. The curve where your spine meets your pelvis is not trying to be anything. A line shaped by gravity and habit, not intention. You're allowed to occupy a shape without making it meaningful. There's no need to measure time here. Not in minutes or heartbeats or the slow passing of shadows across the floor. Time isn't rushing forward like it might outside this room. It doesn't care about endings or beginnings. It just is. Like breath that comes and goes without needing your permission. You don't have to remember where you were an hour ago, or whether you said anything before the lights went out. The past is not a debt, nor a promise. It's simply a place where things happened, and now they've stopped happening. That's all it means. The ceiling above you holds nothing. No judgment, no expectation. It doesn't watch over your thoughts or keep track of how long you've been lying here. You can think about anything, or nothing at all. Your mind isn't a servant to clarity. It's not required to produce answers in exchange for rest. The fact that some questions don't have names yet is not failure. It's just part of the shape of this night. There's no hurry to finish thinking, no reason to force an ending. Your left hand lies on top of your stomach, fingers slightly splayed as if they've forgotten how to curl tightly around anything. They aren't gripping or holding. They're just there, part of the quiet arrangement of limbs and fabric and warmth. There's no need for them to do more than be. You don't have to know what they might reach for tomorrow, or whether their touch will ever mean something again. The hand is not incomplete, because it hasn't grasped anything yet. There was a moment, just before the creak you heard earlier, when your breath slowed down so much that it felt like it had stopped entirely. Not from effort, but from letting go of the need to control it. You didn't try to draw air in or push it out. It just happened on its own, as though the body remembered how to breathe without being told. That's all you ever needed. Just this. A breath that comes when it wants to. Not because you asked for it. The darkness isn't empty. It has texture. A kind of soft resistance. Like wool wrapped around your eyes. You're not afraid of what might be in it. Not even if something were to move or shift. You don't need to see to know that the room is still here. The walls aren't going anywhere. Neither are you. There's a corner near the foot of the bed where the blanket hangs just slightly lower than the rest. Not because anything pulled it down, but simply because gravity found its own way through unevenness. It doesn't matter if it looks messy or imperfect. You're allowed to be like that, unraveled in places, tucked in others. No need for symmetry. The world isn't built on order. It's held together by quiet persistence. You don't have to know what tomorrow will bring. Not even whether you'll wake up with a name on your lips or a dream half remembered. You can be here now without having to prepare yourself for the next moment. There's no rule that says you must carry forward anything from this night into the morning. The act of lying down isn't a promise, nor is staying awake. Your left foot still curls slightly under the covers, not from cold, but because it remembers what comfort feels like. The way warmth can settle in the bones without needing explanation. It's not reaching for something. It doesn't need to find its place. It just lies where it lands, as if it knows better than to ask permission. There was a time, just minutes ago, or perhaps an hour before, that you thought about whether your life had meaning, not because you needed the answer, but because the question simply appeared, like a leaf drifting into view on still water. You didn't try to push it away. You didn't argue with it. You let it float there for as long as it wanted, and then it drifted off again. It didn't leave a mark, but you are still here. There's no need to decide what that moment meant. No reason to judge whether thinking about meaning was useful or wasteful. You're allowed to think and not have the thought lead anywhere at all. The mind doesn't have to be productive to be valid. The silence isn't waiting for something to break it. It's already complete. The way a shadow is whole even when no object casts it. There's no emptiness in this quiet, only absence of noise. Nothing more. You don't need to fix anything inside yourself. Not your thoughts, not your fears, not the things you can't explain. You're allowed to be incomplete without being wrong. The parts that don't fit together yet are still part of the shape you've made. The house continues on without you noticing it. A floorboard creaks again, this time softer, like a breath held too long and released in a whisper. It doesn't demand your attention. You aren't required to identify it or make sense of it. Let it be just another sound that exists alongside the silence, not fighting against it. You're allowed to lie here with no purpose, no intention, no goal beyond this moment's presence. There's nothing you have to do, no task, no promise, no future to earn. You don't need to prove your worth by staying awake or by finally understanding something. You can be tired and still whole. Your body remembers how to rest even when your mind is not ready for it. The shoulders drop slowly, not because you told them to, but because they've stopped fighting the weight of gravity. They just let go, like a door that doesn't need to be closed or opened. It simply hangs there, in place. There's no need to remember where you were before this night began. You don't have to recall your name or what you meant to say yesterday. The past isn't a burden. It's not something you carry forward. It's just part of the air around you now. Something that happened and is over. You're allowed to forget things without shame, to lose memories, ideas, names, not because they were unimportant, but because forgetting is also part of being alive, just as much as remembering. The room holds no expectations. The walls don't care whether your thoughts are noble or trivial. They don't ask you to be brave or quiet or clever. You're not required to have a story that makes sense. You can simply exist in this dark without needing to explain why. Your breath slows again, not because you're trying to control it, but because the body is letting go of effort. It doesn't need to breathe faster or deeper to stay alive. The fact that you're still here, even with thoughts swirling like dust, is enough. There's no rule that says you have to be useful or productive in order to belong to this moment. You don't have to earn your right to lie here, eyes closed, mind not settled. There's no exam after sleep, no test of whether you've understood everything. You're allowed to not know what will happen tomorrow, or even if you'll wake up with a name on your lips or an image that won't settle. You don't need to prepare for it. It's not your job to make the future clear. The air feels different now. Not thick, not light, but present in a way that doesn't require naming. It fills every space without rushing to fill anything more than what already is. There's no rush to be anywhere else. Your fingers on your stomach are still relaxed. No need to tighten or release. They're just part of the quiet arrangement of limbs and breath and fabric and warmth. Not doing, not reaching, not striving. You don't need to hold the shape of your own mind like a cup full of water that must not spill. The way you carry yourself in this dark isn't about containment or control. It's just being, and the body knows how to be without needing permission from thought. There is no blueprint for stillness, only what happens when effort stops pretending it's needed. Your spine curves slightly into the mattress, not because you've decided to relax, but because gravity has won quietly, gently, over tension that was never really yours to carry. The air moves differently now, not rushing in or out like a demand, but just breathing through the room like something older than intention. It slips under the edge of the blanket, warm at first, then cooler near the floor, and it doesn't care if you notice. You don't have to interpret its flow. The way it lifts slightly where your breath rests is enough. A quiet rhythm that matches no schedule. There's a softness in how sound passes through walls, not as noise, but as something felt more than heard, like dust settling on the skin of memory. There's no reason to believe you're supposed to understand anything about this night. Not why it feels heavier tonight. Not what flickers behind your eyes when thoughts rise like smoke from a low fire. You don't need to know whether they'll fade or grow stronger. They can be both at once, present and passing. And neither truth is more valid than the other. The mind doesn't have to choose between clarity and confusion. It's allowed to drift through them both without fixing either. You are not required to gather meaning from every moment, nor must you extract value from your own presence here. To be in bed with eyes closed isn't a performance. It's not an act of resistance or surrender. It's just a way the body returns to itself after hours spent moving through worlds that don't belong to it. The room doesn't ask for gratitude. The floor doesn't remember how many steps you've taken today. Even silence has no need to be earned. There is a patch on your blanket where the weave thins, just enough to let light through, if there were any. But there isn't. Only darkness presses in from all sides, not like an absence, but like something thick and soft that holds you without squeezing. It doesn't push back when thoughts arrive. It lets them pass through like shapes seen out of a corner of the eye, recognized, then gone again. You don't need to name what's happening inside. Not even your breath has to be watched or guided. When it comes, it does not wait for approval. When it goes, it leaves no trace except the space where it was. The body doesn't have to prove its existence by performing. It simply is, warm at the core, slow in movement, resting like a stone that knows it's meant to stay put. The idea of time feels different now, not as something stretching ahead or dragging behind, but as if it's folded inward, not moving forward or backward, just being present in layers. The past isn't a place you return to. It's not even a memory. You're only aware of its weight when your thoughts touch the surface of things. But right here, now, there is no history that demands attention. Not your choices, not your regrets, not what was said or unsaid. They're just part of the air, like dust on glass, visible but harmless. There's a knot in your shoulder that doesn't want to release itself. It resists, not out of stubbornness, but because it remembers being tense too long. But you don't have to fight it. You can let it sit there as an old companion, not something to fix or overcome. The body holds onto what it's carried without needing to explain why. A crick in the neck isn't a failure. It's just part of the map of where your life has been. The ceiling above you is dark and unbroken. No cracks, no stains, no patterns that form faces or stories. It simply is. And yet, in its stillness, it feels like a kind of witness, not judging, not remembering, but holding space for what cannot be known. You don't have to look at it. You don't even need to notice the shape of it. But if you do, there's no demand that your gaze mean anything. The air moves again, this time along your forearm where it rests on top of the blanket. A subtle shift, like a breath passing under skin. Not cold, not warm, just present. And then another. Then nothing for several seconds. And then something almost imperceptible, a lift in pressure against your skin, as if the room is leaning slightly toward you. You don't need to decide whether it's real or imagined. You're allowed to let both be true at once. The difference between what's outside and what happens inside doesn't matter here. There's no border that must be defended, no line to be crossed. Your thoughts can be as quiet as a shadow moving across the wall and still belong. There's no need to decide if you're awake or dreaming. You don't have to choose whether this moment is real or dreamlike. The body knows what it needs. Rest without effort. Sleep that doesn't require motivation. It isn't waiting for clarity. It isn't trying to prepare for the next morning. There is only this. Weight on your ribs. Breath in and out like a tide that never stops moving. You are not responsible for making sense of anything that comes now. not what flickers behind closed eyes, not why thoughts return again and again. Like birds circling high above without landing, you're allowed to let them circle, to let the sky be full of wings without needing to name a single one. The fabric beneath you is not smooth or perfect. It has wrinkles that don't straighten out no matter how much you shift your body. And yet, it holds you just as well. Maybe even better, because it gives slightly where rigid things would break. You're not required to be flawless in order to be held. The world doesn't measure your worth by whether your surface is smooth. The silence isn't empty. It's full of the kind of presence that doesn't need sound. It's like a room after everyone has left, but still remembers how they were there. Not loud, not heavy, just holding space for absence without needing to fill it. You don't have to speak into that emptiness. There's no demand for words. You can be uncertain and still whole. You can feel lost and still belong here. The fact that you're trying to understand doesn't make your confusion wrong. It just means you're alive in a way that questions, not one that answers. And there is no law saying that questioning must lead somewhere. Not every path has an end. There's something about the edge of the blanket where it drapes over the mattress, how it folds gently downward like a curtain drawn halfway across a stage. It doesn't hide anything, but it changes how light moves through space. You don't have to know what that means. The fold is just there, a small bend in fabric that marks no boundary, only transition. Your fingers on your chest are not holding anything. They're resting. No need to press or release. No reason to adjust their position. They're simply part of the way your body settles into itself. Not performing, just being. And when one drifts slightly downward, it's not because you told it to. It just happens, like a leaf falling from a branch that has already stopped growing. The room breathes with you, not in rhythm, but in stillness. It doesn't need to match your pace. The silence isn't waiting for you to finish thinking. It doesn't care if you're not finished yet. There's no timeline attached to being here. No deadline on peace. You don't have to remember what time it is. You don't even have to know how long you've been lying like this. Time doesn't matter in the way that clocks do. It isn't measuring anything now. It's just part of the texture of the dark, not something separate or external. There is a sound, so faint it might be imagined. A soft sigh from somewhere far away, maybe outside, maybe inside your head, but you don't have to identify it. You can let it be without needing to place it. It doesn't belong to any story. It just exists in the space between breaths. The air near your shoulder holds a different weight than the rest of the room. Cooler, denser, like it's been holding its breath for longer. You can feel that shift without turning your head or adjusting anything. It doesn't demand attention, but you notice it anyway. Not because it matters more, but because noticing is how presence leaks in through small gaps. There's no reason to ask why the air changes here, just as there's no need to explain why one shadow stretches longer than another across the floor when the light never moves. Your hand still rests where it fell, not quite on your chest now. Not exactly off either, just at the edge of being somewhere specific. It isn't trying to be anything. The space between fingers is open without effort, like a door left slightly ajar after someone has passed through and forgotten to close it. You don't have to decide if that's meaningful or just accidental. There are no rules about how hands should settle in the dark. Outside, something shifts. Maybe wind against glass, maybe branches brushing low over roof tiles, but you aren't listening for patterns. The sound doesn't come with a name. It arrives as texture, not noise, but touch, made audible. A kind of vibration that settles into your skull like dust after a storm passes through an attic. You don't need to trace its source or give it meaning. Let the moment be incomplete. Your breath continues. Steady enough that you could forget about it if you tried, but then again, maybe forgetting isn't necessary either. The rhythm is not something to hold on to. It's not performance nor failure when disrupted by silence between pulses. You're allowed to pause without breaking anything. There's a faint scent in the air, the ghost of laundry left too long in a basket, or perhaps just wool from your sweater still caught under one side of you. Not unpleasant, just there, like memory made physical. It doesn't say anything about where it came from or why it lingers. You don't need to place it on any map. The darkness isn't flat. There's depth in it. Layers that aren't visible but are felt. The kind of space you sense behind your eyes when thoughts grow thin and stretch out, dissolving into something neither solid nor empty. It doesn't resist being looked at. It simply is what remains after looking has stopped meaning anything. You don't have to believe in this moment for it to be real. You don't even need to care about whether you're awake or drifting closer to sleep. The boundary between the two isn't sharp, not tonight. More like a slow seam where one thread blends into another without pulling apart. A sound comes again, not quite from outside, nor entirely inside, but somewhere in that quiet space beneath thought, where meaning hasn't formed yet. Like water seeping through stone before it finds its path. You don't label it as fear or hope. It's not either of those things. It just is a presence moving quietly behind the surface. The blanket has shifted slightly over your legs. Nothing dramatic, no sudden pull, but enough that you feel the change in pressure against your calves. Not cold, not warm, only different. a small rearrangement happening without invitation or explanation. You could adjust it if you wanted to, or let it stay as is. Either way holds equal weight. The wall beside you isn't listening. It doesn't remember what you've said aloud before now, nor does it care about your questions from earlier in the evening, about meaning, chance, time's direction, whether anything lasts or simply fades like footprints in sand that no one walks on again. The wall has never measured value by how long something endures. Your thoughts aren't failing you. They're not running away either. They just move differently now. Less urgent, more casual, as if they've decided to slow down and take a seat beside the road instead of racing ahead towards some imagined destination. There's no need for resolution here, not even closure. Not everything must resolve into clarity or peace. Some moments are allowed to remain unfinished, because that is how being alive feels. Not always clean, never total, but present in its own way. You don't have to understand why the silence feels full when there's nothing making it so. That fullness isn't proof of something hidden. It just exists as a condition of space and time passing quietly through you. Like air moving under your ribs without needing permission. The ceiling above has no opinion on any of this. No judgment, no desire to fix anything. It simply holds the shape that's been left by years of small changes. Hairline cracks in plaster that didn't matter when they formed, but now mark time like faint lines on a tree trunk. Nobody noticed until later. Your body knows what it needs, not because you've decided or figured out, but because there is no other way. It doesn't wait for your approval to release tension, nor does it require consent before letting go of some weight that has been held too long in the shoulders. The relaxation isn't earned. It's simply allowed. A thought comes, vague, unanchored, a shape you can't name or place, like mist forming around something just out of sight. It doesn't ask for anything, doesn't insist on being followed. You don't have to respond to it with logic or story. Let the moment be what it is. The fabric beneath your back has absorbed heat from your body over time, warmer than other parts, not because it's special, but because of where you've been lying all this while. It doesn't know how long you've stayed there. It just holds warmth like a memory, without needing to tell the story behind it. There are no clocks in this room that keep track of minutes passing or hours folding into one another. Time is not marching forward here, nor standing still, just flowing through your awareness as something else entirely. A kind of motion without direction, like water moving through stone, where all paths lead nowhere and everywhere at once. You don't have to explain why you're lying here now, neither for comfort nor escape. You aren't seeking anything from the night beyond, simply being within it, unrushed, unclaimed, not in pursuit, but in presence. The dark isn't afraid of silence. It doesn't fear emptiness or stillness. In fact, it thrives on both, not as absence, but as a kind of fullness that resists naming. Your breath continues, not perfectly, even not always deep, but steady enough to keep you grounded in the rhythm of your own body, without needing to measure its quality. There's no standard for how breathing should sound or feel when done quietly by yourself at night. A faint vibration reaches up through the floor, maybe a distant train passing far beyond town limits, maybe pipes settling after heat has been turned down. You don't need to identify it. It doesn't require your attention any more than sunlight requires you to look away from shadows. There's no reason for things to make sense right now. Not even this moment of stillness needs justification. Not every thought must lead somewhere. Some exist only because they happen, like clouds forming over a valley where nothing grows but light and wind. You're not required to decide if the world is meaningful or indifferent. You don't have to choose between belief and doubt. There's room for both, and also space beyond them, where questions can drift without needing answers. The air near your neck feels different than elsewhere in the room. Not colder, just quieter, like a corner where sound doesn't bounce back, but sinks into stillness instead. Your fingers rest again at their edge, the same place they were earlier, but now there's no intention behind them, no need to move or stay put. They simply are part of how your body settles into the shape it takes when left undisturbed by effort. There's a soft pressure on one side of your face from where you've turned slightly against the pillow, just enough that skin feels touched, not pressed too hard. The fabric holds this imprint without complaint or correction. It doesn't expect perfection. You don't have to keep thinking about why thoughts return like echoes in an empty hall. They come because they can, not because they're important, but because existence allows them. The night isn't waiting for you to wake up, nor does it care whether you fall asleep before dawn arrives. There's no urgency encoded into the hours between one silence and another. The dark doesn't measure how long you stay awake or why you remain still. You're not far from where you began, but the space between has changed. Something quiet in your shoulders, a release just beneath the skin of stillness, like breath that no longer needs to be counted or corrected. The air near your chest is heavier now, not with effort, but with presence, as if it's learned how to hold its own weight without needing to rise. There are small movements in the room that don't call for attention. A thread from the blanket unravels at the edge and hangs loose, like an unfinished sentence you've chosen not to complete. It doesn't matter whether it stays or breaks, only that it exists as it is, unclaimed by intent, unassigned meaning. You don't have to decide what happens next with it. Some things exist without needing permission from purpose. The ceiling above you isn't a surface, but a kind of threshold. The place where light used to be, and now only echoes remain. It doesn't demand anything of your gaze. It simply is the limit of how far your eyes could travel if they were open, which they aren't. You don't need to imagine what's there, only that whatever it is, it has no name for itself. No one came to give it a title or explain its shape in words. It floats without needing explanation, like shadow on stone, not cast by any single object but grown from the room's own stillness. There's a soft unevenness beneath your foot, where the blanket dips slightly toward the floor. Not because of draft, not because of gravity pulling down, but because of how fabric settles when left alone. It folds in places it didn't intend to fold and unfolds slowly, without anyone noticing. You don't need to know why it does this, or whether it will return to flatness tomorrow. The shape it takes now is its own truth for tonight, a quiet contract between material and time that doesn't require a witness. Your hands are no longer thinking, not in the way they were before. No plotting, no reaching, no pretending to hold something real. They lie where they fell, fingers slightly splayed like roots, seeking earth without knowing what kind of soil they need. There's warmth between them, not from touch, not from heat exchange, but just because two living things rest near each other in the same dark. One hand rests flat on your thigh, the other curls inward, palm upward, as if waiting for nothing at all. The silence isn't empty. It has texture, like dust, floating slowly in a beam of light that doesn't exist. It moves with its own rhythm, not because it's alive, but because it's allowed to be still without being asked to justify itself. There are sounds that don't belong to anything specific. The creak of wood settling where no one is listening, the distant hum of a refrigerator in another building far off down the street, and then nothing again, just space between moments when even breath feels like an event. You're not trying to be calm. You're not performing stillness. You don't have to keep your mind from wandering, because it's already gone somewhere else. Not lost, just unfixed. Thoughts drift through you like leaves on a river that doesn't know where it's going, but flows anyway. They don't demand answers. They don't ask for belief or disbelief. They pass through without leaving behind footprints. The wall beside your head has absorbed the heat of your face in patches, where skin pressed close to plaster over months. Not by choice, but by habit. The paint is worn thin there, not from weariness, but from time simply passing, like a hand brushing against glass that remembers warmth long after it's gone. You don't need to feel guilty for being where you are, or grateful, or anything at all. Only present enough to notice the quiet difference between one place on the wall and another. Your shoulder has shifted slightly in its sleep posture, not because of a dream, but because of how weight settles when muscles relax too deeply. It doesn't need correction. There's no wrong way for your body to rest, only ways it happens to be right now. You're not responsible for fixing what isn't broken, only aware that something is resting. Outside the window, there's a kind of quiet movement in the trees. Not wind, not animals, but something older. The slow turning of branches after decades of leaning one way or another. They don't adjust because they care about balance. They simply remember how gravity has always pulled down and air has always moved sideways. The night doesn't correct them either. It just lets them be. You're not trying to understand why thoughts return. The ones that circle like birds over fields where no grain grows, or questions that rise from nowhere and settle without being asked. You don't have to know if they mean anything, or whether they'll ever leave. They come because the mind allows it, because silence doesn't forbid noise but simply holds room for both. There's a slight dampness on your temple where sweat has pooled just beneath skin, not from exertion, not from heat, but as an accident of stillness and time passing through pores too small to notice. It doesn't need wiping away. You don't have to clean it or explain why it's there. It exists only because you exist. No more reason than that. The darkness around you isn't absence. It's a kind of presence, like water in a glass, not full, but full enough. It holds the shape of things without claiming them. The chair across from your bed casts no shadow, not because it isn't there, but because light has given up trying to define its edges. You don't need to know if it's real or imagined, only that you've stopped needing to decide. A thought rises, not about meaning, not about time, not about freedom, but about how the word now feels in your mouth when said without sound, soft, loose, like a thread dropped between two hands. It doesn't have weight, but it has shape. You don't need to hold on to it or release it. Only let it pass through you as another breath. The blanket is no longer just fabric. It's something that remembers how bodies lie on top of it. The way one person pressed down at the foot and another curled into the corner, each leaving traces without knowing they were being seen. It doesn't care about the difference between them. It only holds what happens to fall upon it. Your toes are slightly bent, not in pain, not from cold, but because their shape is no longer under your control. They're at peace with how they curve, how they rest against each other in silence. No need for alignment, no demand that they be straight or pointed forward. They simply exist as part of a body that has stopped trying to prove itself. There's warmth pooling where you've pressed your arm into the mattress, not because it was intentional, but because gravity and pressure met at just this angle, creating a small island of heat that feels like belonging without being named. You don't have to claim it or explain its origin. Only notice how it settles under skin, as if time itself has chosen to warm one spot over another. The air near your ear is still, not motionless, but quiet in a way that doesn't demand silence from you. It's not waiting for sound. It's already full of what comes before speech. You don't need to speak for it to be complete. The space beside your head isn't empty. It's filled with the weight of absence that hasn't yet become loneliness. You're not trying to find peace. You're just allowing yourself to remain in a place where peace doesn't have to arrive, where stillness isn't a goal, but simply what happens when you stop chasing it. There's no need for progress or arrival. The only direction is inward, and even that isn't necessary. Only the fact of being here. There are parts of your body that don't know they're part of you anymore. The way a fingertip might drift into unconsciousness, not from fatigue, but because sensation has simply stopped needing to report in. It's not lost. It's just resting somewhere between awareness and forgetting. The night doesn't care if you're awake or asleep. It doesn't keep track of how long you stay inside your thoughts, or whether you ever leave them behind. It only continues, as it always has, without urgency, without judgment, without expectation. You don't have to earn its patience by being quiet or still. You're not listening to anything anymore. Not to the hum, not to your breath, not even to the quiet that's been holding you open, like a room with no one in it. You've stopped trying to gather meaning from what moves through you. There's no need to decide if this stillness is an answer or just another pause between thoughts. It doesn't matter whether you're awake or almost asleep. Your body has begun to accept that both states can exist at once, like two colors blended without being stirred. The ceiling above you isn't a surface. It's a kind of limitless space where shadows gather not because they are dark, but because light has chosen to leave them alone. There's no boundary between the plaster and what lies beyond it. You don't need to know how deep that line goes. The air near your neck is warm, not from heat rising or blood rushing, but simply because it's been there long enough for warmth to settle like a quiet agreement. It doesn't have to be explained, only felt. A memory surfaces, not as an image, not as emotion, but as the ghost of a word you once said aloud in another room at another time when no one was listening. You don't recall what it meant then, only how it landed on the air, soft and unclaimed. It didn't change anything, but it stayed, like dust on glass that won't come off, not because it's stubborn, but because it simply doesn't know how to leave. You're no longer asking whether thoughts belong to you or if they came from somewhere else. They exist in the same way rain exists, falling without needing permission, landing where it lands, dissolving into soil without being asked. You don't have to answer for them. You don't even have to name them. One rises not with urgency, but with weightlessness, the kind of thought that floats because nothing is pulling it down. There's a corner of the room you haven't looked at in years, where the wall meets the floor, where dust gathers in folds no one ever smooths out. It doesn't matter if it's clean or dirty. The dust isn't waiting for someone to notice it. It has been there so long that its presence is just another kind of silence. Your hands rest on your chest, not clenched, not folded, but simply placed where they fall. They don't need to do anything. They're not trying to hold anything. They've stopped pretending to be useful. The skin on the back of your left hand feels thinner than it did yesterday, maybe even years ago. But you don't need to fix that or mourn it. It's just a place where light passes through differently now. Like when sunlight hits old paper and shows the shape of what used to be written. You're not thinking about time as a river or a line. You're not measuring minutes by how long they last in your chest. Time isn't moving forward. It's staying still, letting you rest inside it without needing to go anywhere. The past isn't behind you. There's no backside of now. It's just another layer under the surface, like roots beneath soil that don't need names. The night doesn't ask for anything from you. It doesn't want your attention or your surrender. It doesn't care if you're afraid or content. It simply is. Like a sound without a source, like air in an empty room that still holds weight. You don't have to prove you exist. You only need to be present enough to feel the way gravity settles into your shoulder blade, not as pressure, but as quiet confirmation. You are here. And nothing else needs to be true. There's no difference between being awake and drifting, only a shift in how things appear. When you stop trying to understand, they don't disappear. They just become less urgent. A thought about whether tomorrow will bring change doesn't land with force. It arrives like rain on glass, not heavy, not light, but simply there. You're not searching for meaning. You're letting it be what it is, something that may or may not show up again. You don't have to believe in its return. You don't even need to remember when you last saw it. It's enough that the space where it once lived still feels open, like a room with no door. Your feet are still curled slightly, no longer from tension, not from habit, but because they've found a shape that doesn't require correction. They aren't trying to be perfect. They don't care about being seen or judged. They're just resting in the way. Bones know how when there's nowhere left to go. There's warmth under your ribs, not heat, not pain, but a kind of stillness that feels like recognition. It doesn't say anything. It only says, this is where you are. You don't have to agree with it or act on it. It isn't an instruction. It's just a place, like the spot at the edge of a bed where someone sat once and didn't leave. Not because they wanted to stay, but because leaving felt too much like effort. The air in your mouth is different now, not from breathing deeper, but because you've stopped measuring each breath as if it were an event. It's just movement without purpose. You don't need to make sure it's deep enough or slow enough. It flows through you like a current that doesn't care about direction, only continuity. You're not thinking about whether your life has been meaningful, whether any of what you've done matters in some grand way. That question isn't gone. It's just no longer loud. It's sitting quietly on the edge of awareness, like a book left open on a table with pages that haven't turned for days. You don't have to read it now. You can leave it there and let time decide whether it will be opened again. Your arms feel heavy, not from tiredness, not from strain, but because they've stopped pretending to carry anything. They're not holding up your body out of pride or obligation. They're just letting gravity do its work, like a branch that has decided not to resist the pull toward Earth. There's no need to be useful, no demand that you fix anything or explain why you're here. You don't have to earn your presence by being present. The room doesn't require performance from you. It only holds what arrives, whether it's sound, silence, breath, thought, or nothing at all. A faint scent drifts in, not from flowers, not from food, but something older, like wood that has been left outside through seasons and now smells of rain and time passing without notice. You don't need to identify it. It doesn't ask you to remember where it came from. It only exists as a trace, like the ghost of an emotion that no longer belongs to anyone. You're not trying to be peaceful. You're not chasing calm or stillness. You're simply allowing yourself to exist in the same way a shadow exists. Not by choice, not by design, but because light has passed and left its shape behind. You don't have to claim it as yours. You don't even need to know why it's there. There's no urgency. There's no deadline for understanding or acceptance. The night doesn't hurry you toward sleep, nor does it keep you awake out of spite. It just continues, like the way a river keeps flowing through fields that haven't changed in centuries. You don't have to decide what happens next. The only thing required is not moving away from where you are. Your breath slows, not because you want it to, but because your body has found its own rhythm without being told. It's not faster or slower than before. It just feels different now, like a sound that no longer needs to be heard. You don't have to listen for it anymore. It simply happens. A thought rises about the way dust settles on window panes, not in patterns, not in order, but because gravity has its own slow logic. It doesn't care if you see it or understand it. It just keeps coming down, one grain at a time, until the glass feels heavier than before. You don't have to clean it. You don't even need to notice. The darkness around you isn't empty. It's full of shapes that aren't meant to be seen. It holds the space between things without pretending to define them. There's no need to name what exists in between your thoughts, or why they come and go like visitors who leave without knocking. You don't have to ask for permission to let them pass. You don't have to wonder whether this moment will last, or if it's worth holding on to. The feeling of your body on the mattress isn't a promise. It's just an arrangement that exists without needing justification. You're not being held by anything except gravity, and even that is gentle tonight, almost polite in its insistence. Your shoulder rests where the pillow has worn down from years of you returning to it like a compass finding north. It doesn't ask for gratitude. It only provides shape. The fabric beneath your back remembers every shift, every turn, every time you lay there thinking too hard or not at all. Yet none of that is required now. You're no longer expected to remember what happened before this breath, or what might come after it. There's a stillness in the air that doesn't mean silence. It means something else entirely. It's like waiting for a word to form between two people who've known each other too long, where meaning isn't carried by language but by the space left between sentences. You're not trying to fill it with interpretation or insight. There's no need to label what's happening in your chest. The rising and falling isn't an effort to calm down. It's just a natural course of air moving through a body that has stopped resisting its own existence. The room doesn't ask you to explain why you're here. It only contains your breath, your weight, the way your fingers rest near your side, like things that forgot they were supposed to do something. The night outside isn't pretending it's endless. It just is, without needing to be measured or celebrated. There's no light left from the day, except a faint glow in the corners where glass meets wall. Not enough to reveal anything but softness. You don't need to see what's there. The dark doesn't hide things. It simply doesn't announce them. It holds your thoughts without claiming ownership, like how water holds fish without knowing their names. A thought comes of a river that has no beginning and no end. Not because the story is perfect, but because it just keeps flowing through places that don't care about its origin or destination. You're not following it. You're only allowing yourself to be in the same current. Your left hand feels heavier than your right. Not from injury or fatigue, but as if one side of you has decided to stay a little longer, like a leaf that hasn't quite let go of the branch. Even though autumn is past and all other leaves are gone, you don't have to pull it free. It doesn't need permission to rest where it is. The heat from your palm spreads slowly into the sheet beneath, not as an act of intention, but simply because warmth drifts when there's no one to stop it. A sound comes, just a low hum, maybe from the house settling, or some distant machine far beyond reach, and you don't react to it. It arrives like rain on rooftops, and then fades into the same quiet that has always been waiting. There's a kind of listening here that doesn't require attention. You're not trying to hear what's coming next, only allowing yourself to be aware that something is possible without needing to name it. The wind might pass through trees miles away. A car could drive by on an unseen road. Someone might speak aloud in another room, words slipping into the air and dissolving before they reach you. But none of it needs a response from you. You aren't responsible for interpreting them, or even acknowledging their presence. They come as part of the night's ordinary rhythm, like dust moving through sunlight without anyone noticing. Your mind isn't supposed to be useful right now. It doesn't have to solve anything, clarify anything, make sense of anything. The fact that you're thinking at all is not a problem. It's just another movement in your body's quiet work. You don't need to stop the thought about how much time has passed since you last felt this still. Whether it was hours or days doesn't matter. What matters is that now, right here, there's no urgency to find out. The past isn't a debt you owe. The future isn't a promise you must keep. You're not late for anything, not even for sleep. There's an old chair in the corner of this room, something you don't sit on anymore, but its shape is still known by the floor, which has worn down slightly where it once rested. It doesn't matter that it hasn't been used. The space it occupied remembers what it was like when someone sat there with their hands folded, or their head tilted back, lost in thought or simply not thinking at all. That memory isn't in your mind, it's in the grain of the wood and the way dust settles where no one reaches. You don't have to recall that moment. You just exist near it now, as if you're standing beside a story that was never finished, but still holds meaning. Your breath slows again, not because you told it to, not because you tried, but because your body has found its own pace, without needing input from you. It's like how the moon pulls tides. Even when no one is watching, there's no need for awareness, no demand for control. The rhythm returns not through effort, but simply by letting go of resistance. You don't have to stay awake or fall asleep. You're just here, in the way that roots are here, deep underground, unseen, uncelebrated, moving slowly through layers without needing praise. The fabric against your cheek feels different than it did earlier, not because anything changed in the cloth, but because you've settled into a new version of stillness. It's not smoother or softer, it just fits better now, like something that has always known how to hold you. You don't have to thank it for being there. You don't even need to notice it anymore. But when your face shifts slightly, the touch returns, not as sensation, but as continuity. There's a silence between heartbeats, a moment not filled by noise or thought, only presence. It lasts longer than you might think possible. Not because time has stretched, but because attention isn't required. You don't need to observe it, understand it, label it. It simply is, like the way stars blink in and out of visibility, across a sky that doesn't care whether they're seen or not. You don't have to decide what this night means, or if it will end with dawn. There's no obligation to know anything about yourself beyond what you feel right now. The weight of your arm, the warmth beneath your foot, the way air moves through your lungs without needing approval. You're allowed to be incomplete, to not understand, to not answer any question that comes. A shadow shifts near the wall, something passing outside a window, maybe a branch swaying in wind you can't feel. It doesn't matter who or what it is. It only exists as movement within darkness, like thought, without language. You don't need to track it. You don't have to ask why it's there. Your left foot has curled slightly, not from discomfort, not from cold, but because the body knows its own way back into rest when no one is watching. The toes press down gently into the sheet, not as a command, but as an impulse that doesn't need explanation. You don't have to straighten them. Letting them stay like this isn't failure or surrender. It's just another part of being. You're not trying to reach peace. You're not chasing clarity. There's no goal beyond the next breath, and even that is unnecessary if you choose to miss it. The night doesn't care whether you understand anything. It only continues, as all things do, without praise or blame. The air in your lungs feels heavier now, not because of pressure, but because it carries something else. Not thought, not memory, just the fact of being inside a body that breathes without asking for permission. You don't have to feel grateful for it. You don't even need to notice. It's enough that you're here, in this place where nothing is asked of you, except to be. There are no rules, no expectations, no one standing outside your door waiting for an answer. The only thing required is not turning away from the feeling of being held by darkness and stillness. Even when they don't promise anything, you're not far from forgetting why you began thinking at all. Just a breath, a shift in pressure beneath your ribs, and the question dissolves like sugar in water. Not gone, but softened into something that no longer demands to be named. The shape of it is still there. The weight, the pull. But now it's less an object than a presence, like fog that doesn't obscure but simply surrounds, quietly altering how light moves through space. You don't need to stand within it or step outside. It just is. And so are you. The room isn't empty, not in any way that matters. There's a stillness here that carries its own texture, the kind of quiet that doesn't come from absence, but from fullness, like the air before a storm settles into itself, rather than rushing away. You can feel it across your skin, not as temperature, but as density, like something thick enough to hold shape, even if nothing is moving. The fabric on your shoulder presses in just slightly more than before, not because of pressure, but because gravity has found its way through layers you haven't thought about. The weave of thread, the weight of cotton, the slow accumulation of days spent sleeping beneath it. You don't have to think about how long this has been here, or when someone first laid it across a bed, or who chose the color that now blends into shadow without protest. It's not remarkable for being old or new, only for being exactly what it is at this moment. Touching you, holding you, doing nothing more than existing alongside your body, as if it knew what was coming before you did. And you don't need to know either. Not the past, not the future. Even now, when thoughts try to rise like smoke from a dying fire, you aren't called upon to follow them. You can let one drift upward and disappear into ceiling darkness without turning your head or wondering where it went. The same way clouds move across sky without needing permission, without asking if they're being seen. There's no need for closure. No reason to tie thoughts together like knots in a rope meant to pull something up from deep water. You don't have to decide what any of this means or whether meaning is even necessary. That kind of work belongs elsewhere. Here, in the space between breaths and heartbeats, there's only room for what is already happening. Your foot has relaxed again. Just one small release at the ankle. A quiet letting go that didn't ask anything of you. The toe curls not out of habit, but because the body remembers how to ease itself without instruction. It doesn't know it's doing something right or wrong. It only knows how to sink deeper into rest when no one is watching. This isn't about progress, not even about comfort. There's a difference between wanting peace and simply being allowed to stop trying for it. You don't have to arrive anywhere. No destination requires your presence. The air moves through you not as effort, but as continuity. Like water flowing under stone, not because the stone is still, but because both are part of something larger that doesn't care about stopping. Your eyelids remain closed, and they've stayed this way long enough for the darkness behind them to take on a kind of weight. Not blackness with edges. Not void, but depth. A space where no shape insists on being seen. It holds you without needing you to hold it back. You don't have to fear what lives there, because nothing asks to be named. Even your thoughts aren't enemies. They're just passing through, like birds that fly over rooftops at night, unseen but felt in the vibration of wind against glass. One drifts near, not about time or meaning, or whether you've made enough sense of anything, but simply a memory of footsteps on stairs years ago, a sound so faint it might have been imagined. It doesn't matter if it's real. What matters is that it passed through your mind, like dust floating in moonlight, there for an instant and then gone. There's no need to analyze it, no reason to assign value. You don't even need to acknowledge its arrival. Letting go isn't a choice. It's what happens naturally when you stop trying to catch things before they slip away. The wall nearby holds warmth from earlier in the day, faint but real, something buried beneath paint and plaster that still remembers heat. It doesn't shine or declare itself. It just is, quietly holding what once was absorbed into its surface, like a page with writing no one reads anymore, yet still carrying traces of ink. You don't need to read those pages either. Not now. No one will come asking for answers written in invisible script on cold drywall. The room doesn't keep secrets. It simply holds things as they are. The faint hum of insulation, a draft near the floor that never settles entirely, the quiet groan of wooden beams stretching under unseen pressure. Your hand lies still on your chest, not because you've decided to place it there, but because gravity and fatigue have aligned without consent. The fingers rest softly against skin, not as command, not as effort, but simply because they're no longer fighting their own weight. They know where they belong when movement isn't required. This is how things return. The way roots find soil in silence. The way rivers carve paths through rock without shouting or showing off. No fanfare, no proof needed. Just persistence that doesn't ask for recognition. You aren't trying to become anything new. There's no need to build a self from scraps of thought and memory. You don't have to prove your existence by understanding it. The fact that you're here, breathing without needing approval, lying still without guilt, is enough. Not because it's perfect or complete, but because it simply is. Like the way snow falls on trees in winter, not for anyone's sake, just because it happens. And when a thought rises again, one about how much of life is chance, how many things could have been otherwise, don't try to answer. Don't weigh its truth or falsity. Let it float above you like ice floating on a lake that doesn't care if the surface cracks or stays whole. The body already knows what it needs. It's not always obvious in words, but it's known in posture, in breath, in how warmth pools beneath your collarbone when night is deepest. There's no calculation involved, no cost-benefit analysis, just a slow return to balance that happens without announcement. Even the silence between heartbeats isn't empty. It's full of something unnamed. Not sound, not thought. Just presence, so complete it doesn't need a name. It's like being held by air that remembers how to hold you even when no one is around. You don't have to remember anything about yourself beyond this. Your shoulder rests on the pillow with slight pressure. Your right arm lies across your chest. Palm open, not in surrender, but because it hasn't found reason to close. The blanket shifts ever so slightly as air flows through cracks near the window. Nothing dramatic, no wind, just a quiet exchange between inside and outside that doesn't need translation. There's no demand for meaning here. Not from you, not from the universe. No one expects you to wake up with clarity or resolution or any kind of revelation. You're not being tested, not judged. Nothing hinges on whether you understand what happens next or how long this night will last. The only thing required is that you stay within reach of stillness, not by force, not by effort, but simply by allowing the current to carry you without resistance. Like a leaf floating down a river that never asks why it's going, where it goes. And when doubt rises, when the idea returns that perhaps nothing matters, or that all your searching is pointless, just notice how quickly it fades when met with quiet. Not pushed away, not fought, but simply held in place long enough for its weight to shift from burden to something lighter than air. You don't need to fix anything. There's no problem to solve, no hole to fill. The space you occupy isn't broken or incomplete. It's just open. And openness doesn't require answers. It only needs permission to be. You are not being asked to carry anything across a bridge that doesn't exist. The weight you feel isn't proof of burden. It's just the shape of air pressing against your skin. The way pressure builds in quiet rooms where nothing is moving but time. You don't need to name it or move through it. It's enough that you are here, feeling it not as a test, but as part of the landscape you inhabit at night. There's no map drawn for this kind of knowing, no compass pointing north from uncertainty. Just the slow softening of limbs into the bed, the way your spine settles along the curve of the mattress like water, finding its level in stillness. The darkness isn't an absence, it's a presence that doesn't need to speak. It holds you not by force, but by default, like a room that has forgotten how to echo. When thoughts come, when they rise from under the surface of breath and drift upward like mist, they aren't demands or warnings. They're just passing through, like shadows moving across stone when light shifts at dawn. You don't have to greet them or send them away. There's no need to decide whether they belong. Some stay for a moment. Some fade into silence before you even notice. That is how it works. There's no performance required. You are not responsible for the shape of your mind in this hour. The way thoughts coil and uncoil like threads left too long on a spindle isn't failure. It's just motion, not progress, not retreat, but movement that doesn't need direction. You don't have to make sense of why certain ideas return again and again. The ones about choices never taken, paths unwalked, lives imagined in the margins of your own. They don't come to accuse or reveal. They're only part of the air you breathe at night, like dust that settles on glass without asking permission. There's a difference between being lost and being allowed to be where you are. You aren't lost because no one is calling for you. No voice demands an answer. There's no need to call out into the dark or prove your presence with sound. The fact that you're still here, lying down, breathing through your nose, feeling the steady rise of your chest. This isn't a mistake. It isn't failure to act. It's just being in one place at one time, without pretending it needs more than that. You don't have to decide what comes next. The night doesn't ask you to plan or predict or measure. There's no contract written between the stars and your breath. No agreement that says this moment must lead to something greater or smaller. It just is. The stillness, these small shifts of weight, the way warmth lingers near your ribs like a memory of heat from earlier in the day. Let yourself be held by not knowing, not as an absence, but as a kind of fullness. The kind that doesn't require explanation. You don't have to understand how silence can contain so much when it says nothing at all. The way air moves through your room without making noise, just slipping past cracks and corners like something remembering its own shape, isn't proof of anything except persistence. It keeps going, not because it's supposed to, but because that's what it does. There's no urgency in the rhythm of your breathing, no need to fix or adjust. The inhale isn't a beginning. The exhale isn't an ending. They're just parts of something larger than either, a pulse that doesn't care about meaning. It happens. That's all. You are not required to give anything back for being here. There's no debt owed to time, to chance, to whatever stretches ahead in shadow. No one is watching from outside the room. No scorecard keeps track of how well you're doing at staying present. You aren't failing because your mind drifts. You aren't succeeding just because it stays still. There's a kind of peace that doesn't come from answers. It comes from stopping the search for them. It's not resignation. It's not giving up. It's simply letting go of the need to hold onto certainty like a lifeline. The body already knows how to rest without justification. Even when thought spins in circles, your muscles don't argue. They settle where they are, as if they've always known that stillness is a valid form of belonging. You don't have to choose between clarity and confusion. You can be both at once, aware of the questions and unaware of their importance. That's not contradiction. It's coexistence, like light and shadow existing in the same space without needing to resolve each other. The blanket doesn't explain itself when it shifts slightly against your ankle. The pillow doesn't apologize for pressing too hard or too soft. The wall behind you doesn't need to justify its silence. These are not failures of purpose. They're just what happens when things exist without performance. When a thought rises that asks whether this moment matters, don't answer. Just let it pass through the same way air does, without resistance, without marking its path. It will fade because it's not anchored in action or intention. There's no place for it to land if you don't give it one. There's something quiet about being fully here with nothing to prove, not even to yourself. You aren't trying to become someone who has figured things out. You're just a body lying down, breathing slowly, letting time stretch without measuring it. The night doesn't care how long it lasts, only that you are in it. And if doubt returns, the kind that whispers whether any of this is real or meaningful, it's not stronger than your breath, not heavier than the weight of your arm resting on your chest. It can't outlast the quiet that settles when you stop trying to fix anything. That's where peace lives, not in certainty, but in surrender to what simply is. The wind outside doesn't explain itself when it brushes against the trees. The clouds don't justify their drift across the sky. You aren't asked to do any of those things either. There's a stillness that isn't empty. It's full of texture, of weightless movement, of breath that returns without effort. It's not about being perfect or complete. It's just about staying close enough to yourself that you don't need to shout for attention. You're already known by the way your body fits into the bed, like a shape carved from wood and time. You are not separate from this moment because of what might come next. You aren't defined by whether you'll wake tomorrow with answers or questions. The only thing that matters is that you're here now, feeling the blanket against your legs, hearing the soft click of something cooling in another room, sensing how warmth pools beneath your collarbone when breath slows. There's no need to translate any of this into meaning. No one expects a speech from you. You don't have to leave an impression on the night. All that's required is to allow yourself to be held by what already exists, by air, by silence, by the soft press of your own hand against skin. When a new thought arrives, not about life or time or purpose, but about something small and ordinary, like how the moon might look through this window if it were visible. You don't have to name it. You don't even need to see it in your mind's eye. It's enough that it passed through, just as any other quiet thing does. You are not being shaped by what you think or don't think. You're simply existing, exactly as you are, with no correction needed, no change required, no story to fulfill. The night doesn't ask for a performance. It only asks that you stay within reach of stillness. Even the idea of staying is just another thought passing through, a shadow across the floorboard, not meant to remain. Let it go without chasing it back. You don't have to be anything more than this. Breathing, lying down, feeling the cool edge of the blanket at your waist, sensing how the room shifts in temperature as air moves slowly between walls and glass. There's no need to understand why things are like they are. You don't have to know if it will last or end. All that matters is that you're here, quietly holding space for all that isn't settled, all that doesn't yet make sense. The mind can wander without breaking the peace of this moment. Thoughts come and go not as threats, but as guests passing through a house where no one is waiting at the door. You're not trying to grasp anything. Even the idea of letting go, that's already too much effort. The breath you're breathing doesn't know it's meant to be steady, yet it finds its own rhythm as if it has always known how. Your chest rises and falls like a tide that came in without being called. You don't need to tell it where to go or why. It moves not because it understands, but because it simply does. There's no reason for the stars above you to be there, yet they are. Some still burning from before your father was born. Some already gone, their light just now reaching this place. You don't need to know which is which. The dark between them isn't empty. It holds its own shape, like a room with walls made of silence and gravity. It doesn't answer when you ask what lies beyond the edge of the sky, because it knows there's no such thing as an edge that matters. Your fingers are relaxed on your thigh. One is slightly bent at the knuckle. No need to correct it. No one sees it but you. And even then, only in the way a clock face shows time without measuring it. You don't have to account for every small detail of how you lie down. The curve of your spine doesn't need approval from anyone. It holds its form as if it's been shaped by years of sleeping, not by intention. There's warmth beneath the surface of your skin. Something slow and steady, like water moving through stone underground. You don't have to follow it anywhere. It doesn't demand a name or a story. It just is. A quiet pulse in the place where flesh meets stillness. The world outside isn't waiting for you to understand it. The leaves on the trees don't tremble because they're afraid of being wrong. They shift when wind comes, not out of fear or hope, but because that's what motion does. It doesn't need a reason. You are no different. When thought arises, whether about how long this will last, or whether you've made the right choices, you aren't required to act on it. The mind can offer its opinions like rain falling on bare ground. Some lands, some runs off. None of it needs to stay. You don't have to decide if what happened yesterday was meaningful or not. You're not responsible for giving weight to every moment that passed through you. There's a kind of rest in letting things pass without judgment. The night doesn't care if your thoughts were useful, just as the wind doesn't ask whether its path makes sense. There are places where meaning isn't required. Just presence, like how the blanket stays tucked at the foot of the bed, even when no one is there to tuck it. It's not doing anything special. It simply exists in that shape, shaped by gravity and time, not intention. You don't have to be more than that. You are lying here without needing to earn your place. The air you breathe isn't giving you permission to stay, yet you're allowed anyway. Not because of how much you've done or how many answers you've found, but simply because the night is vast enough for you to be small and still. There's no law that says you must make sense of what happens in your mind when it gets quiet. Whether a memory surfaces or a question forms, no one needs to listen. No one will call you on it later. You are not under surveillance by time, nor judged by the silence that surrounds you. The walls don't whisper back. The faintest sound comes from somewhere, a pipe settling in the wall, a floorboard sighing as it cools. It doesn't mean anything. It's not a sign or a signal. It's just something happening, like breath. Like blood moving through veins too deep to see. You don't have to interpret it. You can just hear it. Let it pass. You are not being asked to become someone else tonight. Not even the version of you that could explain everything. That person isn't needed here. The only role required is this one. Lying down, breathing slowly, feeling the way your body sinks into the mattress like a stone finds its place in water. No need for ceremony. No performance. The idea of time passing doesn't have to feel like pressure. It can just be air moving through rooms, shifting shadows across floors without purpose. You don't have to track it or resist it. You're not racing toward anything, nor are you fleeing from what's behind. There is no finish line in this kind of stillness. Even the thought that you might wake up tomorrow and feel differently, it doesn't need a response. It can be present without being acted upon. Like dust floating in light, seen but unclaimed. You don't have to decide whether it will settle or drift away. Your eyes are closed, not because they're tired, but because they've been given permission not to look anywhere. Not at the ceiling, not at memory, not at what might come next. They rest in darkness as if that were their natural state, like roots in soil beneath a forest floor. There's no need for certainty about whether this moment will matter someday. No one is keeping score. The night doesn't remember your questions any more than the moon remembers which path it took through the sky last year. You are not being shaped by what you think, nor are you failing to be shaped because you don't know what's happening inside you. You're just here, with no assignment and no evaluation, not even a name for what's occurring. Just breath, weight, texture of fabric against skin, the slow creep of cool air near your ankles. The silence isn't empty. It holds shape, like water in a cup, that doesn't spill because it has been held too long. You don't have to fill it with words or images or plans. It's already full of all the things you haven't said and won't need to say. When another thought comes, a faint impression of how someone might have looked at you once, a moment from years ago that didn't mean anything then, but now feels like it could. That doesn't require your attention. You don't have to go back into it or push it away. It's just passing through, like light across a wall in the early morning. You're not responsible for what slips by unnoticed. No one will ask if you noticed the way the moonlight might have brushed the edge of this room if it had been visible, because visibility isn't required. The fact that you didn't see it doesn't mean anything was missing. There's a kind of peace in not needing to be aware all the time, not even when something small like warmth pooling beneath your collarbone or the way your foot shifts slightly against the blanket becomes significant enough to register. You don't have to notice everything. The body knows more than you do, and it doesn't need permission. There is no reason for this moment to last longer than it does, nor any need for it to end. It just is. Not because of anything you've done or will do, but simply because the world allows it to be here. You don't have to make a choice about whether to stay in it. You're already staying, not by force, but by quiet invitation. The kind that doesn't demand a reply. The air feels different now. Lighter near your face, heavier at your feet. Not because you've moved, but because the room is breathing too slowly, in ways no one hears unless they lie still long enough to feel it. You don't have to be aware of all this, but if awareness comes, let it pass like a shadow across the floor. Not as an event, not as a revelation, just something that happens. There's nothing you need to fix. No error in how your thoughts drift or stall or circle back on themselves. You are allowed to feel uncertain without being wrong, to wonder without needing answers, to be quiet without feeling like you've failed at being present. Even the idea of presence isn't a task. It's just what happens when you stop trying to control where you are. You're not too much and you're not too little. You don't need to prove anything by staying awake or falling asleep. The fact that your body is here, this shape in the bed, this breath moving through lungs, is enough. You're not waiting for something to happen. There's no event you need to witness or prepare for. No signal in the dark that demands your attention. The quiet isn't holding its breath. It's just breathing. And so are you, though neither of you is doing it on purpose. There's a rhythm now beneath the stillness, not one of motion, but of absence. The kind of stillness where time doesn't accumulate like dust, but simply settles in folds, like fabric left unironed on a chair, folded over itself without intention. You don't have to understand how that happens. The way the air shifts near your shoulder isn't proof of anything. Only evidence that something has shifted, and it's not required to be named. There's no need for the mind to reassemble fragments into a story. No reason to thread one thought to another like beads on a string that never ends. You don't have to make sense of what you're feeling just because it exists. Just as the floor beneath your feet doesn't require explanation for being solid, or the wall behind your head for holding its shape without effort. There's no performance in this moment, no audience, not even a witness who might say whether it was meaningful or not. The silence isn't listening, You are not speaking to anyone, and nothing is asking you to respond. The way warmth pools just below your collarbone doesn't mean anything about the past or future. It only means that heat has moved through tissue in a certain way, and for now, it's stayed there, like light lingering on a surface after the source has gone. It doesn't need to be remembered, nor does it have to stay longer than it does. You're allowed to let go of what might have been said or done differently, not because you've forgiven yourself, but simply because nothing requires that memory to remain active. Just as an old letter left in a drawer isn't wrong for being forgotten, there's no need to know how long this will last. No reason to count breaths or measure the space between one thought and another. The body doesn't keep track of time like you do. It only knows when it wants to rest, when it needs air, when it shifts slightly, not from purpose, but because gravity has tilted a fraction too far in one direction. You don't have to be aware of that shift, only that it's happened. No judgment attached. The darkness isn't empty or full, it simply is, like the space between two notes played on an old piano whose strings have gone slack. It doesn't matter whether sound returns. The silence still holds its shape. The room doesn't care if you're awake or asleep. Only that you are here in this position, with your limbs resting where they've fallen without effort. There's no need to ask whether you belong in this moment. You don't have to earn it by being present, alert, open. Just as a tree doesn't earn the right to grow because it bends towards sunlight. There's no reason to think that meaning must be found or built or preserved. It doesn't have to be passed down like an heirloom or stored in memory for safekeeping. The fact that you can't define what this moment is, even now, isn't failure. It's simply proof that some things don't fit into words. Just as the shadow of a branch on the floor doesn't need to explain itself when it crosses your leg at night. You're not being tested, and nothing depends on whether you understand anything. The idea that you must make sense of your thoughts isn't true. Only that they come and go like fog rolling through an open field, never staying long enough to be caught in a photograph. You don't have to fix them or label them or send them away with a dismissal. Let them pass through as if they were birds gliding low across the edge of a lake at dawn, the kind that leave no trace on water. Even when a thought returns, a memory of footsteps just outside your door, faint and distant, not loud enough to wake you. It doesn't have to be examined or judged for its presence. It's only an echo in the walls, like wind through a crack where no one has ever lived. No need to check if it was real, only that it came briefly and then faded into something quieter. You don't have to decide whether you want this stillness to continue or end. The idea of continuation isn't necessary. neither is the idea of ending. There's no requirement for closure or resolution. You're not a character in a story whose arc demands completion. You're just here, breathing slowly with your body resting on the bed, like it has always belonged there. There's nothing wrong with not knowing what will happen tomorrow. Nothing incorrect about being uncertain about whether this moment matters at all. The fact that you can't see ahead doesn't mean anything is broken. Only that vision isn't required to be present. You don't have to believe in the future to live in the now. The way your toes press against the edge of the blanket, slightly curled without intention, isn't a sign of anxiety or restlessness. It's just movement occurring inside you, like roots shifting beneath soil after rain. Not seeking anything, not avoiding anything, just responding to pressure and temperature as they pass through nerves that don't need permission to act. You don't have to be useful in this moment. You don't have to produce insight or clarity or even comfort. Just being here is enough. More than enough. The silence doesn't demand performance. It only asks you not to leave. Not to rush toward noise, not to fill it with effort. And so you stay, not because of willpower, but because the weight of your limbs feels like permission. There's no need to know why you're thinking about that old jacket, what color it was, how heavy it felt on cold mornings, whether someone ever said anything when you wore it. It doesn't matter what happened then, or now, or in any version of the future where it might be worn again. The memory is only a shape passing through the dark, like smoke from a fire that's long since gone out. You don't need to remember how your breath felt 5 minutes ago. You don't have to know whether you're falling asleep or still awake. Only that if awareness returns, it can come softly, like a hand brushing against your arm in the dark, not demanding anything but presence. The air near your neck feels cooler now, not because the room is colder, but because something has shifted in how heat moves through fabric and skin. Not every sensation needs to be named or understood. The fact that you notice it doesn't mean you're doing it right. Only that you are noticing, and that's enough. You don't have to believe anything about purpose or chance or whether things were meant to happen. You don't need to know if your life has a direction. Only that you are here in this place with no assignment other than being present without needing justification. There's no reason for the body to explain itself, to prove it's still alive or aware or capable of feeling anything at all. It doesn't speak in words. It only moves when it must, rests when it can, and stays where it is not. Because it chose to, but because nothing else has asked it to leave. You're allowed to be incomplete. You don't have to finish this thought or any thought, just as a river isn't required to reach the sea in order to exist along its path. There's no need for completion. No demand that you arrive at some final understanding. or even know what a rival would look like, even when your mind returns to the shape of someone else's voice, the way they laughed once, or said something without meaning. It doesn't have to be answered. It doesn't have to matter now. Just as a bird call in the distance isn't asking you to turn your head, it only exists as sound passing through air that has no need for response. The darkness is not waiting. The silence is not holding its breath. You are not being watched or judged. There's nothing expected of you except this: to be here with your body in the bed, your breath moving slowly, and your awareness drifting like a leaf on water, unforced, unclaimed, unhurried. You're not searching for a place to land, only noticing how your breath settles into the hollow beneath your ribs, like water finding its level in an uneven basin. There's no need to reach forward or pull back, only this: that your body remembers what it means to be still, even when thought is restless. The air near your shoulder feels denser now, not heavier, not colder, but more present, as if the night has gathered itself there and settled in like dust, settling into a crease of fabric after hours of movement. You don't need to name that shift. Only let it be part of the quiet, not something you must respond to. The silence isn't empty. It's full with things that aren't meant for words, not answers, not explanations, just presence in its simplest form. A door left open in another room, an old chair still warm from someone who sat there hours ago, the faint imprint of footsteps on carpet that no longer echoes because they've been absorbed into the fibers. You don't have to understand what it means for something to be remembered without being spoken. The shape of memory isn't always a story. It can just be temperature in the air, or how your hand shifts slightly against the edge of the blanket when you exhale. You're not trying to fix anything, not even the way your thoughts drift like smoke across a ceiling that no longer needs to reflect light. There's nothing wrong with being unfinished. No requirement for symmetry. No law that says awareness must be tidy or useful. You don't need to reconcile what happened yesterday with what might happen tomorrow. The past doesn't owe you clarity, and the future isn't waiting to deliver a verdict. They're just there, like shadows moving slowly across walls in a room without windows. And right now, your fingers are resting near your hip, not curled into a fist, not pressed down too hard, just lying where they've fallen, not because of intention, but because gravity and fatigue have agreed on that position, as if the body knows better than to force anything when no one is watching. You don't need to inspect it or explain why it's there. It doesn't need your permission. It just is. Like a leaf caught in a gutter after rain. There's something in how the darkness folds around you, not enclosing, not protecting, but simply holding space without claiming ownership. It doesn't want anything from you. It isn't waiting for you to wake up or fall asleep or make sense of anything. The night is not making demands. It only exists as a quiet pressure against your skin, like fabric that has stopped resisting the weight it's been given. You don't have to believe in continuity. Only notice how one moment flows into another without needing to prove its worth. There's no need for time to be meaningful or linear. The way you breathe now is not connected to how you breathed 5 minutes ago. And yet, they're part of the same pattern, the same rhythm that doesn't care whether it has a beginning or an end. You don't have to decide what this means, whether your thoughts are important or trivial. If this moment matters in any way beyond its own existence, it's enough that you're here, with no job to do and nothing to fix. Only the fact of being aware without needing to be useful. The corner of the blanket near your knee has lifted slightly, not because you moved, but because heat from your body is rising like steam through cotton, shifting it ever so gently. The change isn't significant. It's not a sign of anything. It's just motion passing through matter, like wind moving leaves that don't know they're being touched. And right now, that movement doesn't need to mean anything. Just as the way your breath slows when you stop trying to control it is not proof of progress or success. It's only the body doing what it does in response to stillness, without needing praise. There's no reason to worry about whether this will last, whether you'll remember any of this tomorrow, or even if you're awake right now. The question isn't whether these thoughts are real. It's just that they pass through you like light passing through glass, without leaving a mark, without changing the substance behind it. You don't have to keep track of how many times your mind returns to something it can't answer. Not even the way it lingers on a question that doesn't need answering. It just stays there in the quiet, not demanding anything but space. And you're giving it that space, not because you want to solve it or understand it, but because the act of letting go isn't about achieving peace. It's simply allowing what is without pushing back. The room feels fuller now, not with sound, not with light, but with a kind of weightlessness. Not emptiness, not fullness, just stillness that doesn't need to be named. You don't have to feel anything specific. Only notice how your awareness softens at the edges, like ink spreading in water. You're not thinking about meaning. You're not questioning whether this life has a shape or direction. The thought isn't there, not because you've dismissed it, but because it's simply not required right now. There's no need to engage with it. It can exist in its own way, like a river that doesn't care if someone is watching. And your breath, your breathing isn't trying to reach anything. It's just moving through the space between ribs and air, without urgency or goal. Each exhale is not an effort toward calm. It's just a release of what was already held, like water escaping from a cup left open in the sun. There's no need to be certain about anything. Only notice how your mind drifts past things that don't matter. A sound outside, a shift in temperature, a shadow passing across the wall where there is nothing to cast it. The details are not important. Only their presence, the fact that you perceive them without needing to act. You're allowed to be uncertain, not just permitted, but welcomed into uncertainty as if it were a room already waiting for you. No one has to explain why you're here or what you should do next. There's no instruction manual written in the dark. You don't have to follow a path that doesn't exist. And right now, your body is lying where it is. No need to adjust, no reason to move. Only the quiet truth of weight and warmth and stillness. The blanket isn't covering you because it needs to. It's just there, like air or silence. Part of the environment, not a solution. There's no demand for clarity. No expectation that understanding will come. You don't need to be productive with your awareness. Only present enough to notice how time moves differently when you're not trying to control it. It doesn't speed up or slow down. It just is, like breath or shadow. You don't have to know where this night ends, or even if there's an end at all. The idea of a beginning isn't necessary either. You can simply be in the middle of something that doesn't need to make sense. The darkness has no opinion on whether you're awake or dreaming, thinking or still. It only holds what is like soil, holding roots without judgment. There's no need for your thoughts to be clean or coherent. They can be messy, looping, incomplete, and still valid as long as they exist in the quiet. And right now, that's enough. Just this. Your breath moving softly through your body, not trying to reach any place, only existing where it is. No effort, no goal, no destination. Just being here without needing to prove anything to yourself or anyone else. The air near your neck feels slightly cooler again, not because the room changed, but because something shifted in how heat travels through skin and fabric. It's not a signal, not a warning, not an invitation. Only sensation passing through awareness like water over stone. No need to name it, no need to understand it. You don't have to believe in purpose for this moment to matter. You don't have to know why you're lying here with eyes closed, breathing slowly, letting thoughts rise and fall without chasing them down. It's enough that you are not running, not hiding, just staying, present without needing permission. There's no one waiting outside the door, no voice calling your name, no future demanding attention. The silence isn't holding its breath. It's just being quiet, like a room after everyone has left, where dust floats in still air and nothing needs to be said. You don't have to be certain that this stillness means anything, not even that it's safe or necessary, only that it is happening and you are here inside it. The space between your ribs isn't a fortress. It's an open passage where air comes in and out without needing to announce itself. You're not keeping something alive by breathing. You're simply allowing the movement to be part of you, like water flowing through a channel that didn't ask for its own form. The weight of the blanket is not a burden. It's just pressure against your skin. Not enough to pull you down, but enough to remind you where you end and the world begins. There's no reason it should feel comforting. It doesn't need to mean anything. It's only lying on top of you because gravity brought it there, because heat rises and fabric settles, because something in the air held still long enough for this moment to form. And that's all any moment needs. Just being. Not doing, not proving, not preparing for what comes next. Only existing in a place where time doesn't race forward like an animal fleeing its shadow. It moves slower than your pulse, quieter than memory. You can feel it now, not as something you're supposed to understand or measure, but as the way things happen when no one is watching. There's nothing wrong with not knowing what comes after this breath. No failure in letting thoughts drift toward edges of thought, where names and meanings dissolve into feeling, into a kind of soft fog that doesn't need a shape. You don't have to gather them like stones, or sort them into piles labeled important or not worth remembering. Let each one float up from the dark at its own speed, as if they were bubbles rising in water long untouched by light. Your legs lie where they are. No effort behind their position. No need to straighten them or pull them closer. They're just resting, like trees that don't care whether anyone sees how deep their roots go. The blanket isn't holding you down. It's only there because it fell into place when the room cooled a little more than before. And somewhere in this stillness, your mind has stopped searching for answers that were never meant to arrive. It doesn't have to find meaning. Meaning doesn't need to be found. It can simply be like air or gravity, not something you build or earn, but something that's already here when you open your eyes. You don't have to believe in anything to feel the quiet of this hour. You don't have to trust the night to know that it holds you without trying. No promise is needed for warmth to stay where it is. The dark doesn't need a reason to be dark, only the absence of light, and even then, only as long as something else remains. You can let go of needing to decide whether your thoughts matter. You don't have to ask if this moment will last or vanish without trace. There's no test at the end of it, no scorecard, just this. Your chest rising slightly, one breath following another like a rhythm that doesn't care what happens next. The fabric against your shoulder feels different than before, not because the blanket changed, but because your skin has adjusted its sensitivity. A shift in pressure isn't a signal, it's just motion. passing through awareness without needing to be interpreted. It's not trying to tell you anything, only that something happened and you perceived it. You don't have to make sense of how the air moves across the back of your neck when it cools slightly, not because you need to understand temperature, but because your body knows what warmth feels like without needing a name for it. It's not cold, it's just different. And that difference doesn't mean danger or change. It only means that things are moving in ways you can feel but don't have to explain. There's no urgency behind the way. Silence settles into corners of the room, not because nothing is happening, but because everything is happening without needing to be noticed. The wall holds its shape, not by choice, but simply because it has always been shaped this way. It doesn't ask for admiration or fear. It just is, like your breath. Your fingers rest on top of the blanket. No intention behind their placement, no desire to shift them. They're just there, part of you and part of the space around you, not trying to reach anything, but still connected to everything in a way that doesn't need words. The skin between them is warm where it touches, soft from lying still too long. You don't have to be present for all of this, but being here now means you are, even if only by accident. You're allowed to be passive, to not do anything except let sensation pass through you, like wind through a cracked window. No one will come knocking. No voice will call your name. The night isn't waiting for you to wake up or fall asleep. It's just being quiet in its own way, like the space between heartbeats. And when thoughts come, when they rise from deep places where nothing is clear, they don't need to be chased down or judged. They can circle around your awareness like smoke in a room, with no door, not trying to escape, only moving through what's already there. You're not responsible for how they form or fade. You don't have to fix anything. You don't have to make peace with uncertainty, or even acknowledge it by giving it a name. It just is, like the fact that your chest rises and falls without needing to be conscious of doing so. The darkness doesn't demand answers, because it's not asking anything at all. It only holds what is, just as the blanket holds you, just as silence holds the room, just as time holds this moment in its slow passage. There's no need for meaning to arrive here. Meaning isn't required for things to exist. You can let go of needing your life to have a purpose that fits into some grand story or plan. It doesn't have to be important to anyone, least of all to you, to matter in this instant. You're not failing by not knowing why you're lying here, with eyes closed and breath slow. You're just living exactly as you are. There's no need to figure out what comes next. Not because it won't come, but because you don't have to carry the weight of anticipation. The future isn't a place you must prepare for. It's not something that needs your attention right now. It will show up when it does, like rain arriving in its own time. And until then, there's this. Your body lying where it is, limbs relaxed, breath unforced, mind wandering without need to return. You're not trying to reach a state of peace. You're already in one, just as the air is already present, and the dark has always been here. The fabric shifts slightly, not because you moved, but because heat rises from your body and pulls the blanket up ever so gently at the edge near your hip. It's not a sign or signal, only movement passing through stillness, like a ripple in deep water that doesn't know its ripples. You don't have to be aware of all this, but you are, even if only faintly. Awareness isn't something you earn. It's just present when you're awake enough to feel the edges of things, the cool air near your temple, the warmth on your forearm, the way light doesn't exist here, but shadows still press against the walls with quiet insistence. There's no reason for this moment to be meaningful, but that doesn't mean it isn't. It can simply be like a stone resting at the bottom of a riverbed where no one sees it, yet still holds its shape and weight in silence. You're not required to understand how time moves when you don't try to control it, only to feel it as it happens. Slow, steady, unbothered by your desire for answers. It doesn't pause for questions. It doesn't wait for clarity. It just is. Like the way your breath continues even when you stop thinking about it. And somewhere in all of this, not because it matters more than anything else, your mind has stopped trying to make sense of things. Not because it's given up, but because it finally knows that not knowing isn't failure. That uncertainty doesn't mean danger. That being lost is still a kind of presence. You're still here, exactly where you were when the thought first slipped in. No further along, no closer to resolution. The shape of your body hasn't changed, though your awareness has stretched outward like heat spreading through old stone. It's not that you found anything new, but rather that something has stopped resisting being unknown. Not because it's safe or settled, but simply because there is space enough now for the question to be held without needing a name. You don't have to decide what it means that your hand rests just so on the edge of the blanket. Whether the way your fingers curl slightly into the weave points to something about you, or whether it's only muscle remembering shape, not thought. The fact that you're noticing this, doesn't mean you need to act on it. Noticing is enough. The air near your shoulder has cooled a little since last time you felt it. Nothing dramatic, just a shift in temperature like a breath, exhaled too quietly to be heard. It's not colder because something changed. It's only that your skin has adjusted again, as though the night itself is breathing with you, matching your rhythm without knowing what either of you are doing. You're not tracking time by minutes or hours. You're feeling its weight through small changes. A shift in pressure at your hip, where the blanket lifts slightly when heat rises from your lower back. A faint pull on the fabric near your knee, as if something beneath it is shifting just beyond touch. There's no need to ask whether this stillness will last. No need to wonder what happens when you finally sleep, or if there will be any difference between waking and not waking. It doesn't matter that you can't see where you are or how long you've been here. The dark isn't waiting for a signal from you. It's simply holding the shape of your presence without asking for anything in return. You don't have to prove yourself real by thinking clearly or remembering well. You're not required to be useful, coherent, consistent. There are no clocks inside this room, only the slow surrender of attention. The way a sound from outside drifts in like a memory you never had, faint and unlocated. Maybe a car passing too far away for words, just enough vibration to make the air tremble at your ear. It doesn't mean anything beyond being what it is, a ripple that came through without needing permission. You didn't invite it, and yet here it rests in your body like something you've always known. Your breath hasn't changed its pattern, but you're aware of a new layer to it. How each exhale feels heavier than the last, not because you're tired, but because time has slowed down enough for you to feel the weight of release. The air leaves your lungs not as motion, but as an absence, an emptying that doesn't need filling again right away. It's okay if this moment isn't full. It can be half empty and still hold everything. You're not trying to fix anything or escape from the thought. You don't have to push it out with a better one. The fact that your mind lingers on questions, whether they've been asked before, whether anyone else has ever felt this same pull, isn't evidence of failure. It's just what happens when awareness settles into stillness. Things surface not because you want them to, but because the quiet allows them room. You don't have to decide if your life is important or not. Not today, not tonight. You are not being asked to write a summary of yourself for anyone else's eyes. No one will come with a checklist to verify that you've lived well enough. The world doesn't pause to wait while you sort through what it all means. There are no answers hidden in the corners, no secret code behind your eyelids, no final truth tucked inside this breath. You don't need access to certainty to be present here. In fact, needing certainty would only pull you out of this, would make you lean forward too hard, strain towards something that isn't meant to be grasped. Your shoulder rests against the mattress without effort. The skin on your forearm feels warm in patches, cooler in others. Not because it's changing, but because your attention moves like a slow tide across its surface. You're not judging how much warmth remains or whether it should stay longer. You're just letting it be felt, even if only faintly. The silence isn't empty. It's full of things that don't need names. The hum of electricity in walls you can't see. The way shadows pool under the bed like water collecting at a low point. The softness with which your thoughts drift away when they're no longer being held. They don't vanish. They just settle back into darkness, not as failures, but as parts of what's already been. You are not trying to become anything different now. You're not working toward peace or clarity or even comfort. You're simply letting yourself be in the way a leaf is, without needing to explain why it fell where it did. Your fingers still rest on the blanket, curled slightly at the tips. They don't know what they're holding on to. They only know that something is there. Fabric, texture, weight, presence. It doesn't matter if you understand any of it. The hand feels its own shape in this moment, its warmth, its stillness, how it fits against the material without needing to be perfect. There's no demand for you to be coherent or complete. No reason to justify your existence by producing something valuable. You're not being judged on whether your thoughts are useful, moral, meaningful. The dark doesn't care about outcomes. It only holds what is, just as your body holds the heat of itself, just as this room holds the air that moves around you without needing direction. You don't have to know why you're lying here with eyes closed and breath slow. Not because it's unimportant, but because not knowing isn't failure. It doesn't mean you're lost. Being unsure is still a kind of standing. You are still here, in your body. Even if your mind has wandered far from where it began. The weight of the blanket presses lightly over your chest, not tight, not suffocating, just present, like gravity without urgency. It's not holding you down, it's just supporting you. As though something old and quiet knows how to carry things without complaint. There's no need to wonder what happens when you sleep, or if anything will change. The future isn't a door that needs opening now. It doesn't require your attention. You don't have to prepare for arrivals or departures. Let it come when it does, like rain that comes not because anyone asked, but because the sky is full. Your thoughts have slowed, not because they've stopped, but because they no longer need to be chased. They drift now without needing a home. Some float near your ear, others sink deeper into silence, and none of them demand anything from you in return. You're not required to remember everything that's ever happened. Not even the last thing you thought before this. The fact that memory fades isn't a loss. It's just how things settle. Like dust on a shelf. It accumulates without meaning, yet still exists. You don't have to honor every moment by remembering it. Some are meant only to pass through. Your breath continues, not because you're doing anything with it, but because the body knows its own way. It doesn't need your approval or oversight. The rise and fall of your chest is not a performance. It's just movement occurring in time. Like stars moving behind clouds that don't know they're covering them. You're not being asked to fix anything, not even yourself. No one is waiting for you to become someone else before the night ends. You don't need to earn rest by thinking well or feeling right. The act of lying still, eyes closed, breath slow, is already enough. It doesn't need a reason to be. The silence isn't quiet because it's empty. It's quiet because it knows how to hold things without speaking. It lets the weight of not knowing sit in its space like an old stone on the riverbed. No one sees it, but it is still there. You are lying within a stillness that is not empty, but full of what cannot be named. Like the quiet between two heartbeats when nothing has yet begun or ended. Your skin feels the surface beneath you, not as a surface to cross over, but as something already holding your shape without effort. The fabric of the blanket presses in patches against different parts of you. One place warm from where your arm rests, another cooler near your shoulder. Each spot alive with its own kind of pressure that doesn't ask for explanation or correction. You do not need to arrange these sensations into a story about comfort or discomfort. They simply exist as they are. There is no version of this moment you must carry forward. No memory worth preserving beyond the fact that it was felt here, now, in the dark, with your eyes closed and breath low. The air shifts around you like something slow moving through water, not rushing, not resisting, but allowing itself to be displaced by what comes without notice or demand. You are neither entering nor leaving anything. There is no threshold you've crossed, no line drawn between before and after. Your thoughts have stopped trying to make sense of themselves. They've settled into the background like leaves in a pool that no longer need to prove they belong there. Some drift near your ear, not demanding attention, but simply passing through the space where thought might once have lived with urgency. Others sink below, deeper than sound can reach, so quiet even silence does not touch them. You don't follow any of them. There is no point at which you must decide whether to believe one or reject another. They are like shadows cast by things unseen, present without needing to be understood. There's a warmth in your chest that isn't from effort. It comes from the fact that your body continues, breath after breath, pulse after slow pulse, not because it was ordered to, but because this is what living feels like when no one is watching, not even you. There are parts of yourself not currently engaged. The hands that rest on the blanket aren't holding anything except stillness. They don't know whether tomorrow will be different, or if today ever mattered in a way others would see. And yet, right now, their shape fits against the fabric with no need to explain why. The darkness around you is not an absence. It's presence without form. It doesn't speak, but it listens. You are inside its quiet weight, like someone who has never known how to leave even if they wanted to. No sound moves through this room that isn't already part of the air itself. No creak from floorboards or hum from a distant machine is separate from what surrounds you. All things exist in their own time, none demanding yours. You don't need to know whether meaning exists beyond your mind. Not now, not ever. The fact that it may be elsewhere doesn't change this moment where your body lies still and your breath moves without instruction. There's no performance required for being here, no proof needed of continuity or presence. You are just as real in the act of stopping as you were when trying to understand everything. The clock does not mark time because you are aware of it. Time marks itself through small changes that happen whether noticed or not. A shift in warmth, a slight softening of muscle tension, the way your fingers relax deeper into their position on the blanket. These are events without drama, unfolding with no one watching and no reason to remember them later. You could be any person lying like this, anyone who has ever closed their eyes at night and let go, not because they were tired, but because it was natural, inevitable, right? You don't need a name or history for that kind of presence. There is enough room in the dark for you to simply exist without needing to earn your place. The walls aren't enclosing anything. They're just part of where this moment happens, like soil holding roots below ground. They don't care whether what's inside them grows toward light or stays hidden. You are not expected to grow, not even to be alive in a way that matters beyond the fact of being felt. Your weight on the bed, your breath entering and leaving. There is no need for you to decide if this night will change anything. No pressure to wake up different than when you fell asleep. The morning won't arrive with judgment or reward. It'll just come, like a sound that wasn't there before, but suddenly fills space without knocking first. You could spend your whole life wondering why things are the way they are, and still not know more than what is true in this moment. That your hand rests on fabric, that air moves through you gently, that darkness holds everything softly, not because it's kind, but because it doesn't have to be anything else. The idea of freedom isn't a place beyond sleep. It's already here. In the space where no answer is required and no action needed. You are free, not in spite of uncertainty, but because of its shape. The way questions don't demand resolution, just presence. That is enough. Not being certain about what comes next doesn't mean you're lost, only that you're still moving through time without needing to know the route. You could be wrong about everything, and it would make no difference in how your body lies here now. The fact of doubt isn't a flaw. It's just another kind of truth. Like temperature or sound, something real, but not useful for measuring anything important. There is no single version of you that must survive into tomorrow. Only the one who exists right where they are. Eyes closed, breathing slow, resting in the dark with all thoughts unclaimed and unnamed. That person doesn't need to be whole or complete. They just need to remain present enough to feel the weight on their chest, not as burden, but as belonging. The silence isn't waiting for you to speak. It's been speaking already through every breath that doesn't require permission. It has no end in mind. Not even an ending where everything is resolved. The quiet continues simply because it knows how to be, without needing reason or result. You don't need to think about whether your life matters, only if this moment does. And the answer isn't found in any thought, but in what remains when thinking stops. A body resting on fabric. Air moving through lungs, darkness holding all things equally. That is enough. It doesn't require belief, not even understanding. There's no need to prepare for anything. The future arrives not as an event that must be met with readiness, but like wind passing over grass. Unseen until it stirs the surface, and then gone again without trace. You aren't responsible for what follows, not because you're helpless, but because there is nothing to fix or guide. You are allowed to stay in this place, where no one asks who you are or why you're here, only that you continue being present when your body says so. That's all it takes. Not courage, not clarity, just the ability to lie still and let things be as they come without needing a story for them. The mind doesn't have to solve anything tonight. It can rest like water at the bottom of a well. Dark, but deep enough to hold more than one lifetime's worth of questions. It's okay if it never rises again. The act of holding is its own kind of motion. There are no doors that must be opened. Not now, not ever. No light beyond this room needs to enter. Only the darkness. You already know how to live within. You don't need permission from anyone or anything to lie here and let your thoughts wander without purpose. You could imagine yourself elsewhere if you wanted, but there's nothing outside of where you are that would offer more truth than what is happening right now. Breath in, breath out, hand on blanket, weight on the bed, silence around. These things aren't symbols. They're just real. They don't mean anything beyond being themselves. And so it goes, without need for resolution or conclusion, that your body stays where it is, not because you've decided to stay, but simply because staying feels like resting into something older than thought. You are no longer searching for answers in the dark. You've learned that darkness doesn't give them. It only holds what is already there. A hand on fabric, air moving through space, breath returning without demand or reason. You don't need to know if this stillness is deep or shallow, only that it's happening right here. Not in some distant place, but in the space between two breaths where time doesn't measure anything, and no clock would notice your presence. The air feels different now. Not heavy, not light, just there. Like a memory of touch that you can't quite name, but still feel on your skin, as if it had been pressed there by something older than intention. You don't need to remember what brought you here, only that you are here. And the shape of your body against the mattress is not accidental. It's not an arrangement made for comfort or dignity. It's simply a fact. How gravity holds you without needing thanks. How fabric conforms to the curve of your shoulder. How warmth pools beneath your ribs like something quietly waiting. There's no need to decide if this moment should last or end. Only that it does. It continues not because you wish for it, but because everything else has stopped long enough for it to be allowed. The mind doesn't have to explain why the light is dim, nor how long the night will stretch beyond your awareness. You aren't required to feel anything specific. No longing, no relief, no sense of arrival. Just this. A kind of quiet that isn't silence, but something quieter than silence. A space where even sound would be too loud. It doesn't ask for attention. It simply is, like the way dust settles in corners you never look at and stays there until forgotten. You are not trying to understand how all these thoughts came to live inside your head. Only that they do. And that's okay. They don't have to make sense or lead anywhere. The question of whether life has meaning doesn't need a reply tonight. It can rest like an old stone at the bottom of a stream, unclaimed by current, untouched by wind. It isn't lost. It just doesn't float anymore, and you don't need to lift it. Just lie still while it lies with you. There's no urgency in your breath, not because it's shallow or weak, but because it moves naturally, like water flowing through a channel that was carved long before any mind ever knew how to name it. You aren't trying to regulate it. You're just letting the rhythm be what it is. Slow, uneven at times, sometimes longer on one side than the other. Not because something's wrong, but because this body knows its own way of breathing better than you do. The darkness isn't empty. It holds shapes that don't need names. It doesn't conceal anything. It just allows things to be without requiring them to show themselves. You don't have to see what's in the corners. Only feel the shift when something changes, or when nothing does. And even then, you aren't expected to notice. You could imagine your past as a path behind you, but there's no need. Not because it didn't happen, but because it doesn't matter whether it did or not. The memory of where you've been isn't required for where you are now. You don't need to trace every turn, every moment that felt like progress or loss. There's only this: the curve of your spine against the bed, the way one hand lies loose on top of the blanket, fingers slightly curled, not from tension, but simply because that's how hands rest, when no purpose is asked of them. You don't have to decide if you're alone, only that you are here. And being here isn't a condition to be justified or defended. No one is watching. No record keeps score. Not even the quiet itself judges. It just holds everything in equal distance. The thought that flickers like a candle's last breath. The weight of your leg pressing into the mattress. The distant hum of something far away that might be electricity, or wind, or neither. There's no need to know what happens next. Only that you are already inside it. You don't have to wait for tomorrow. You're already in its soft beginning, even if not by choice. The future doesn't arrive like an arrival. It seeps through the cracks of now, unnoticed until something stirs. And when it does, you won't need to prepare, because preparation isn't possible. Only presence is. The thought that you might be forgotten doesn't matter. Not because you aren't important, but because importance isn't a requirement for being real. You don't have to leave behind proof of your existence. You're already here in the way things exist without needing witnesses. As air moves through space, as shadows stretch across floors when light changes, as time passes without calling anyone's name, you don't need to build anything. No dream, no plan, no story about who you'll be. You are not being shaped by what might come or what was lost. You're just lying here, in a body that remembers how to rest even when the mind still wonders whether it should. And that's enough. The fabric beneath your back has worn thin in some places, just slightly, not from use, but from time itself, like skin that softens where pressure is constant. It doesn't need fixing. It holds you anyway. The same way the air moves through your nose without asking permission, or how heat rises slowly from your chest to meet cooler space above. You aren't required to have answers, only to keep breathing, just as the room keeps holding its shape, even when no one is in it. Even when all motion stops, the walls still stand, not because they're strong, but because they've never needed to prove anything. They don't care if anyone sees them or remembers their color. There's nothing wrong with being unsure. In fact, that uncertainty isn't a flaw. It's just another kind of clarity. The kind that doesn't claim to see beyond the next breath. It knows only what is felt. The curve of your elbow against the edge of the blanket. The softness where one knee rests on top of the other. The way the air cools slightly near the foot of the bed and then warms again as it rises. You don't need a reason to be here, only that you are. Not because something demands it, not because you've earned your place, but simply because this body exists in time, with no contract or deadline attached. The mind can wander through all possible futures, but none of them matter more than the fact that now is real. The darkness isn't holding back anything. It's already full. It doesn't need to conceal. It just contains. You don't have to look inside for meaning. Only accept that you're already part of something larger without needing to define it. Not even as a feeling, not even as presence. The only thing required is your stillness. There's no need to fix anything, not the past, not the future, not your thoughts. They can be messy, unfinished, tangled, like threads left on a floor after someone walked away. That doesn't mean they're useless, only that their value isn't tied to completion or clarity. Some things are only meant to exist in fragments. You don't have to believe anything about yourself. For example, whether you've done enough, been enough, mattered enough. Only this, that your body rests here, and resting is not failure. It's a kind of truth as simple as gravity. It doesn't need belief to be true. It just is. There's no audience for your thoughts tonight. No one listening from outside the room. No voice in your head demanding explanation or justification. Not even the silence judges you. It only waits like water, waiting to be stirred or not. And if a thought comes now, whether it's about regret or joy or nothing at all, it doesn't need to stay. You don't have to follow it down any path. Let it pass through like wind over grass, unseen until it touches the surface, and then gone again without trace. It leaves no mark because it never needed one. You're not being asked to understand your life, only to lie here in this moment, with all questions unclaimed and unnamed, still breathing, still present, still part of what is happening without needing to name or control it. The only thing that matters now isn't whether you'll wake tomorrow or remember anything at all. It's just that right now, breath moves through your lungs as if nothing else were possible. And that alone is enough. You don't have to carry what you can no longer hold. Just let it sit where it lands, like a leaf that has stopped moving but hasn't yet fallen from the branch. There's no weight in stillness unless you insist on naming it. The air around your shoulders isn't heavy. It doesn't press because it wants something. It only fills space as if it had always been there, not waiting for permission to be part of this room or this body. It moves through you without claiming ownership. And so do the thoughts that drift in now, uninvited, unasked, but not unwanted either. They come like shadows at dusk. They don't ask to stay. They just exist while they can. The floor beneath the bed is older than your memory, older even than the first word you spoke out loud. It has held many shapes of weight, the footfall of someone who passed through once and never returned, the slow settling of a chair left in one corner too long, the ghost imprint of a blanket folded away for seasons. And it still holds its shape, not because it remembers what was placed upon it, but because that's just what floors do. They remain where they are, not out of duty, but simply by being. You don't have to explain your presence here, only accept that you're in the room, breathing against the quiet. The ceiling above you is painted a color no one remembers anymore. And even if someone did, it wouldn't matter. It doesn't care whether anyone looks at it or thinks about it. It simply holds space as it has always done, with nothing to prove and nothing to lose. You don't need to be meaningful, only real. There's a warmth near your spine where the blanket gathers just so. Not tight, not loose, but enough to feel like being cradled by something that doesn't know how to speak. It holds you in its own way, as if it had learned what comfort is without ever needing to name it. The fabric doesn't ask whether you deserve rest. It only keeps the heat close, because that's what cloth does when it has been touched by skin. Your breath comes slow now, not fast with purpose, but steady, like water moving through a hidden channel underground. You don't guide it. It moves as if guided by something older than thought. It doesn't need to know where it's going, only that it's happening. And in the same way, your thoughts can go wherever they want. They aren't required to stay or explain themselves. They can wander like dust motes caught in a beam of light, seen only because they're moving, but never needed. There's no need to gather them up and put them away. Not all motion must be accounted for. Some things exist only as passage, not to arrive, not to end, but simply to pass through the quiet between one moment and the next. Like how time moves when you aren't watching, quietly, without announcement, like a hand slipping out of another's grasp. You don't have to decide whether this night is important. It doesn't need your approval to be real. The darkness isn't waiting for you to make sense of it. You are not required to fix its depth or fill its edges. It has already been full long before you noticed it, and it will remain so even if you never speak again. The wall behind your head is unmarked by any image, untouched by paint or name. It doesn't want to be seen. It only wants to stay in place. Not because it's strong, but because that's what walls do. They hold without effort. They don't care if someone leans against them. They just let the weight pass through and remain. You are like that too. Not because you've earned the right to exist, but simply because you're here, resting. No one assigned meaning to your body. No contract was signed at birth, saying you must become anything specific. You were not promised clarity or direction, and yet, here you are, still breathing, still in motion, even when it feels like nothing is happening. The silence doesn't demand answers. It only listens as if listening were its own kind of work. It doesn't judge the shape your thoughts take. It doesn't care if they're true or false. It holds them all equally, not because they matter to it, but because that's how silence works. It simply is there. Your hand rests on top of your chest, just one palm, not covering everything, just resting where it lands. The weight isn't heavy. It's only a presence, not an action, not an intention. It's just being placed down with no reason and no expectation. The air near your mouth feels slightly cooler than the rest. Not cold, but different in temperature. Like how some parts of skin react differently to touch, depending on where they've been before. It doesn't need explanation, only observation. And that's enough. There's a small crease at the corner of your right eyelid, the one you don't open when you wake up. It exists just as it is, not trying to be anything else. Not hiding, not showing off. Just there. Like all the other places on your body that have never been seen by anyone but themselves. You don't need to know what any of this means. Only that it's happening, whether you're aware or not. Whether you feel something or nothing at all, it still exists. The curve of your shoulder against the mattress, the slight resistance where your thigh touches the blanket, the way one toe curls just slightly in sleep like a memory of walking. The future isn't knocking on any door. You don't have to answer. It's not waiting for you to decide what it will be. The night doesn't ask you to make anything happen, only that you remain here, still present, not escaping into the idea of tomorrow or retreating from today. Even if your mind tries to reach toward a certainty, a single truth you could hold in your hands, it can only grasp air. And that's okay, because holding air isn't failure. It's just what happens when you try to catch something that doesn't want to be held. You don't have to protect yourself from the unknown, not because it's safe, but because resisting it only makes the space feel smaller. The room is not shrinking because there are things you can't see or name. It remains as wide and open as it has always been. There's a softness in your breath that doesn't come from effort. It comes from release, not of thought, not of emotion, but simply of tension, like the moment after something heavy lifts, without being moved by anyone. The air fills your lungs just because it can. You don't have to earn it. The blanket isn't perfect. It's worn in places, frayed at one edge where you've pulled too hard once and never repaired. And still, it stays. Not because it's flawless, but because it has stayed long enough that the weight of its imperfection no longer matters. Your body knows things your mind doesn't need to understand. How to rest when tired, how to hold warmth without trying to keep it forever, how to lie in a room where nothing is expected and still feel contained. It doesn't ask for proof, only presence. Even the smallest sensation. The way one fingertip brushes against your palm as you shift slightly is enough to remind you that life isn't made of grand events or final revelations. It's made of moments like this, unremarkable, unnamed, barely noticed, but real. There is no need to be anything more than what you are right now. Breathing, still, not asleep yet, not fully awake, not trying to become something else, just existing in the way a tree exists without needing to say why it stands. The silence isn't empty. It's full of everything that doesn't have words. It holds your thoughts when they don't want to stay. It carries them like water does leaves, gently, without judgment, and then lets them go. You don't need permission from anything outside yourself. No one is watching. No voice is calling you to explain. You're not being tested or measured. There's only this, your body in the bed, your breath moving through your chest, your mind floating somewhere between awareness and sleep. Let it be enough that you are here, not because of what you've done, not because you've figured anything out, but simply because you exist in a world where darkness is not absence, but presence, where quiet isn't nothing, it's fullness. There's a quiet between your breaths that doesn't need to be filled, just allowed, like the pause after a note fades into air and no one remembers what came before it. You don't have to name the moment, because you are already in it, not arriving, not leaving, not searching for anything beyond the soft weight of your arm resting on your chest, as if it had simply decided to stay. The blanket doesn't promise warmth. It only holds its shape around you like a memory of heat that once passed through it. It isn't perfect, but it's enough. You don't need more than what is already there. Your thoughts drift, not in search of answers, but in the way water moves over stone, not to change it, but because it has nowhere else to go. There's no urgency in their motion. No direction that demands you follow. They come and settle like dust on a shelf, unseen, unnoticed, yet real. You don't need to brush them off or gather them into some tidy order. Some thoughts are just passing through, not leaving behind any mark except the faintest impression of having been there at all. The room is not silent, it's listening. Not in the way that ears listen, but in a deeper kind of quiet, where sound doesn't have to be heard to be known. The walls don't speak, yet they hold everything you've said and every word you didn't say. They carry the weight of your breathing, the rhythm of your pulse as it finds its place beneath the skin, not needing to prove itself, just existing. There's a grain in the wood of the floor just beyond where the light used to be, a slight unevenness that you've never noticed until now, when stillness makes even small things visible. It's only a bump, barely more than a shadow across your awareness, but it doesn't need to mean anything. You don't have to interpret it or explain why it's there. It just is. Like the way one eyelid blinks without being asked. Like how the air shifts slightly when you turn your head and no one sees. You are not required to understand what happens when time slips between moments. How a single breath can stretch into something that feels like hours. Or how the space between two thoughts becomes so wide it might as well be years. You don't have to measure it. There's no scale in this room where distance is measured by effort. The dark isn't long, it just exists. Not waiting, not hiding anything. It doesn't conceal you because it has no need to. Your fingers are still, one curled slightly under the other, as if they'd forgotten how to be separate. The skin on your knuckles is dry in places, cracked where warmth was once drawn too deeply into the surface and never returned. And still, that hand stays, still warm enough for you to feel it when you press it gently against your face. Not because it's perfect, but because it's yours. The silence isn't a void. It's full of things that don't need names. The way the air cools near the window, the faint vibration in the floor from some distant engine long gone, the subtle shift of weight as you settle deeper into the mattress, like something sinking not downward, but inward, into yourself. Not to find anything, just to be found. There's no reason why this moment should matter more than any other, but it does. Not because it holds a secret or contains an answer, but because you are here when it happens. You don't have to prove your presence with actions or words. You aren't required to do anything except lie in the bed and let yourself be known by what's already there. Even if meaning doesn't show up, doesn't knock, it still has a shape. Not one that can be drawn, not one you could describe, but it's present all the same. Like how the shadow under your arm moves slightly when you shift. Like how the space between your ribs opens just enough to let air in without effort. You don't need to know what it is for it to be. You aren't being tested on whether you can accept uncertainty. The night doesn't ask you to prove anything, only that you remain. Not by fighting, not by resisting, but simply by staying still long enough to feel how the world moves around you without needing your permission. It's not about control. It's about presence. There's a slight crack in the ceiling above you, barely visible unless you look just right at it. The kind of line that wasn't there before and might never have been noticed if you weren't lying here so still. You don't need to fix it or explain why it's there. It doesn't demand anything from you. It simply exists as part of the room's history, a small fracture in something meant to be whole. Your breath moves slower now, not because you're trying to slow it, but because your body has decided that effort isn't needed anymore. The air comes and goes like waves, returning without needing to call for attention. You don't have to guide it or shape it. It doesn't need your approval. It just is, steady, quiet, full of everything that doesn't need to be said. There's no urgency in the dark, not because nothing matters, but because all things are already happening at their own pace. A moth brushes against the window pane once and vanishes into the night without leaving a trace. You don't have to remember it or wonder why it came. It was just there for a moment, then gone. Like so many thoughts that drift through your mind without ever staying. You are not required to make sense of anything. Not the way the blanket feels, not the pattern of light caught in one thread along its edge, not even the slight ache behind your left eye when you close it too tightly. None of these things need to be understood, only felt, only allowed to exist as they are. The wall beside you holds a dent where something once leaned and never quite returned to upright again. A small indentation in wood, barely noticeable unless you press your palm against the surface. It doesn't speak, but it remembers. Not with words, not with memory, but with shape. Like how your body knows when sleep is near, even before your mind has decided. You don't have to decide what any of this means. Not now. Not ever. You aren't being asked to build a future or fix the past. There's no need to carry anything forward, only to be here in this breath, in this weight, in this quiet that doesn't demand anything but your attention. The air shifts again, the kind of shift you only notice when you've stopped trying to feel it. It flows through the room without needing to justify itself. Like how a thought arises not from intention, but simply because it was waiting to be had. You don't have to welcome it or reject it. Just let it pass. There's no need for closure, for resolution, for an ending that makes sense. The night doesn't care if you understand anything. It only cares that you remain in the space where questions aren't answered and answers are not required. That is enough. Your foot twitches slightly, as if dreaming of walking through something long forgotten, through a path you never took, across a field with no name, toward a door you didn't know was there. But it doesn't matter whether it leads anywhere. It only mattered that the movement happened not because it meant anything, but because your body remembered what your mind had erased. The silence thickens, not in weight, not in pressure, but in fullness. Not empty, not waiting, just present. Like how a shadow holds its shape even when no light is falling on it anymore. You don't need to be awake to know that you are here. You don't need to think clearly or feel deeply, only to exist where your breath meets the air and your body rests without needing to earn rest. There's no future in this moment. Not because there isn't one, but because it hasn't arrived yet. And until it does, you are free not to prepare for it, not to fear it, not to imagine how it will be different from now. You are still here, not because you've found a way through, but because you haven't left. The night doesn't require motion to be valid. It only requires presence. And your body has not moved from its place on the bed, though it might have drifted, just slightly, inward, like roots sinking deeper into soil without needing to lift or stretch. There's no need for proof that you are still breathing. No evidence needed beyond the slow rise and fall beneath the blanket, the way fabric settles over your chest as if settling into a rhythm of its own. It doesn't ask permission to be soft. It simply is. There's a thread loose at the hem of the blanket, just one strand pulled free from the weave, dangling like it was never meant to stay. You could reach down and tug it back in place, but you don't. Not because you're too tired or indifferent, but because the act of pulling something into order requires an idea of how things should be. And right now, nothing needs to be ordered. The loose thread is not a mistake. nor is it a signal. It's just part of what remains when no one has come to fix anything. You feel the coolness near your shoulder, where the sheet hasn't fully covered you. A patch of air that stays slightly cooler than the rest. Not cold, not warm, just different in temperature, like how some memories are quieter, even though they're still there. You don't need to name them or ask why they surface at this hour. The fact that they do is enough. That's all it ever was. Just a feeling, a shift in sensation, one of many things happening without intention. The wall behind you holds more than the dent. It holds silence with texture, not empty silence, but quiet that has been shaped by time, by dust settling into corners, by footsteps once muffled through carpet, long since worn down. It doesn't speak, yet it remembers what happened before sound could be given form. You don't need to recall it either. The wall is not a record. It's just a surface where the past has pressed in without leaving footprints. Your fingers rest on your stomach, just enough pressure to feel the shape beneath skin and bone, not tight enough to claim ownership. There's no need to control or interpret this touch, just to allow it, to let it be what it is. Contact with something that doesn't answer back, but still responds in its own way. The slight tensing of muscle, the soft giving under pressure, the quiet pause before breath returns. The air moves again, not as a current, not as wind, but as if it's been stirred by something just out of reach. A shift in weight, somewhere beyond your awareness. Maybe outside, maybe inside your head, or maybe nothing has moved at all. Just the kind of change that happens when you stop expecting to feel it. There is no direction to this night, no path leading toward understanding or surrender. Just a slow unfolding, like light seeping through fabric before dawn ever arrives. Not urgent, not meaningful in any way that requires definition. It just is, like your breath, which doesn't need to be measured or judged. You don't have to make it deeper or slower. It simply continues. There's nothing wrong with not knowing where you're going. There's nothing wrong with being suspended between what was and what might be. The space between isn't a gap. It's full of things that haven't been named yet. Like how your foot still curls slightly, just barely, as if testing the ground even when no ground is under it. You don't have to decide whether the door you never saw was open or closed. You don't have to wonder what lies beyond it, only to know that for now, you are not required to move toward anything at all. The absence of a destination isn't failure. It's freedom. Not because there is nothing ahead, but because you aren't being called forward. You can lie here with thoughts unformed, questions unnamed. You don't have to make them into something legible or useful. They can drift like leaves on still water, bobbing without purpose, touching each other once and then parting again. There's no need for meaning in their passage, only the fact that they are passing. The room doesn't care if you figured anything out. The shadows don't judge your lack of answers. The ceiling above you is not waiting to be deciphered. It simply holds the space where light used to fall, where it might again or might not. Either way, it remains still, accepting all that comes without protest. Your hands rest on top of each other now, not in prayer, not in surrender, just because they've found a place to settle. There's no need for them to do anything else, no obligation to grip or release. They're not holding on to anything, nor are they letting go. They simply are, resting in the quiet between actions. There's a faint sound somewhere beyond the window, maybe wind through branches, maybe water running underground beneath pavement, or nothing at all. It doesn't matter which. The point is not to identify it, but to let it exist without needing explanation. Like how your heartbeat pulses just below skin and bone, not loud enough to disrupt silence, not soft enough to vanish. You don't have to listen for a reason. You don't need to find the source of the sound or wonder if it's important. It can be there simply because it is, like a breath that returns without being asked. There's no need to carry anything into tomorrow. No list, no intention, no promise made in this dark. The morning will come when it comes, not because you've prepared for it, but because time keeps moving whether or not your thoughts follow along. You are allowed to forget what you were thinking 10 minutes ago. Maybe even the last thought before now. That's not failure. It's just how things work. Minds don't hold everything in place forever. They release. They shift. And that is not loss. It's continuity. The weight of your body has settled into the mattress with a kind of certainty, the way roots sink into earth without asking permission, or like water finding its level after being disturbed. There's no effort involved, no striving to be still. Stillness isn't something you achieve. It's what happens when you stop trying to change it. There's no need to believe in anything. Not the future. Not your worth. Not even that this moment will continue. You don't have to hold on to any idea of permanence. The night doesn't ask for belief, only attention. And right now, you are giving it not by forcing yourself to focus, but by letting go. You can let the questions be unresolved. Let the meanings remain unclaimed. Let the answers never arrive. You don't have to fix what isn't broken. There's no obligation to make sense of anything. especially not this silence that fills your chest with its own quiet presence. There is a space behind your eyes where thought gathers before it becomes words, or maybe doesn't become them at all. It just lingers, like mist over fields in early morning, uncertain whether it'll rise or stay low and spread. You don't have to name it, don't need to push it forward or pull it back. You are not required to understand the shape of your own mind, not even to be aware of its movements. The fact that you're lying here without trying to do anything with yourself is enough. It's more than enough, really, because this isn't about doing, but being. The blanket shifts slightly as a breeze comes through an open crack in the window. Just one small motion, barely noticeable. Not strong enough to ruffle your hair or lift the sheets. Just enough to tell you that air still moves outside, even when nothing else does inside. You don't have to welcome it or fear it. You just need to feel how it brushes against skin without needing a reason. Like how some moments arrive not because they were expected, but because they were possible all along. There is no story here, not yet, not ever, no beginning, no end, no turning point. Just the quiet of being present in a world that continues without needing you to explain it or hold on to it. The floorboard creaks once, faint as a sigh, just one note in the quiet that doesn't belong to any melody, but still belongs to this place. It's not warning you of anything. It's not telling you what to do next. It simply is. A small shift beneath your back, like time pressing down on wood it has known for years. You don't need to acknowledge it or wonder if the house is settling or whether someone walked by outside in shadow. The creak doesn't ask for an answer. It's not waiting for you to respond with belief or curiosity. You are lying here, and that is all. No further role, no function beyond being present, like a stone at rest on riverbed, where current flows around it without stopping. You don't need to be meaningful in order to exist within this stillness. The weight of your limbs isn't effort. It's simply how gravity holds you into the moment, not resistance, just contact. There is no boundary between what happens and what doesn't happen, just layers, like dust on glass or silence, pressing against a wall that was never meant to keep anything out. Outside, something moves in trees, not wind exactly, but movement of branches shifting slightly, as if dreaming while awake. A shift without cause. No one decided it would happen. It just did. Your breath returns not because you remembered how, but because your body remembers breathing, like water rising after being drained from a cup too long. Not deliberate, not forced, just returning with the kind of quiet certainty that doesn't require attention to be real. The darkness isn't empty. That's what matters. It doesn't need to be filled or named. It holds shape without claiming it. You don't have to place yourself in relation to its depth. No need to measure your worth against how long you can endure the quiet. There is no scale here, only presence. Let Thoughts drift like leaves on a slow river, not heading anywhere specific, not seeking destination. They gather near the surface and then sink again without explanation. Some leave ripples behind. Others don't even disturb the stillness they pass through. That's how it works. Things come into mind, uninvited, and go away unnoticed. You are allowed to be unaware of what you're feeling right now, just as much as you're allowed not to know whether your heart is beating faster or slower than usual. Not knowing isn't failure nor absence. It's just the natural state between moments when nothing needs naming. The corner of the blanket near your shoulder has curled up slightly, the way fabric settles after being pressed down by weight for hours. You can feel it against skin without needing to adjust it. No urgency in that touch. No demand to be fixed or corrected. The curve is not a problem. It's just part of where you are. The air comes into the room through gaps around the window frame, not because someone opened them on purpose, but because they've always been there, breathing with the house like veins beneath skin. It carries nothing specific, no scent, no memory, no message from elsewhere, just movement itself, passing by without needing to deliver anything. You don't have to listen for meaning in it. You just need to feel how it touches your cheek when a draft passes through too slowly to be felt as wind. A slow breath of outside air that doesn't know you're lying there. There's no story being told here. Not yet. Not ever. No beginning where everything starts over again. Just this. The way one hand rests on top of the other without needing to do anything with it. The small space between fingers. Just enough for a breath. Just enough for silence. You don't have to make sense of what's happening in your chest. The pulse there isn't answering questions or proving itself real. It simply exists, like a rhythm that doesn't need applause. Like footfall on stone at night, when no one else is listening. There are things you haven't thought about yet. Things that may never come into mind, and others that will appear only once before vanishing again. That's how it works. Not everything needs to be remembered. Not every sensation has a purpose. You can let the silence settle deeper, not as an act of waiting for something else, but because it belongs here already. Like roots spreading underground in soil that doesn't care whether they're noticed or needed. The wall behind your head hums faintly, just enough vibration to be felt through bone rather than heard. It's not loud enough to wake you up if you drifted off, not quiet enough to disappear entirely from awareness. A low tone, steady and uninvolved, like the world breathing at a frequency too slow for most ears. There is no need to understand why it exists or where it comes from. You're just lying here with your eyes closed, and that's how things are meant to be. Not perfect, not complete, but enough in their own way. Your fingers rest near your side, like they've forgotten what doing was supposed to mean. No gripping, no reaching, just being there as part of the weight you carry without knowing it. The tips touch slightly where two limbs meet. The kind of contact that doesn't require explanation or intent. You don't have to decide whether this moment will matter tomorrow, or if remembering any detail about it matters at all. You're not building something here, not even trying to preserve anything, just allowing space for existence, as simple and unremarkable as a stone lying on the ground after rain. The ceiling above you is smooth in places, cracked in others, not because of damage or neglect, but simply because materials change over time without being asked. No judgment attached to that change. It's just how things grow old. Quietly, gradually, without fanfare. You don't need to be present for all of it. Just enough to feel the outline of where you are. Not even fully aware of your body in detail anymore. The way heat pools at certain points, not because they're important, but because blood flows there and stays long enough to warm something that doesn't ask why. There's no plan behind these sensations, nor need for them to add up to anything. They simply exist, like breaths between thoughts or pauses between heartbeats. You can stop trying to hold on to any image of yourself. The one you used an hour ago. The one from yesterday morning. Even the version that might appear tomorrow in some other dream. You don't need a name for who you are right now, because there isn't anything wrong with being unnamed. The night doesn't care if your thoughts drift toward faraway places or collapse inward like old buildings after years of disuse. It holds them all equally, not judging, not releasing, just letting be. You can let go of any expectation that clarity will come, not even hope for it. The absence isn't failure. It's just the shape the dark takes when no one is looking to fix anything. There are no answers waiting in the corners of this room. No hidden truths behind walls or under floorboards. Just quiet and warmth where your body meets bed, and air moving gently through cracks, like a secret told slowly over time. Too soft to be heard, but still felt on skin. Your left leg shifts slightly without intention. Not enough to wake you up, not enough to matter, but just enough for the mattress to compress in one spot while another releases. No reason behind it. Just motion that occurs when weight rests too long and needs a small change. You don't have to understand why your body does this. No need to interpret movement as signal or sign. It's not trying to tell you anything about where you're going, who you are, or what tomorrow might bring. The world continues without needing your input, not because it doesn't care, but because caring isn't required for continuity. Things go on simply by being allowed to. You can stay here with nothing resolved, no conclusions drawn, no promises made, no need even to believe that this moment will last. It's already lasting just by not ending. The room holds your shape without trying to define it. The darkness doesn't ask you to be anything other than what is happening right now. A body resting on fabric, breathing in rhythm with the world outside and inside, without needing permission or explanation. Let thoughts come like shadows across stone. They don't stay long, and they never claim ownership of space. Let them pass through your awareness as if no one had ever seen them before. Your breath moves through you like a small river, finding its way across still ground, not carving anything new, but carrying on just because it has always moved that way. No destination, no urgency, only the quiet persistence of flow. The air near your face is warm and slightly thick with sleep, not heavy, but present in a way that doesn't demand attention. You don't need to pull yourself into any particular shape to be held by it. There's space between the atoms of this moment, the kind that exists because nothing has been asked to fill it yet. The night isn't waiting for you to wake up or to understand anything before letting go. It simply is, like a hand unclenching slowly after holding still too long. There's no need to decide if your thoughts are meaningful or not, whether they're echoes of something real or just shapes made by habit and silence. The mind doesn't have to prove itself in the dark. You don't owe it anything, not even proof that you were ever awake enough to think them. Some feelings rise like steam from a kettle, left too long on low heat, not loud, not urgent, but present, because energy is being released without purpose. That's okay. It doesn't have to mean something. You can let the idea of time stretch in your chest, just as it does when you lie still and watch shadows shift across the floor with no clock nearby. Time doesn't move faster or slower here. It just exists, like fabric draped over a chair at night. Not used, not needed, but still there, still part of what's real. Your fingers are resting near your ribs, not touching anything important, just placed where they landed when you last moved. They don't have to do anything. The skin on the back of your hand is warm, in patches, cool in others, not because one side is better than another, but because blood circulates unevenly and naturally, without being guided by will or desire. There's a small crack in the wall near where the light from outside used to come through, now invisible behind curtains that don't open. The drywall has split just slightly along its edge, not enough to matter, not wide enough for anything to pass through. But it's there. The kind of mark you might only notice if you were lying still and looking up at a point where shadows gather like dust on old wood. You can rest your attention there, not to fix it, not to call it wrong or right, but simply because the shape of that crack is one of many small interruptions in continuity that exist without needing to be explained. A flaw isn't always failure. Sometimes it's just the way things settle when left alone for years. The silence between heartbeats lasts longer than you think, long enough that your body forgets how long a pause can feel until it happens again. That space doesn't mean anything is broken. It means something is simply breathing without effort, without expectation. Your foot has shifted slightly toward the bottom of the bed, not because you meant to move, but because muscles relax in ways they don't plan for. One heel lifts off the mattress just enough to let air pass beneath it. Just a breath of coolness against skin that hasn't been touched by wind all night. No need to name what happens when weight shifts and friction changes between layers. It's not significant, but it is real. The thought of meaning doesn't have to arrive like thunder. It can come like dust, settling on an open book, quietly, without ceremony. You don't have to gather every piece or make sense of the pattern. Some things fall in place simply because they are allowed to stay where they land. There's a thread of sound from somewhere, maybe the refrigerator humming at low volume, maybe a pipe shifting in old walls, maybe nothing at all. It doesn't matter if it's real or imagined. The shape of that noise is just another texture in the space around you, not demanding response, only occupying its corner of silence. You can imagine the city beyond this room, lights blinking on and off across rooftops, streets empty, except for passing cars with headlights like slow-moving stars. But none of it needs to concern you. You're not required to know how many people are awake right now, or if they're thinking about anything similar. Whether someone else is also lying still in the dark, wondering whether their thoughts matter. It's possible. It's also irrelevant. There's no need to test your experience against anyone else's. There's no scale for how much thought a person should have before resting. No rule that says you must be clear or quiet or empty. You can simply be present with whatever is happening. Your body, the air in your lungs, the slow shift of gravity on your spine. The blanket over you isn't holding warmth because it's meant to. It holds heat just by being there, like a still pool where temperature lingers even after sunlight is gone. The weight of it is not comforting because it's supposed to be. It's comforting because it's familiar. And familiarity doesn't need justification. You don't have to remember what you were thinking 5 minutes ago. whether your mind was racing or empty. You can let the thought dissolve like salt in water, leaving behind only residue, no trace of effort. No need to track how many ideas passed through tonight, not even curiosity about whether one will return tomorrow. Your hands are still at rest. Your arms lie where they fell when you gave up trying to keep them somewhere specific. There's a quiet dignity in not having to do anything, just lying there, allowed to be unimportant, unnoticed, and free from purpose for the first time all week. There is no need to believe in continuity or permanence. You don't have to trust that this moment will be remembered or even noticed by anyone else. It's enough that it exists as a space where nothing needs to happen, only being allowed to stay. The darkness isn't cold, but it doesn't feel warm either. It just is. Like the absence of something brighter. Not because it's empty, but because light hasn't chosen this place yet. You can let your awareness drift toward the edge of sleep, not chasing it, not resisting it, but letting yourself sink into that space between wakefulness and stillness, where nothing needs to be true or false. The mind doesn't have to answer anything. It just has to stop asking. The air near your ear is moving slightly, just enough for you to feel it when you listen inward. Not a breeze, not wind. It's the gentle exchange of molecules passing through space, like breath meeting silence before being taken in again. There's no reason why this moment should be better or worse than any other. It doesn't need to matter more, because you're thinking about it now. Nor does it have to fade into nothing just because your attention drifts away. You don't need to claim ownership of what happens next. Not even the thought that comes in a few seconds. Not even the quiet shift when your breathing slows again, or when warmth spreads across one side of your chest without warning. None of this needs to be yours. It can simply be like rain falling on soil. No one is watching. Your shoulder rests against the mattress at an angle too slight to matter, but real enough that you feel it whenever you think about where your body touches anything solid. Not a mark, not a protest. It's just contact, and contact doesn't require meaning. There's something soft about stillness, not because it's peaceful, but because it isn't trying to fix itself or become something else. It simply holds its shape without apology. You don't have to remember the name of what you're feeling, whether it's comfort, loneliness, weariness, or just presence. The feeling doesn't need a title to be valid. The world continues not because someone is running it, but because things continue in their own way when left alone. Like leaves falling without being told when or where to land. You can let the idea of tomorrow pass through you, like smoke from a distant fire, not stopping, not clinging, just drifting across your awareness with no demand for response. There's no need to prepare, no obligation to be ready. You don't have to know what will happen in the morning, whether the sky will open or stay heavy, whether voices will rise again or remain quiet outside these walls. You can feel how your ribs rise and fall, not because you're trying to, but because something deeper in you remembers what it means to move like that, like a tide returning without needing permission. The air inside your lungs doesn't have to be perfect or intentional. It just is, passing through the same channels it's always used, unchanged by whether you notice or forget. There's no reason why this breath should carry meaning, yet it does, not because of what it says, but because it happens at all. You don't need to decide if it matters. It doesn't have to be significant for it to exist. The weight of your body on the bed has settled into a shape that fits only you. No one else could make this curve with these angles, not even someone who knew every fold and shadow of your skin. The mattress holds its impression, like soil remembers the footfall of an animal long gone, not because it's remembering, but because matter keeps traces in ways that aren't about memory. You are a kind of indentation now. Not carved by force or intent, but shaped by stillness, by not moving when you could have. There is no need to wonder how much time has passed since your eyes closed. The silence doesn't keep score. It doesn't measure the number of thoughts that slip through like fish in dark water, some larger than others, some too quick to name, but none left behind any footprint on the night. You don't have to count them or even recall whether they were heavy or light. They've already passed into the same unmarked space where dreams go when they can't find a shape. Your fingers rest near your side, half curled, not quite touching anything. Not out of hesitation, but because movement isn't required anymore. The world doesn't ask for proof that you're here. It just continues to be as it was before the question arose. You don't need to confirm your presence with effort. It's enough that your body is present in this one spot, held by gravity and stillness alike. You can feel how the blanket has shifted slightly at your hip, not because of wind or touch, but from some internal shift in pressure, like a slow tide moving beneath you without any sound. The fabric lies across you not as protection, nor as comfort, but simply as something that is there, like air, like shadow, like time itself, passing through what has no name. The idea of meaning doesn't need to be solved. It doesn't have to be invited in or dismissed. You don't have to decide whether it's real or imagined. The space where questions live can just exist without being answered. Just as the sky holds stars even when we can't see them. There is no obligation for every moment to carry purpose. Some moments are just allowed, like a pause between notes in music that isn't meant to mean anything but its own quiet. You don't have to be sure about where you're going or why you came here. You don't need to know if this night will matter tomorrow, or whether you'll remember it in the morning. It's enough that it is now, and that you are within it, not fighting for understanding, but allowing yourself to simply lie in a place where nothing has to be true. There's something about darkness like this. It doesn't feel like absence so much as possibility held still. Not waiting to become light, just being the space where light hasn't yet chosen to appear. It's not empty because it lacks content, but full with what isn't named, what can't be spoken without losing its shape. The corner of your shoulder presses slightly into the mattress, a small point of contact that doesn't demand anything. Not even gratitude, not even awareness, just presence. An edge where warmth meets surface, and neither seeks to change the other. You don't have to make sense of it. There's no need to explain why this pressure is there or what it means. It just is. Like a single thread in an old quilt that has been worn thin but still holds together. You can let your thoughts drift not toward answers, but toward silence, toward the moment before thought begins. When awareness exists without object, not searching for anything, not trying to grasp or explain, just letting the mind lie flat against itself, like a stone resting in water that doesn't try to float or sink. There is no need to believe in continuity across days or years. No reason why this night should matter more than any other, except that you are here, breathing into it, feeling its quiet hold on your body. It isn't special because of what comes after, but because it is happening now, uninterrupted by demand. Your breath slows again, not because you told it to, not because you're trying to relax, but because something deeper in you knows that stillness doesn't have to be earned. It's available whenever the mind stops pushing forward and lets go of needing to know what comes next. The air near your ear is moving again, just a whisper of exchange between molecules. Not wind, not sound, just the quiet shift when one space meets another without resistance. You don't need to listen for meaning in it. It isn't trying to tell you anything. It's simply breathing with you, passing through you as if it were part of your own rhythm. You are not required to understand how time flows or why things happen. There is no test at the end of this night, no final judgment on whether you did well enough in being present. You aren't expected to make sense of anything, only to stay where you are, with your eyes closed and your body resting, allowing yourself to be held by this moment without needing to justify it. There's a softness to the way your chest rises, not because you're trying to do it right, but because the muscles remember their job. They don't need instruction or purpose. They just work in their own time, like roots growing underground when no one is watching. You can let go of needing to be consistent, of having a story that makes sense across days. You don't have to carry forward any identity from yesterday. There's no reason why you must remain the same person who woke up or thought about things before bed. You are allowed to be different now, not because something changed, but simply because time has passed, and there is no rule saying you need to stay in place. The darkness doesn't ask for your attention. It doesn't demand that you believe in it, fear it, or try to understand it. It just lets you lie inside it, unseen, unclaimed, untouched by any purpose but its own existence. You don't have to decide if the world is kind or indifferent, whether life has a shape or just drifts like dust in still air. You aren't responsible for whether this moment will be remembered. The only thing required of you is not to run from it, not to rush towards sleep, nor cling to awareness, but simply to allow yourself to stay here, where nothing needs to happen. The fabric over your legs feels heavier now, just a little, just enough that you notice without needing to name the weight. Not burden, not pressure, just something resting on top of you, like time itself settling in when no one is looking. Your foot rests slightly turned outward, not because of intention, but because muscles relax into their own shape after hours of stillness. No effort required. The body remembers how to let go without being told. There's nothing wrong with not knowing where the next thought will come from, or what it might say. You don't have to prepare for its arrival. It can appear like a bird landing on a branch, without invitation, without expectation. The world doesn't need you to fix anything. It doesn't rely on your thoughts or decisions. You don't have to prove your worth through action. Just being here, just lying in this bed with eyes closed, is enough. There's no rule that says every feeling must have a name. No requirement that loneliness, peace, curiosity, weariness, all of it, must be labeled before you can feel it. They exist simply as textures against the inside of your body, like shadows passing over skin when light changes. You don't have to know what's beyond this breath, not even if you feel it, like a thread pulled from something larger than memory, just barely tugging at your awareness before vanishing into silence again. The air inside your nose feels warm and thick, with its own stillness. Not because anything has changed, but because nothing else is happening. You aren't listening for signals or signs. You're simply allowing the space between thoughts to hold you like a cradle that doesn't need to explain itself. Your shoulders have relaxed into the mattress without permission, as if gravity had quietly asked them to stay where they are, and they agreed. There's no reason why your arms must remain in any position. No command from anywhere that they should be crossed or flat, curled or stretched. They can simply rest wherever their weight decides to settle. The wall behind you has become a shape without edges, not like an outline, but more like the absence of edge itself. The kind that exists when light fails and form doesn't need to define itself anymore. It's just there, in its quiet way, holding no expectations about how you should regard it. You could turn your head slightly and see nothing, just darkness so complete it feels less like sightlessness than a permission to stop searching. There is no map hidden beneath the surface of this room, no code written into the wood grain or painted onto the ceiling that needs decoding. The only thing happening here is the slow shift of warmth from one side of your body to the other, as if heat were traveling through you like water in a vein. You don't need to decide whether anything matters, only to stay where matter can be felt, without trying to make it meaningful. A breath comes and goes with no story behind it. There's nothing to gain from remembering how many there have been tonight, or counting them until dawn. You aren't being tested on your attention span or your patience with uncertainty. The room doesn't care that you've thought about what might come next, whether a dream, an idea, a sudden shift in temperature. It only knows the weight of still air and the way shadows move when no one is watching. Your toes have curled slightly inward, not because they want to reach for something, but because muscles remember their own shape after long hours of not needing anything. There's no obligation to carry any thought forward into tomorrow. No need to make sure it survives the night. A memory can be lost and still exist in its place within you, like dust that settles on a shelf without being noticed or named. You don't have to preserve your questions. They don't require proof of existence just because they're unasked. They can linger in the corners of your mind like objects left behind after someone else's visit. Unused, unnamed, untouched by time. And still, there is no absence when you aren't looking for it. You are allowed to let go of the idea that every feeling must be owned or explained. Loneliness isn't a crime. Curiosity doesn't need to lead anywhere. A sudden shift in pressure behind your eyes may not mean anything, may simply be the weight of being alive, pressing softly against the inside of your skull like something trying to find its way out without breaking through. The fabric above you is no longer just cloth. It's a quiet presence that has learned how to stay still and let you do the same. It doesn't ask for gratitude or recognition. It only knows the feel of your body beneath it, warm from within. Not because it wants to be held, but because holding is what things do when they aren't trying to change. You don't have to think about time as a river or a line, only to notice how slowly you've begun to stop thinking at all. Not out of failure, not because your mind has failed you, but because the act of wanting to understand everything has quietly tired itself and folded into stillness. You aren't failing by not knowing. You are simply no longer trying. There's a silence that isn't empty. It's full in its own way, like air before rain or snowfall before sound. It doesn't need you to fill it with words. It just is, there between your thoughts as they pass through the space of being awake and not quite asleep. You don't have to name what is happening here. There's no reason why this moment must be remembered. nor any harm in forgetting it by morning. Your fingers rest loosely on your chest, not grasping or pushing down, but simply resting, like hands that forgot they were supposed to do something. They don't know where they're going, only that they are allowed to stay. No one is asking you to prove yourself by staying awake or by letting go. You aren't expected to arrive anywhere, not even at sleep. Just to be present in the way a stone can be present without needing to move. There's no need for closure on anything, not on thoughts, not on feelings, not on decisions that never existed. The mind doesn't have to finish its work. It only has to stop insisting it must do so. You don't have to understand why your breath slowed down or how the darkness grew deeper without warning. It just happened, like a leaf falling from a tree when no one is watching. You are not responsible for whether this night will matter in any way that can be measured. The stars above may not know you're here, and it doesn't change what's happening beneath your skin. There's nothing to gain by knowing the future or predicting what will come next. Only a cost if you try too hard. The floor below is far away, not in distance, but in attention. You aren't thinking about whether it supports you or how solid it really is. It only matters that it doesn't move when you lie still, and that's enough. Nothing needs to be fixed. No explanation required, just the weight of your body on the bed, not clinging or resisting, just existing. You don't have to believe in anything, or disbelieve either, to be allowed to stay here. There is no doctrine about what kind of being you must be in order for this moment to count. You don't need a reason to exist just because you're awake. You aren't required to do anything, only not to run. The air in the room has changed subtly, not dramatically, but enough that it feels different on your skin when you notice it. It's cooler near the window, warmer near the wall. But you don't need to act on that. You don't have to adjust your position or pull the blanket higher. The temperature isn't asking for anything from you. There is no story being told here, no plot unfolding behind your eyes, only a slow quieting of effort, the kind that happens when there's nothing left to do but lie in bed and let time pass through you like water through sand. No one needs you to be productive or insightful. You don't need to fix anything, answer anything, become anything. Your legs have shifted slightly, just an inch. Just a soft readjustment of weight that happens without will or intention. They aren't trying to reach anywhere. They're not making plans for tomorrow. They're simply remembering how to stay still in their own way, like trees that grow slowly because they don't know what they're supposed to look like. There's no urgency in this breath, not the kind that comes from fear or expectation. It just happens, moving into you and out again without needing a name or purpose. The rhythm doesn't need your attention. It continues whether you're aware of it or not. You don't have to decide if anything will be remembered after you're gone, or even if being remembered is worth wanting. There's no test at the end of this night about how well you handled uncertainty. You aren't required to prove that you've made peace with any question. Just to stay where you are, not resisting sleep and not clinging to awareness. The darkness doesn't judge your thoughts or measure them against some standard of worthiness. It simply holds space for whatever comes, without insisting it be meaningful. And if a thought arrives like a shadow passing over skin, you don't have to follow it. You can let it move on without speaking. You're not trying to remember how this night began. There's no need to trace a path back through hours that have already blurred into one another like ink in water. The shape of time isn't fixed here, and it doesn't demand you hold onto its edges. You don't have to know if the clock is still ticking, or if silence has swallowed sound whole. There is only this: the way your shoulder presses gently against the pillow, not seeking comfort, but simply being pressed into place by gravity and shape. The fabric of the coverlet isn't resisting. It doesn't care whether you're warm or cold. It holds you because it can. Just as a river carries stones without judgment, there's something quiet about how your fingers rest now. Not curled in effort, not spread wide with expectation, just resting on top of the blanket, like they've found their place by accident and decided to stay. They don't know what comes next. That doesn't make them wrong. The space between each fingertip is full of nothing that needs filling. It's not emptiness, it's just open, like a room with no one in it yet. No need for someone to come and occupy it. You aren't waiting for arrival or departure. The air near your face has settled into its own slow motion, not rushing forward, not retreating, but holding still, as though the world had paused long enough to take a breath before resuming. It's not heavy. It doesn't press down on your chest like obligation. It just is, there, in front of you, behind you, around you, existing without needing to be named or claimed. You don't have to decide if it's clean or thick or sweet or old. It isn't asking anything of you. You're not thinking about whether this stillness will last or how long your eyes can stay closed. That kind of counting has already stopped somewhere deep in the quiet, like a clock that forgot itself and simply ceased its ticking. You aren't trying to measure time by what you feel inside. You don't need to know if it's passing slowly or quickly. The way your breath moves through your body isn't tied to any idea of speed. It doesn't care how much oxygen is being used, whether the blood is flowing correctly, or if this moment will be recorded somewhere in memory. You're not trying to make a record at all. There's no need for you to figure out what it means that nothing seems to matter right now, because nothing does have to mean anything. That isn't failure. It's not absence of depth. The fact that the idea of meaning has slipped from your grasp doesn't mean something important is missing. It just means there's room here, finally, for things to be unimportant without being wrong. The walls aren't holding you in or pushing you out. They're not listening. There's no judgment in their silence. You don't have to explain why you're lying still when the world continues moving outside. The street light down the block may still flicker on and off like a slow heartbeat, but it doesn't care whether you notice. It won't change its rhythm for your attention. You've stopped searching for patterns in the way your thoughts drift, whether they form shapes or vanish too soon. There's no need to catch them or give them names. Some arrive slowly, like footprints appearing on wet earth after a storm. Others come without warning, like dust rising from an old shelf when you open it. They aren't yours to claim or dismiss. Let them pass through the mind as easily as shadows move across floorboards in shifting light. There's no demand that any feeling be validated. No expectation that your sadness, curiosity, restlessness, stillness, or lack of thought must have a reason for being there. You don't need to fix what's not broken. There's nothing to repair when the only thing missing is the idea of needing something fixed. Your legs aren't cold anymore. Not in any way that matters. They're just warm where they lie, pressed against the mattress and each other. The skin on your calves isn't asking for attention or care. It doesn't need you to stretch it out or massage away tension. You don't have to make them do anything. They aren't supposed to be ready for tomorrow. The darkness in this room has no beginning or end. It just is, like the quiet after a song ends and the air still vibrates with its echo. It doesn't know you're here. It doesn't care that your eyes are closed. It isn't waiting for you to wake up or fall asleep. It's not measuring how much of your mind remains active or passive. There's no need to decide whether this night will mean something someday, or if the thoughts you've had tonight will ever be useful again. You don't have to gather them into a story and present them at some future time as proof that you were awake in the dark. They're not meant for display. You aren't required to make sense of why your heart slowed down when the thought of uncertainty first came, why it didn't race or tighten, but simply sank deeper into stillness, like water going underground. That kind of change doesn't need explanation. It's enough that it happened. And now you're not trying to interpret it. You don't have to understand why your mind keeps returning to the idea that nothing is certain. Why certainty feels impossible now, even though everything around you remains in place. The bed frame steady under you, the blanket covering you, the walls surrounding you like a shell without purpose. That kind of knowing doesn't require proof or logic. The silence isn't empty. It's full of not needing to be filled. And that fullness feels more real than any thought could ever be. You don't have to decide whether it's better to let go completely or to hang on just slightly longer, as if some small effort might preserve something. There's no right answer here. No scale exists for measuring how much control you should keep versus how much surrender is safe. The body knows what it can carry without breaking, and right now, its load is light. You're not trying to become anything different than you are in this moment. No version of yourself that's more awake, more aware, or more settled. That kind of striving has already fallen away like old leaves from a tree whose roots no longer need to feed it. There's no story being told about who you were yesterday or what might happen tomorrow. The only thing happening is the way your breath moves in and out, so gently that it almost doesn't move at all, as if the air itself has stopped demanding attention. Your fingers are still resting where they landed earlier, not moving forward, not retreating. They're not reaching for anything. They aren't trying to find meaning or comfort. They just exist on top of the blanket, like small stones left behind after a flood that never came. You don't need to be certain about whether this quiet will continue or if something else is coming, because what comes doesn't have to matter as long as you're allowed to stay here without being asked to explain yourself. The wall near your head isn't holding anything back. It's not keeping the outside world out or guarding some secret inside. It's just there, like a border that means nothing because it serves no purpose. You aren't trying to figure out how much of you will be remembered, if at all, because memory doesn't require a reason for being held onto. Some things stay without needing justification. Others don't last, and that's not failure either. The night isn't waiting for sunrise or dreaming about morning. It's just happening, and the fact that it happens is enough. You're not trying to fix your mind by understanding its patterns, nor are you judging yourself for having thoughts at all. You aren't required to clear every mental space before lying down. The presence of doubt doesn't mean failure. The presence of uncertainty isn't a flaw in how things should be. There's no need to ask whether this is real or imagined, because the difference has already dissolved into quiet like salt in water. You're not trying to prove anything, not that you're awake, not that you're tired, not that your thoughts are valid. You don't have to earn permission to exist inside this stillness. The weight of your body on the mattress isn't proof of life or consciousness. It's just a fact, like gravity being constant in all directions. It doesn't need justification. You're not waiting for anything to arrive. No answer, no clarity, no sudden understanding that will make this heavier weight of wondering feel lighter. The quiet doesn't promise release. It simply holds space where your thoughts can drift like dust motes in a beam you can't see. There's no need to wonder what they mean or why they keep returning. Their return isn't a demand. They are not messages from somewhere else, nor are they signs of failure. They're just part of the air inside this room, moving without purpose and without blame. You don't have to decide whether your mind is being honest or deceptive. You aren't required to test its honesty by measuring it against some outside standard. The way you feel now, tired but not asleep, awake but not alert, is already a kind of truth. It doesn't need to be labeled correctly. It just is. The blanket lies over you like an old habit that never needed justification. A weight that only became familiar after years of being there. You don't remember when it stopped feeling like clothing and started feeling like extension of your body, like skin grown thin with time. The fabric has taken on the shape of you in ways no one else would notice, where the curve of your shoulder presses into the weave, where your knee leaves a faint dip that doesn't recover. These are not signs of permanence. They're just traces of presence, small impressions left by movement that had no destination. You don't have to think about how long this will last, or whether it's enough. There's no requirement for duration to matter, just as there's no need for the silence to be meaningful. The fact that it is quiet doesn't mean it must carry something. It can simply exist without needing a reason, like still water in a basin that holds nothing but itself. Your breath continues, not because you're trying to stay alive, not because you've decided to keep going, but because it's the only thing your body knows how to do right now. Not effortful, not heroic, just moving through the same cycle it has always followed. Inhale, pause, exhale, like a rhythm that doesn't care about meaning, but still keeps time. There is no story behind why you're here, or what this moment means in the long arc of anything. That kind of question doesn't fit into the way your body feels right now, the way it sinks slightly deeper into the mattress with each breath, as if gravity has shifted just enough to allow some small surrender. You aren't being asked to explain why you're not moving or what you plan to do when morning comes. There's no test of readiness. The darkness around you isn't a lack. It's full in its own way, like the inside of a shell that never needed light to be real. It holds your shape without needing to see it. The walls aren't closing in, they're just holding still, not responding to anything you might feel or think. There's no demand from them to answer questions, to open up, to let something through. You don't have to wonder whether this is peace or merely exhaustion. You're not required to choose between the two. The space between those words doesn't need a name. It just exists, like air before it becomes wind. Your hand rests on top of your chest, not in prayer, not in pain, not even in thought, but simply because that's where it landed when you stopped trying to adjust everything. There are no intentions behind its placement, no intention at all, just presence, like a stone left by the shore after water has receded and forgotten itself. There is no need for your thoughts to stop being restless. No rule says they must quiet down just because you're lying still. The mind doesn't owe you silence. It can wander freely through corridors that have no doors or purpose. You don't need to follow it, nor do you need to pull it back. The ceiling above you is not watching. It's not judging the way your breath slows and thickens slightly, as if learning a new pace, something slower than sleep, but closer than waking. The shape of the room doesn't care how many times you've asked yourself whether there's something more or less behind it all. You aren't being tested on whether you can tolerate uncertainty or whether you're strong enough to carry it. There's no measure for that. No scale exists that could weigh this kind of quiet against any other feeling. The only thing that matters is the way your body settles into itself, not by force, not by will, but simply because there's nowhere left to go. You don't need to decide if you're okay or not okay. That choice doesn't belong here. What belongs here is the fact that you are lying down, and the world outside hasn't come in, and nothing has changed except this, your breath continuing as if no decision was ever asked of it. The floor beneath you holds everything without protest, the way a riverbed holds water, even when there's none flowing through it. It doesn't need to be full to be real. It just is. You don't have to ask whether your thoughts are valid or not. They aren't being judged by anything. By the air, by the walls, by time itself. There's no tribunal of meaning sitting in silence beside you, waiting for an explanation. You're allowed to feel what you feel without needing a label for it. And when the next thought arrives, whether it's about chance or loss, or whether any moment can truly be lived fully, it doesn't have to be answered. It just has to be allowed to pass through, like smoke in still air, not rising but drifting, not escaping but simply existing as part of what's happening now. Your fingers are not trying to grasp anything. They're not seeking purchase or comfort. They're just resting, shaped by gravity and the texture of fabric, each one a small curve that has forgotten why it ever needed direction. You aren't required to believe in anything. You don't need to hold on to hope or reject despair. The space between them is already here. The silence isn't empty because there's nothing there. It's full precisely because there's no demand for content. Your mind doesn't have a mission tonight. There are no tasks, no final answers waiting on the other side of sleep. What you're experiencing, this quiet in which thoughts float and dissolve, is not failure to achieve something. It's not missing the point. It is simply what happens when you stop trying to fix everything by understanding it. When you let go of needing to know whether this moment will matter, or how long it will last, or if anything at all will remain after dawn. You're not being asked to become anyone else. No wiser version of yourself, no calmer one. You don't need to earn the right to be tired. The fact that you are lying here, breathing without effort, is already enough. There's no test in this stillness, no final judgment hanging over your head, not even a whisper asking whether you've done well or badly. The room doesn't remember who was last inside it, only that someone was, and they left behind the shape of their body on the bed, like footprints in sand that won't wash away, but aren't meant to be followed either. You don't need to ask if this is real. You're already here. The weight of your arm against your side isn't a proof. It's just a fact. Like how cold the air feels near the window, or how still the clock in the hall has become. No ticking, no pulse, just silence. So complete, it begins to feel like motion. There is no story behind why you're not moving. No reason required for staying where you are. The only thing that matters is that your breath continues without urgency, without effort, to be slow and full and uninterrupted by need. And when the next thought comes, the one about how nothing ever settles completely or lasts long enough to feel safe, it doesn't have to be answered. It doesn't even have to be acknowledged. You're not responsible for making sense of it. The fact that you're still lying here, with your eyes closed and your body heavy in a way that feels like permission, is already proof that some kind of peace has found its place. Not because you achieved it, not because you earned it, but simply because the night let you stay without asking for anything in return. You're not trying to hold anything together. No need to stitch the dark back into something whole. No effort to gather scattered pieces of certainty before sleep takes them. The way your shoulder settles against the mattress isn't an act of intention. It's just how weight behaves when it stops resisting gravity. Your breath is not a performance. It doesn't have to be deep or even rhythmical, only present, like a river that flows without needing to explain where it comes from or why it keeps going. There are no signs pointing toward meaning in this quiet. No arrow carved into the wall. No map drawn on your skin. Just stillness, with nowhere left to go. And yet, you're not lost. Not because you know the way, but because there's no place that requires arrival. The space between thoughts isn't a gap. It's just air, full and soft, holding all the unspoken things without needing them to be named. When you think about how time stretches out beyond this moment, how it folds backward into memories you can barely recall, or forward toward days that haven't happened yet. The feeling doesn't have to pull you in any direction. You don't need to step inside it or walk through it like a hallway with doors at the end. It's just there, past and future, hanging in the air around you, not as threats, but as shapes, like shadows cast by something unseen. You're allowed to be here without being anything else first. No role to play, no identity needing validation. Not even a version of yourself that could prove useful. The way your hand rests on top of your leg, fingers loose, palm flat, is not symbolic. It's just how flesh lies when it stops trying to do something. There is no deeper meaning in the crease between thumb and index, no hidden message in the slight tremor when you shift your weight slightly. The body doesn't need a reason to be where it is. It simply is, and that is enough. That is the only thing required. Not understanding, not fixing, not even knowing how long this will last. Just being here, your chest rising and falling like someone else's rhythm in another room, faint but certain, steady as if time were built to match its pace. The air near your nose carries no scent except warmth, a soft residue of breath that lingers just beyond the edge of memory. You don't need to identify it. It doesn't matter what it is. What matters is that you're aware of it without needing to explain it. There's no requirement to believe in continuity, no demand to trust that this moment will lead into another, or that anything after tonight will be any different than the silence before it. You don't have to hold on to a single idea about what life means, how decisions shape fate, whether one choice echoes through years you haven't lived yet. There's no need to gather meaning like stones along a shore when none of them are meant to build anything permanent. The only thing that matters is this: the sound of your own breathing, the slight pressure where your leg meets the blanket, the way gravity pulls without complaint, the absence of any voice asking for an answer. You're not being tested on whether you can endure uncertainty. You aren't even in a room with a test. There's no one sitting across from you waiting to hear what you've decided about existence. You don't have to decide anything right now. Not even that you'll wake up tomorrow. The idea of morning is just another thought floating through the dark. No more real than any other. No more urgent. It doesn't matter if it arrives or not. What matters is this breath, this stillness, this weight in your limbs. And when a new feeling rises, a quiet unease about how fragile all things are, how easily they could vanish without warning, it's not necessary to reach for comfort or try to push it away. You don't need to defend yourself against the idea that nothing lasts. That is just another shape the night takes on, like frost forming on glass in the cold hours before dawn. It doesn't have to mean anything. It doesn't even have to be true. It's just a feeling passing through the same space your body occupies. The same dark where every other thought has come and gone without leaving proof of having been there. You're not required to make sense of it, not even to name it. You don't need to decide whether you like this shape or dislike it, whether it belongs here or should be sent away. It's simply allowed, like the slow drift of dust in a beam of moonlight, moving without direction, without destination. And your body knows how to carry that kind of thing without breaking. It doesn't have to understand why it's there. It just continues its quiet work, keeping warmth inside, holding space for breath, resting where gravity pulls. No one asked you to be strong. No one needed you to stay awake long enough to figure anything out. You're not being asked to grow or become better or solve any mystery that can't be solved by knowing more. You don't need to prove your worth through clarity or courage. The fact that you are lying here, eyes closed, breath slow, is already a form of presence. Not an achievement, not a victory, just the simple act of not moving away. There's no pressure to arrive at peace, no final threshold waiting just beyond this moment. Peace isn't something you earn by thinking the right thoughts or letting go of enough pain. It's not earned. It's not even found. It simply happens when you stop trying to force it into being. It's already here, in the way your skin feels against fabric, soft on one side, slightly rough where threads have frayed, in how your foot rests just slightly askew, as if it forgot which direction was forward. There is no reason for any of this. The angle of your arm, the curve of your spine, the small pause between breaths. And that's okay. That's not failure. It's not absence. It's just how things are when they're left alone to be themselves. There's no one watching, no eye in the dark, judging whether you've done enough or too much. You don't need to justify your stillness. You don't have to defend why you aren't thinking about anything important right now. You're allowed to just be, not as a choice, not as an effort, but simply because it's possible. Because this body can rest without needing permission, and the mind can stop searching without being punished for it. The silence isn't empty because nothing is there. It's full of everything that doesn't need to be said. The space between heartbeats holds more than words ever could. You don't have to fill it with meaning. It already contains what you are. Someone who exists, not in spite of doubt or uncertainty, but within them. The moonlight isn't shining on your face because it's meant for anything specific, just because the sky lets it fall where it will. And if it touches your arm, that's just how light behaves when it finds a surface to land upon. Not meaning, not message, just presence. You're not being asked to remember what you've forgotten or figure out what hasn't been revealed. You don't need to carry the weight of all unanswered questions in case they matter someday. What matters now is that your breath continues without urgency and your body stays where it is, no longer resisting gravity, no longer trying to leave behind a trace of itself for someone else to find later. And when another thought comes, the one about how life might be just chance, or how all decisions are blind choices made in darkness, it doesn't have to be answered. It doesn't need to be folded into any story. You don't have to decide if it's true or false. There is no consequence for not knowing. You're allowed to let it drift like a leaf caught in air that moves without direction, floating just above the ground, never quite falling, never quite rising. Your body doesn't need to understand why it feels tired. It only needs to lie down and stay there. No explanation required. No proof needed that this rest is valid or deserved. There's no demand for purpose tonight, not even a whisper of expectation, asking whether your life has been meaningful enough. You don't have to believe in anything for this breath to be real. Not belief in a future, not faith in your own endurance, not trust that something will hold when you let go. The air moving through your nostrils is not proof of anything. It's just air. And yet it fills the hollows between thoughts, like water filling a cup no one asked for, but still holds. You don't have to name why it feels like enough. It isn't about sufficiency or completion. It's about continuity, the way your chest rises and falls without needing approval, without being watched by an audience that doesn't exist. The rhythm is not effort. It's just what happens when the body lets itself be. There's no need to decide if this moment matters. Not now. Not ever. What matters isn't something you can hold in your hands or pin down with a word. It's the way the blanket shifts slightly against your ankle. How one thread has worked loose and now brushes your skin like an accidental touch from someone who meant nothing by it. You didn't invite that sensation, didn't call for it, but here it is anyway. Soft pressure where you least expect it. Not a signal, not a sign, just the fabric remembering its shape after lying still too long. Your fingers rest near your ribs, not quite touching, not quite pulling away. There's space between them because they don't need to connect, don't need to mean anything by being close. They're just there, in their own way of resting, like a branch that doesn't know it's supposed to grow towards sunlight, but still stretches anyway. No purpose required, not even the desire for one. Just extension into quiet space, not because it must go somewhere, but simply because it can. Outside, something moves. Just once, a leaf or a shadow passing under a low-hanging branch. Too faint to track. Too small to name. You don't need to follow its path. It doesn't matter if it's wind or animal or just the dark breathing on itself. What matters is how your attention doesn't chase after it. Not because you're better than curiosity, but because there's no reason to catch what already slipped through without leaving a trace. The floor beneath the bed isn't holding anything. No weight, no promise, no judgment about whether you've earned its stillness. It accepts every shift of pressure, every subtle change in balance, even when your knee lifts an inch too high and settles again into nowhere. The wood doesn't care if it's been used well or poorly. It only remembers the shape of contact, the slight creak at 3 a.m., the uneven settling after someone lies down for hours, the way warmth lingers in one spot longer than others, because heat rises where stillness stays. And your body isn't trying to do anything right now, not even resting properly. It's not performing presence like it's auditioning for some invisible role. There's no script being followed, no performance expected of the way your spine curves or how your shoulders drop into the mattress. You're allowed to be less than perfect in this space, less than intentional, less than necessary. No one is waiting for you to wake up and fix anything, not even yourself. The mind can wander off like a dog that forgot its name, trotting after scents no one else remembers. It doesn't have to come back with answers. It just needs to not be punished for leaving the yard. Let it circle in circles without direction, just circling, breathing into air that isn't meant for anything more than being breathed. There's a quiet behind your ears, the sound of blood moving slowly through capillaries, like water finding its way around stones buried deep underground. Not urgent, not loud, just steady. A soft pulse not announcing arrival or departure, but simply continuing. Because continuation is what it does when no one asks for anything different. You don't have to understand why the heart keeps beating in this body that feels so tired and unremarkable. It beats anyway, without needing reason, without waiting to be justified. The darkness isn't empty. It's full of things you can't see but still feel, like dust motes floating without being caught by light, or a memory that doesn't arrive as an image or voice, just a weight in the chest, like something pressed into your ribs and left there for reasons unknown, not painful, not comforting, just present, like air inside lungs before you know how to speak. You don't have to give it meaning. You don't need to call it by name. It's not asking for anything. It simply is. The way the wall feels cool where your back presses against it, even though no one told you that walls were supposed to be cold or warm in a particular place. The sensation arrives uninvited and stays without permission. And still, you don't push it away. There's no need to make sense of why silence takes up so much room when nothing is said. It doesn't shrink because you're afraid of hearing your own thoughts. It expands simply by being left alone, like a room where all the furniture has been removed, and yet the walls still remember their purpose, even if that purpose was never written down. You don't need to be present in order for presence to happen. You don't have to will it into being or earn its right to exist. It just is. The way your fingers curl slightly inward, not from fear, but because gravity pulls them toward each other, like two magnets unaware of why they attract. Not intentional, just inevitable. And when another thought comes, the one about how all choices are made blind, how every path chosen was never truly seen until after it happened. You don't have to decide if that's true or false. You don't need to weigh the odds or argue with fate. That idea is just passing through, like smoke caught in a draft between two open doors. It doesn't leave a mark on you because it didn't come for you. It came through. Let it go where it will, not out of rejection, but because letting go isn't surrender. It's not failure to hold on to something important. It's just what happens when the mind stops trying to carry everything at once. Letting thoughts drift is not losing them. It's allowing them space. Space they didn't ask for and don't need. The breath doesn't pause because it's waiting for a message from somewhere else. It only slows slightly, like water slowing in a pool after ripples have passed through. No one told the air when to stop moving. It simply does what comes next, exhaling without needing reason, inhaling not out of hope, but because there is no other way. There's no moment that must be saved, no instant so precious it needs to be remembered tomorrow. Not even this one, this breath, this weight on the mattress, this silence between heartbeats. It doesn't need to matter in order to be real. You don't have to prove its value with tears or laughter or revelation. You're allowed to lie here without doing anything productive, without becoming someone new, without pretending that your stillness is a preparation for something else, some future version of yourself who will finally know what it all means, who will stop asking questions and start living with certainty. That person doesn't exist, not yet, and maybe never. But you don't have to wait for them. You can be here, the one whose hands are relaxed on the sheet, whose toes are curled slightly against the edge of the blanket, whose mind has stopped chasing after answers that may not come. There's no law saying you must understand yourself before resting. No rule requiring clarity before sleep arrives. The body doesn't need to know who it is in order for warmth to rise from within. It just does, like fire starting beneath ash without anyone lighting the match. And when a thought comes about whether meaning can exist outside of being seen, or if love is real, only when spoken aloud, don't answer. Don't even consider responding. That idea isn't yours anymore. It's not attached to your breath. It's just passing through like wind through a crack in old glass. No need to close it. No need to argue with its presence. You don't have to be useful for this rest to be valid. You don't have to be interesting or noble or meaningful in any way that someone else might recognize. Your existence doesn't depend on being noticed by anyone outside your own skin. You're not trying to catch the moment before it slips away, not even in your sleep, because you know how fragile that kind of effort is, like holding water between two palms when the fingers don't quite close all the way. The night doesn't demand you grasp it. It only asks you to be here long enough to feel its quiet weight on your shoulders without flinching. That's not surrender, not even stillness. It's just a kind of listening that happens when no one is speaking, and you don't need to respond. There's nothing wrong with being unfinished. The way the blanket lies across your legs isn't a mistake. It's an arrangement too soft for precision. No one arranged it. It settled there like dust on a shelf after years of not being touched. You could pull it higher if you wanted, but that would be another act, another decision made in the dark, with no light to measure by. And so you leave it as is, the fabric gathering at your ankles, creased where it folds over itself without intention or reason. The way a river bends around stone not because it chooses to, but simply because there's nowhere else for it to go. You don't need to name the shape of this stillness. You don't need to describe what it feels like inside your chest. When the thoughts stop coming and you're left with just the rhythm of air passing in and out, no longer a process needing explanation, just motion, unannounced and unclaimed. There's no story behind why breath follows breath, except that one leads to the next, like footfall after footfall on a path too worn to remember where it began. The silence isn't empty. It has texture. It presses against your skin not with pressure, but presence, like warmth from old stone left in the sun for days. You don't have to fill it. You're not expected to offer anything back. There's no debt between you and the dark. No exchange required. The air doesn't ask what you're thinking, or whether you're afraid. It only breathes with you, not because it knows you, but simply because breathing is how this kind of night moves. A memory floats up, not a full image, just a scent, damp earth after rain, the way soil holds onto water long after the sky has turned blue again. You don't know why that came now, or what it meant when it happened. Maybe it was never supposed to mean anything at all. Maybe memories aren't built for clarity. Maybe they're only ever fragments left behind by something larger than understanding. And so you let them drift, like leaves caught in a slow stream where the current doesn't care where they end up. They don't need to reach shore or sink into mud or be seen. They just move through water that's been waiting for their passing without knowing it was coming. You're not responsible for whether your life has shape or direction, not even close. The way your hand rests on the sheet isn't proof of anything. No intention behind its placement, no purpose in how the fingers curve slightly as if still trying to grasp something that's already gone. That motion doesn't mean you're holding on to hope, nor does it mean you're letting go. It just is. A small adjustment made by muscles not quite asleep. There's no need to decide whether this moment matters. Not now, not ever. The weight of your body on the mattress isn't evidence that you belong here. It only means you are here in a way that doesn't require permission or explanation. No one signed off on it. No certificate was issued. You didn't earn it through effort or insight or suffering. You're allowed to be unremarkable and still real. The stars above aren't watching, not in any human sense. No judgment, no favor. They don't care if you feel lost or found or indifferent. Their light travels for years across silence, arriving at your eyes only after distance is too vast to measure. But they come anyway, not because someone asked them to, but because that's what stars do. They shine. And so does the dark. It doesn't need a reason. It doesn't require you to understand it. You don't have to believe in its meaning or fear its depth. Just like your breath, it simply exists. Present not as an invitation, but as an atmosphere, a condition of being rather than something to be grasped. You could lie here for another hour and still not know what the next thought will bring. That's fine. You don't have to anticipate it or prepare for its arrival. It might come with urgency, or it might arrive like rain on pavement, soft, unnoticed, already gone before you register it. There's a difference between being aware and needing to be certain. Awareness isn't about control. It's about noticing what is, not how it should be. You're not supposed to fix the questions. You're only asked to lie here while they pass through your mind like shadows across walls during twilight. No need to chase them. No reason to hide. Your body remembers more than you do. It knows where warmth pools in your chest when your mind slows down enough to stop asking why. It knows how sleep settles into the bones, not because of logic, but by habit. A kind of gravity older than thought. Your skin doesn't ask whether this is meaningful. It only feels the temperature of air, the slight shift as your spine releases its grip on tension. The fabric beneath you isn't holding anything important. It's just there, worn thin in places where fingers have brushed against it too often to count. A blanket doesn't need to be beautiful or useful or remembered. It only needs to lie where it is, soft enough to cradle weight without complaint. And the same goes for you. You don't need to justify your presence with accomplishments or declarations. You're not required to prove that you've lived well or deeply or fully. No record of performance is needed in this quiet room where time doesn't measure itself by progress. There's no clock ticking toward some final account. No ledger opening at midnight for judgment. The night isn't keeping score. It only continues, like a river with no destination and no map. When thoughts come about how much you don't know, whether there is meaning beyond human eyes, whether love survives when unspoken, whether anything lasts past the moment it ends, You can let them float by without answering because they were never meant to be answered. They're not questions for you, they're just currents in a wider dark. You aren't responsible for their origin or purpose. You don't need to carry them as burdens. Just like air moves through your lungs, so too do ideas pass through your mind, uninvited, unannounced, never asked, but always allowed. And when one lingers longer than the others, when it settles in the hollow of your chest and hums softly like a wire under low voltage, you still don't have to name it. You don't need to push it away or pull it closer. Just let it be part of the space you're already occupying, not as an enemy nor a friend, but simply another shape in the dark that doesn't demand anything. The room holds your breath, even when you forget to breathe. The walls listen without remembering what was said. The floor knows how many times you've stepped across it during quiet hours, how often your feet have paused mid-motion before returning to stillness. You don't need a name for this state, no label for the way your mind stops chasing answers and simply rests in the uncertainty of not knowing. There's no wrong way to be here, no failure in staying silent, no shame in being unsure, unformed, unresolved. Even if you never wake up tomorrow, even if this is all there ever was, the weight on the bed, the curve of your back against the pillow, the slow exhalation that leaves without reason, none of it would be wasted. Because existence isn't measured by output or clarity. It's not proven through achievement or recognition. You don't have to perform in order to exist. You're already here, already allowed. The night doesn't ask you to become anyone else, not even the version of yourself who might someday understand everything. That person is a dream, not a requirement. You are not a question waiting for an answer. You are the quiet after the echo has faded. The air in this room is still but alive, not empty, just unoccupied by urgency. It holds no name, yet it moves when your breath slows enough to be felt. Not all movement must have direction. Some motion exists only to exist, like the way dust hangs near a window pane, not because it wants anywhere specific, but simply because gravity has let go of its hold for now. That's how you are right here, no longer rising or falling toward anything, just suspended in a space where being is enough. There is no need to be useful, nor even to think clearly. You don't have to carry the weight of your own thoughts, like they're heavy things that must be placed somewhere meaningful. They drift through you as clouds do over hills, seen but not claimed. One might gather for a moment in the hollow behind your ribs and seem solid enough to touch. Another may pass across your mind's surface, brief and nearly invisible, leaving nothing but coolness where it passed. None of them stay long because none were meant to. There is no reason why you should be different from what you are. No law that demands expansion or explanation. You can remain small if that is how the night fits around you. The way your shoulder sinks slightly into the mattress, not in surrender, but just as gravity allows it. The curve of your elbow, resting where muscle gives way to softness. That's all perfectly sufficient. You don't need permission from anything outside yourself. No authority, no memory of expectation. To be allowed this stillness, your body is not performing its shape. It isn't trying to look like something else in the dark. It knows how to lie down without being asked, and doesn't wonder why it's lying there. The way your legs rest side by side beneath the covers, straight but unforced, relaxed into their own length, isn't an act of discipline or self-control. It's just what happens when no one is watching. And even if someone were to come in, the kind who might ask whether you've made peace with silence, whether you're ready for morning, they'd find nothing to measure, because there are no signs that this state has been achieved through effort, no posture of triumph, just quiet absorption into the ordinary fact of being here. The ceiling above you is not watching either. It does not keep a record of how long you've stayed awake, or what thoughts have passed through your mind like birds flying over water without landing. It only knows its own shadow, where it leans toward one corner from sunlight that no longer reaches this hour. That's all it needs to know. You don't need to be certain about anything now, about whether time matters more than stillness, or if distance makes love impossible when unspoken. You can stop measuring the depth of your feeling against a standard you've never been given. No one told you how much should be felt, nor by what scale it must be judged. There is no failure in not knowing where to place this moment, whether it belongs with yesterday's thoughts or tomorrow's dreams. It simply exists as part of the fabric that holds everything together, not because anything important happens inside it, but just because things are allowed to happen without purpose. Your hands lie open on top of the blanket, not clenched in fear, nor reaching for something they can't grasp, just resting there like stones smoothed by water over time. They don't remember what work they once did or who held them last. They only feel the surface beneath their palms, the slight weave of thread caught between fingers that have stopped moving. The light from outside has gone away completely now, not because it was taken, but simply because night no longer needs to announce itself through glare. There is no announcement needed when darkness settles into its own rhythm, when trees stop swaying at the edge of vision and shadows grow deeper without warning or reason. You don't have to make sense of that shift. You don't need to interpret why some nights feel heavier than others, or how a thought can land so hard in your chest it feels like gravity changed direction for one breath only. Some things happen not because they are logical, but because they're possible. Like the way silence spreads across a room when someone finally stops speaking. This is not about being correct. It's about allowing space where correctness doesn't matter. You don't need to win any argument with yourself, nor prove that you deserve this peace. The air already knows what it means. Not through thought, but simply by holding your shape as you exhale without a reason. The walls of the room aren't resisting anything. They're not trying to keep things out or hold them in. They don't care whether you've been honest with yourself, nor do they remember when you last cried or laughed too loud into silence. They just know their own texture. The way paint has cracked slightly near a corner where warmth once pooled from an old radiator that no longer runs. You're not required to fill the space between your thoughts with stories about what might happen next. You don't need to imagine another version of you walking through doorways or standing at crossroads. The fact that these doors even exist isn't important. What matters is how they feel when touched. And right now, none are open. There's no reason why the future should demand your attention like a guest who insists on being served before arrival. It doesn't know you're here yet. It hasn't been called into existence by anything but possibility. And even that word, possibility, doesn't mean it has to be real, only that it might be. You can let go of the idea that every moment must lead somewhere, toward understanding or transformation or clarity. Some moments don't have destinations. They just are, not as endings, not as beginnings, but as part of the slow breathing rhythm between one thought and another. There is no need to explain why you feel tired in your eyes, even though they're closed. No rule says that fatigue must be earned through effort or justified by labor done. You can rest simply because resting has become a form of listening. Listening not for answers, but just for the way silence settles into your bones like moss on stone. Your breath doesn't need to sound meaningful. It only needs to keep coming in and out without interruption or apology. It's not trying to say anything. It's already saying everything by being present at all. The darkness isn't hiding anything. Not secrets, not truths, not even the shape of your own face when you don't look into a mirror. Darkness doesn't hide because it has nothing to conceal. It simply exists as another kind of presence, like still water that reflects without claiming what's above it. You aren't required to understand how this moment fits within any larger story. You're not even part of one yet, if there ever is such a thing. You can stay in the middle of things without being responsible for their shape or end. The way your chest rises and falls isn't proof that anything matters, nor evidence that it doesn't. The room holds you exactly as needed, no more than necessary, no less, and nothing about its quiet depends on how much thought has passed through your head today. It's not keeping track of what was said or left unsaid. It only knows the weight of someone who lies down without needing to speak first. There is a sound now, not loud but distinct, the faintest creak from somewhere in the house where wood shifts slightly under pressure. Not because something broke, nor because anything moved, but just as houses do when they settle into their own stillness after hours of holding breath. That's all it means. Not warning, not signal, just continuity. and you are part of that too. Not separate from it, but woven through the same fabric, where time doesn't measure itself by steps taken or words spoken. Your fingers rest slightly apart on the blanket. The space between them isn't empty. It holds air, yes, but also silence. A kind of pause, not because something was lost, but simply because nothing needed to be filled in that gap. The way your shoulders settle into the mattress isn't about surrender. It's about alignment. Like how roots find their place beneath soil without knowing where the tree will grow. You don't need to know what the ground is made of to let yourself be held by it. The weight you feel isn't burden, it's presence. Proof that gravity hasn't forgotten you, and neither has stillness. There are things in the world that carry no explanation, yet remain true, just because they exist. The curve of a shadow at 3 a.m, the way steam rises from tea left too long on a table, the soft sound of your own breath when it slows enough to become part of the quiet instead of fighting against it. You don't have to decide what this night means. You don't need to name it or assign purpose. The house is not waiting for you to finish thinking before allowing itself to be silent again. It doesn't care if you've reached clarity, only that you're here, lying down without needing to prove your reason for being. There's no test in the way air moves through your nose. No exam scheduled for how long you can stay still. Your body is not performing. It's participating in a rhythm older than language, one that doesn't require translation or justification. The wall beside you isn't blank. It holds traces of time in its surface, not memories, but impressions. The ghost of nails where something once hung, the faint line from where a picture frame pressed too hard for years before being taken away. The plaster remembers what happened without needing to tell you. It doesn't mourn or celebrate, just holds shape. Like that, your thoughts can remain unspoken and still be part of the moment. You don't have to give them names or place them in order. They can drift like dust motes caught in a shaft of moonlight, not important enough to track, not insignificant enough to dismiss. Your hands are still on the blanket, fingers slightly splayed. The air between them isn't nothing. It's space that doesn't need filling. It's not absence, only possibility without demand. You don't have to choose what comes next because the future hasn't decided yet either. There's no urgency in a hand resting where it is. No pressure to move towards something or pull away from nothing. Just rest. Just being here with your palms open and your breathing slow. There's a sound again. Not loud, not even close, but clear enough to notice. The soft click of a hinge somewhere far off, perhaps in another room. Maybe only imagined by sleep, leaning into awareness. It doesn't mean anything. No door opened or closed. Nothing changed. Just wood settling against itself After hours of holding stillness like a secret, too delicate to speak aloud, the house is breathing with you, slowly, steadily, not because it's trying to match your pace, but because both of you are simply part of the same quiet that exists between one moment and another. You don't have to fix anything. You don't need to solve what doesn't require solving. Some questions aren't meant to be answered. They're meant to stay suspended in air, like fog above a field at dawn. Thick enough to feel, but light enough not to weigh down the grass. The fact that you can't name every feeling doesn't mean it's gone. It only means it's not ready for language yet. The fabric beneath your hand feels warm from where your body has been resting. No longer new heat, just memory of warmth in a place where stillness has lingered too long to be called temporary. There's no need to chase that sensation or hold on to it. It can fade as easily as the sound of footsteps down an empty hall, unnoticed until they're gone. Your chest rises and falls like tides not tied to any moon, but driven by something quieter, a natural pull between inside and outside, presence and release. The air you take in doesn't ask for permission. It flows through you without hesitation or second thought. It's already yours before you've decided what to do with it. There is no need to understand why your eyes are closed. No reason must be given for choosing darkness over light. You don't have to explain why silence feels like a kind of company, why the quiet isn't empty, but full in its own way, thick with things that aren't named, not even by you. You can stay here without needing to reach further, without having to claim what comes next or decide if it matters. The idea of time doesn't have to be real for it to pass. Just like the thought of a journey doesn't require movement to exist in your mind. You don't need to walk forward to know that walking is possible. The blanket folds just slightly at the foot of the bed, not because anything disturbed it, but because of how fabric settles when left undisturbed for hours. It's not messy. It's only resting like you are. The crease isn't a flaw. It's part of its form. There's no need to smooth it out or make it straighter than life requires. You don't have to believe anything about the world to be held by it. You don't need to trust that things will go well in order for them to continue going on at all. The night continues because it doesn't care whether you're awake or not, because it's been doing so long before you arrived and will remain after you've left. There is no test in the way your breath slows further. Not a scorecard. Not a moment of evaluation. Just quiet. Just continuity. Your body isn't trying to prove anything by staying still. It's simply learning how to be part of something larger than effort or intention. The wall behind you feels cool now where it meets the air near the window. No longer warm from daylight. No longer holding heat from a forgotten afternoon. It's not cold either. Not exactly. Just different. A shift in temperature that doesn't demand explanation. Like how your thoughts change without warning. One moment they're about something large and heavy. The next they settle into nothing at all. There is no rule that says every feeling must lead somewhere. Some feelings don't need a reason to exist, only space to be felt. You can let yourself feel tired, not because you've done too much, but because your body has chosen rest as its way of listening. The darkness doesn't reject light. It only doesn't require it. It holds its own kind of fullness, not absence, just difference. Like how silence isn't the opposite of sound. It's another way of hearing. Your fingers are still apart on the blanket, still not touching. The air between them is quiet but active. It moves slightly as your breath rises and falls. Not empty, just open, unclaimed, waiting for nothing, holding space without needing to be filled. You don't have to answer anything. No voice in you has to speak first. You can stay in the middle of questions that will never be resolved. Not because they're unsolvable, but because they weren't meant to be solved. Only lived through. Like how snow falls on a roof without needing to know where it came from or why. There is no urgency in your stillness, no pressure to move toward meaning. You can rest with the idea that you don't need to understand what's happening, only that you are here, and that's enough. The house shifts again, not sharply, just gently, like a body adjusting in sleep. A floorboard creaks softly beneath something unseen. It doesn't signal anything, doesn't mean danger or change. Just the slow settling of structure under pressure from time passing. Like roots shifting underground without waking anyone. You don't have to name what you're feeling. You don't need to know if it's peace or exhaustion or surrender. You can simply let it be. Just as the air is just air, and the darkness is just dark, and the blanket is just fabric holding weight where it belongs. Your breath doesn't need to sound right. It doesn't have to match any rhythm but its own. There's no music in it. It only exists because you're here, breathing without trying to impress or explain. You don't have to be anything more than this. Someone who lies down and lets go of the need to make sense out of what can't yet be named. You can let your shoulders sink into the mattress like stones that have decided not to rise again, not because they've given up, but because they know what it means to rest without needing to be lifted. The weight isn't a burden. It's an agreement between you and gravity, a quiet contract written in the language of stillness. You don't need permission for your body to do this. No certificate, no proof that it's earned its right to lie down. It simply is lying down. And that is enough. The air near your neck feels slightly heavier than elsewhere, not because it's denser, but because it moves less. Like a breath caught between two thoughts, one you almost said, the other not yet born. There's no need to name either. You don't have to decide which came first or what they were about. The pause is its own kind of presence. It doesn't shrink when left unspoken. It only grows softer, like fabric that has been folded too many times and now holds memory in the creases. Your hand lies palm up on the blanket, still open, still waiting for something it hasn't decided to reach toward yet. Not because it's empty, but because it doesn't need to be full. The space between your fingers is not a lack. It's an invitation. A quiet field where no decision has been made and none needs to be. It isn't afraid of being incomplete. In fact, it thrives in the kind of silence that doesn't ask for meaning. The ceiling above you is just another surface, uneven in its texture, not by accident, but because it was always meant to hold dust and shadow without complaint. It doesn't promise anything when the light goes out. It only remains present, indifferent, unshaken. You can imagine that if someone were to press their ear to it now, they wouldn't hear a heartbeat, just the slow pulse of structure holding itself together through time. Not with effort, not with fear, just by being what it is. There's no story in how your skin meets the blanket at the edge of your hip. No origin, no destination. Only contact, a momentary meeting between two things that don't need to understand each other. One is warm from blood and motion, the other cool from air and stillness. They meet not to change one another, but simply to be near. Like how a leaf touches the ground without needing to prove it belongs there. The silence isn't broken, it's deepened, like water spreading beneath a stone that has just settled into place. There are no echoes because nothing is calling out for attention. No voice needs to rise above the rest. The quiet doesn't feel hollow, just full of what hasn't been named yet. It's not waiting for something to happen. It's already happening, in ways you can only sense with your breath slowing down further, like a river that forgets its own speed when no one is watching. You don't have to know where the thoughts came from, only that they're here now, drifting through space like dust motes caught between two walls of time. Some are heavy, others float as if made of air. One lingers near your chest, not urgent, not painful, but present enough to be felt. You can let it stay. It doesn't need a name or a reason to exist. You don't have to explain why you notice it at all. Just that you do. And the noticing isn't an act of control. but just another way of being awake in darkness. There's no test in how long you remain still. No score for patience, no prize for endurance. The night doesn't check your progress or mark your arrival at any particular point. It only continues, like a thread that has already been woven and now simply exists without needing to be finished. You can stay on this path not because it leads somewhere, but because you're here. And the path is real wherever your attention settles. Your feet feel slightly apart, not out of choice, but because they've stopped trying to adjust themselves into a shape that's more comfortable or correct. They don't need to be aligned with anything, just as your toes don't have to press into the blanket in any particular way. Their position isn't failure. It's simply where they are, no better or worse than any other arrangement. The body doesn't measure itself by symmetry. It only knows what it feels like to rest. And that knowledge is not found in mirrors, but in the soft surrender of muscles giving up their effort to stay upright. The blanket shifts slightly as your ribs rise and fall. Not a movement you've caused, but one that happens between breaths. Like how air enters without being summoned, or like how silence fills room after someone stops speaking, without needing permission. The fabric doesn't protest the motion. It only yields in ways it has learned over time. Folds settling back into place, not because they're meant to be flat, but because they've found their own rhythm of returning. There's no need for your thoughts to be coherent. No rule that says every idea must connect to another or lead somewhere. Some ideas don't want direction. They only want to exist in the space between heartbeats. Like how a single note can hang in air after music ends. Not needing to resolve, but simply being present. Just long enough for you to feel it. You can let yourself wonder without chasing answers. Wonder not as an invitation to solve something, but as a kind of listening. Listening not to what might be true, but to the way questions shape your breath, how they settle in your jaw or soften behind your eyes. The question doesn't have to be answered. It only has to be held, like a small stone passed from hand to hand without being dropped or examined too closely. The wall beside you still holds the memory of warmth, but not as something lost, just as something that was. It's no longer hot, no longer alive with sun. But it doesn't reject what came before. It simply carries the imprint like a fingerprint on glass. Present, but not clinging. You can feel its surface without needing to know how long ago you touched it or why. The past isn't buried here. It's only quiet, like breath held in a body that no longer needs to explain itself. There's no urgency in your stillness, only continuity. Not because you're doing something right, but because the world doesn't require you to be anything at all for it to go on. You don't need to matter in order for the night to remain dark. You don't have to understand what's happening for it to happen. The fact that you are here, aware, breathing, present, is not an achievement. It's just another thing that exists without needing permission. Your mind drifts again, not toward answers or solutions, but into a place where questions aren't problems. They're simply part of the air around you. Like how fog settles in valleys without being asked to. You don't have to clear it out. You don't even have to see through it. It's enough that it is. That it exists as something neither light nor shadow, but a kind of presence all its own. You can stay with the feeling that you don't know, without needing to fix it, without wanting to become someone who knows more. The uncertainty isn't a wound. It's just another texture in the fabric of being. Like how dust gathers on shelves, not because anyone wants it, but because time moves forward and things remain where they've been placed. The house breathes again, slowly, almost imperceptibly, the kind of shift that happens when wood adjusts to air pressure, or when a door frame settles into its foundation after years of standing. No warning, no announcement, just the quiet weight of structure continuing without protest. You don't have to listen for it. It's already part of your breathing. And so you let go, not with effort, not with will, but simply by allowing yourself to be carried in a rhythm that doesn't need you to lead. Your thoughts aren't pulling away from the questions. They're just resting beside them, like stones on a riverbed, no longer being moved, but still part of the flow. There's no conclusion here, not because one hasn't come, but because none is needed. You don't have to arrive anywhere. There's no final word or last truth to grasp. Just this, that you are lying down, and the dark is holding you not with force, but with absence so full it feels like presence. You can feel the way your body has softened into the mattress, not by force, but because it no longer resists being held, like a branch that stops fighting the wind and simply becomes part of its motion. The weight you carry isn't gone, but it's no longer yours to name. It exists in the space between breaths, where time doesn't move forward or backward, but hangs like old rope suspended from a ceiling you can't see. You don't need to test it. You don't have to prove its shape or how far it reaches. The fact that it is there, this softness, this stillness, is enough for the moment. There's no map in the dark, only points of contact. The fabric beneath your fingers, the warmth at your side where you last touched yourself. A single thread of cold air brushing across the back of your neck, like a question without a voice. These small things are not distractions. They're anchors that don't need to hold anything down. They simply exist as proof that you are in motion, even while stopped. The silence isn't empty. It's full of what hasn't been named, like water gathering under stone where no one has looked for years. It doesn't demand to be spoken into being. It stays quiet, not because it's afraid, but because it knows it will be noticed only when the attention is ready to receive it, without wanting to change anything. You can let your thoughts drift toward possibility, not as a way to reach somewhere, but as an act of letting go, like dropping pebbles one by one into still water. There's no need for them to make waves or sink. They just fall and vanish into the depth, where sound doesn't travel and shapes don't matter. The kind of thinking that comes now isn't trying to fix anything. It doesn't care if it makes sense or fits into a story. It only wants to be like a shadow on a wall at dusk. There not because it was invited, but simply because the light moved past that place, and something had to follow. You are not responsible for what happens next. Not even the fact of your continued presence in this moment is yours to earn or justify. The night doesn't require you to be awake. It doesn't ask why you're here or whether you belong. It only continues. Like a river that remembers its path without needing to explain itself. Like roots growing through soil they've never seen. There's no reason for your hands to stay still. They don't have to do anything but rest on the bedsheet, fingers slightly curled, as if holding something not quite real. A memory of warmth or an idea you haven't yet named. The curve of each knuckle is its own quiet statement. I am here, not in service, not in search, just present. The air near your face is cool, where it meets your skin, but warmer, where it moves along the curve of your shoulder. And that difference doesn't need to be reconciled. It's not a problem. It's just how things are. Temperature changing, like tides, without needing permission or reason. You don't have to understand what causes it. You only have to let yourself feel it. There is no future waiting for you at the edge of this night, and no past pulling you back from where you've landed. There's only now, the breath that leaves your lungs not as a signal, but simply because it was there, released without ceremony or need. The next one will come when it comes. Not earlier, not later. Just when the body knows what to do. You don't have to decide whether any of this matters. You don't even have to wonder if you're doing it right. There's no test. No mark on your forehead for passing or failing. The only measure is that you are still here, feeling the softness beneath you, aware in a way that isn't loud or urgent. The dark doesn't care what you believe about meaning or chance or time. It holds all things equally without favor, both your questions and your silence, both your longing and your ease, both what you want to know and what you've forgotten how to ask. You can think of the world as a long corridor, with doors on either side, but not because you need to open them. You don't have to walk through any of them. The walls are thick, but not impenetrable. They're just there, like memory that doesn't serve anyone anymore but refuses to disappear entirely. The sound of distant traffic isn't coming from far away. It's inside your skull. Or maybe it never left the room at all, carried in by air you can't see. It hums low enough to be part of the quiet rather than a disruption. You don't have to identify it. You don't need to place it in space or time. It just settles beside the rest of what is, like dust, like breath, like stillness. There's no edge where one sensation ends and another begins. Not really. The feeling of your thigh against the sheet blends slowly into the warmth at your hip, which melts into the cool draft near your ankle, not as separate things, but as parts of a single texture, soft, unbroken, continuous. You don't have to stay awake long enough to understand it. You only need to remain open, just enough so that what is present can be felt without being named. The kind of thinking that comes now isn't searching for answers or building bridges between worlds. It's more like watching a flame in a jar, not trying to make sense of the light, not wondering why it burns or where it came from, just letting its shape exist as something that doesn't have to be explained. You don't need to feel anything special. You don't even need to care whether you're sleeping or awake. The difference between them isn't important anymore. It's only a matter of how much attention is left in the room. The body knows things language can't carry, like how pressure changes when you shift your weight slightly, like how warmth returns after cold air passes by, like how stillness settles into bones, not as fatigue, but as a kind of returning home. There's no need to hold on. You don't have to believe anything or accept any version of truth. The only thing required is that you remain where you are, lying down, breathing slowly, letting the dark become part of your ribs instead of something outside them. The questions aren't gone. They're just quieter now. Not because they've been answered, but because they no longer feel like demands. They don't shout for attention or beg to be solved. They rest in the background like old music playing from another room. Faint, familiar, and unobtrusive. You can let your thoughts go where they want without guiding them. You don't have to keep track of which way you're headed. There's no map, no compass, not even a sense of direction. Just this, that you are here in the dark with nothing to prove or lose. The air moves around you, not rushing, not pushing, just existing as a medium through which things pass without leaving marks. You don't have to do anything about it. You only have to breathe into it and let yourself be held by something larger than your own wanting. There's no need to remember what came before or predict what might come after. The past doesn't live in words anymore. It lives in the way your hand rests on the sheet, in the slight dip of fabric where you've been lying for hours. It's not gone. It's just part of how this moment is shaped. You don't have to be anything except present. Present not as a goal, but as a happening, like rain falling without knowing why or who it will reach. The quiet isn't waiting for you to fill it with meaning. It doesn't need your story to make itself real. It's already here, already whole, already enough. There's no demand in the dark, no expectation that you should be doing more than just lying there, feeling what's under you, breathing where you are. You don't have to understand time. You don't even have to notice its passage. It moves forward not because it must, but because nothing stops it. Just like a river doesn't stop flowing because someone stopped wondering about the source. The way your breath moves through the stillness doesn't leave a path behind, not in air or memory. Only the faintest shift at the edge of sensation, like fabric loosening slightly after being held tight for hours. It isn't lost when it's gone. It simply dissolves into what came before and wasn't named. You don't have to remember how deep that breath was. Only feel where it ended in your ribs, not as a measurement, but as an imprint. Soft, temporary, like water sinking back into soil after rain. The dark isn't empty because nothing is inside. It's full of things you aren't tracking. The way air presses against skin without weight. How heat pools near your spine even when the room cools slightly at the feet. Where warmth settles, not in places, but as a kind of permission to stop moving. You could lie like this for days and no one would know. Not because it's hidden, but because there is nothing to report. No progress marked by milestones or moments that must be remembered. This isn't an act of endurance. It's the body's quiet way of saying, I am here, without needing to justify being so. There is a difference between presence and performance, between lying in bed and performing sleep, as real as the one between speaking words you don't mean and breathing out what is already true. The edges of your awareness aren't sharp tonight. They blur where they meet the dark like ink meeting water, not spreading but becoming part of something larger than definition. You can let thoughts drift without catching them, not because you're forgetting, but because remembering isn't necessary when time doesn't demand it. There's no urgency in this kind of waiting. Nothing is due at a certain hour or expected to resolve by morning. The hours don't tick forward like footsteps on stone, they breathe. There are patterns in the dark that aren't meant to be decoded, not rhythms, but repetitions without meaning. Like how your shoulder shifts just slightly after minutes. Pass, not because you've decided it should, but because gravity has its own quiet conversation with bone and muscle. You don't have to understand why. You only need to notice what happens when the body adjusts itself in silence. The sheet isn't holding anything. It's simply being held by your weight, which settles into folds that weren't there before. There's no reason for them to exist, except because they do. The way a crease forms at the corner of your thigh doesn't need an explanation, only acknowledgement. It is here now, shaped not by intention but by time and pressure. It may never be smoothed again. It might stay like this forever in some hidden part of memory where fabric remembers more than people. You could let go entirely right now, not with effort or decision, but simply because the act of holding on has already faded into background noise, just another rhythm beneath your skin. Not a surrender, just letting things rest as they are. Not better, not worse. Just present in their own way. Outside the window, something moves. A branch brushing against glass, maybe, or wind-catching fabric that isn't yours. But it doesn't matter whether it's real or imagined, because either way, what happens next is already part of this moment. The sound wasn't separate from you. It was folded into your awareness, as if always meant to be there. There's no line between inside and outside anymore. Only a soft merging where the world presses in, not through noise, but through quiet. The air carries traces, warmth from another room, faint scent from distant sleep, dust motes that fall without falling because they're already part of what's still. You don't need to know their names or origins. They are simply passing by like visitors who stay longer than expected and leave behind only a sensation, like breath on skin when someone has just passed close. You might drift for hours, not knowing where you began, how long it's been since you closed your eyes, whether time is moving at all, or if this stillness isn't the truest form of passage. There's no clock in here, none needed. The body knows what the mind forgets. That presence doesn't require duration to be valid. You don't have to follow anything anymore. Not thoughts, not dreams, not even your own breathing pattern. Just let them happen as they will. Like clouds passing overhead without needing permission or reason. Some may linger longer than others. Some vanish before you've fully noticed them. It's all the same. Just shapes in a sky that isn't watching. Your hands rest where they fell, not on top of each other, not folded neatly, but placed loosely as though someone else had arranged them and then stepped away without explanation. There's no right or wrong way for your fingers to lie. They aren't doing anything except existing where gravity left them. The same with the arches of your feet, pressing into mattress, meeting resistance that doesn't care about intention. There is a kind of peace in not being asked to fix what isn't broken. Just in letting things stay as they are, even when there's no reason for it. No purpose behind alignment or comfort. Just this, the way your knee rests against the other leg without needing to be adjusted, because adjustment would mean you were still trying to change something. You don't have to choose between staying awake and sleeping, because neither is required anymore. You're in a space where both are possible at once, not as opposites, but as layers of attention that can coexist. One surface level, the other deeper beneath it, like roots hidden under soil. The dark doesn't demand anything from you, not even awareness. It simply holds what's already here: your breath, your weight, your stillness, none of which need to be earned or justified. You don't have to prove that this is enough by doing more than lying there. There are no conclusions forming in the back of your mind because they aren't needed. There's only space for whatever comes next, not as a promise, but as an invitation. Not to understand, not to prepare, just to be where you are without stepping forward or pulling away. Your eyelids don't have to stay closed. Their position is irrelevant now. Whether open or shut doesn't matter, because the world isn't defined by sight anymore. It's felt in pulses beneath skin and bone. The darkness isn't separate from your body. Your ribs hold it, not as a container, but as something that has always belonged. You might never know why you're here tonight, or whether this moment will continue tomorrow or vanish like mist at dawn. It doesn't matter, because the question itself no longer carries weight. You don't have to carry answers for things that weren't asked in the first place. The air moves around your arms without pushing, not rushing toward anything, just passing through spaces shaped by stillness and shapelessness alike. There's room enough within this quiet for every possibility, not as options you must choose between, but as textures waiting quietly beneath surface calm. Your body doesn't care about meaning. It only knows how to rest, where there is no demand to move or change. It remembers what the mind has forgotten: that stillness isn't emptiness, and silence isn't absence. It's simply being without needing to perform for anyone else. There's a rhythm in this not thinking, not through effort, but because thought slows down until it becomes part of the air around you, like dust settling after wind. You aren't trying to stop thoughts. You're letting them become less important than what comes next. The way your shoulders sinks slightly more into the pillow when time passes unnoticed. No one is watching or listening. No audience ever expected anything from this moment except that it be allowed to exist as it does, without judgment or correction. You don't have to do anything with your thoughts. You just need to let them settle like snow on a roof, not because they're beautiful, but because they've simply stopped falling. There's no direction now. Not forward, not backward. Only the softness of being held by something larger than any idea. Not purposeful, not meaningless. Only present in its own way, without needing your approval or understanding. Your fingers might twitch once, but it doesn't mean anything except that movement happened where there was stillness before. It wasn't a signal. It didn't announce intention. Just another small event unfolding quietly within the dark, as if time itself were breathing slowly through you. You don't have to decide what this silence means. Just let it be a place where meaning doesn't need permission to pause. Your chest rises not because you've chosen to breathe, but because breathing happens in its own time, like water finding its level without being told how deep the lake is. There's no reason for your ribs to move. They simply do so, as if memory had been stored in bone long before thought ever arrived. The air doesn't care about your thoughts. It only knows how to pass through the small gaps between breath and stillness. You don't have to guard that space. No force is trying to fill it or take it away. It's already full, not with answers, but with absence of demand. The room holds you without measuring your worth against its walls. The floor below doesn't ask what you're thinking. It only knows the weight you place upon it and accepts it as part of its quiet becoming. You aren't a guest in this dark. You're simply one more shape that fits into the night, like a branch settling deeper into soil after rain. There's no need to explain why your hand rests where it does. On the blanket, near your hip, fingers curled slightly, not because they're shaped that way by design, but because gravity and habit have made them so without ceremony. You don't have to make sense of what happens when you shift just a fraction. It isn't an act, not really. It's just something that occurs in the dark between one breath and the next. There is no beginning or end to this moment, only continuity, like a thread woven into the fabric of time so lightly it doesn't show. You are not caught inside it. You're simply part of its weave. The future isn't waiting behind the veil. It's already here in the way your foot shifts beneath the sheet. Barely enough for motion to be felt, but too little to call it change. Nothing needs to happen. Nothing is required. There's only this. A slow unfolding that doesn't need you to witness it. And yet somehow you are present anyway. Not by choice, not through effort, but because presence isn't earned. It simply happens when there's no one else to notice. You don't have to carry the weight of whether anything matters. You've already left that behind in some earlier part of the night where thoughts were heavier than now. Now they float like dandelion seeds on a breath too faint to lift them far. They drift not toward answers, but simply outward, dissolving into air that doesn't judge their direction or purpose. There's no need for them to land anywhere. No place demands arrival at peace. You're already here in the softness between thoughts, where even uncertainty has stopped insisting on clarity. The wall across from you isn't holding anything back. It only knows how to be still. It doesn't remember your name or your worries, nor does it keep track of what you've forgotten. It holds no record of whether you ever believed in any one thing. It simply is, its surface unbroken by need or desire. You could press your palm against it for hours and not know if anything changed. But that's not the point. The point isn't change. Not really. The point is touch. Skin meeting something older than thought, smoother than memory. There's no message in that contact, not a word, not an image. Just the quiet acknowledgement of presence. Your breath doesn't have to be steady. It can waver without consequence. It doesn't need to return to rhythm, because it already exists within time that isn't measured by heartbeat or clock. You don't have to regulate anything. Your body knows what it's doing even when you've stopped trying. There's a kind of listening in stillness, where sound isn't heard with ears, but felt through the softening between pulses. The way vibration slips into bone before becoming noise. The silence doesn't grow louder as time passes. Because silence isn't something that increases or diminishes. It only is, like gravity, like night itself. You're not inside it. You're part of its quiet structure. Not a visitor. Not an observer. Not even a sleeper. Just someone who has stopped pretending to be anywhere else. There's no need for your mind to make sense of what's happening. Only to let the events unfold as they do. Small shifts in temperature on your skin, air brushing against hair that hasn't moved in hours, a ripple across the surface of stillness when you exhale slightly deeper than before. These aren't signals. They're not meant to be interpreted. They are simply part of the way things exist, without being noticed. You don't have to wonder what happens next, because there is no next. There's only this. The way your shoulder drops further into the pillow, as if surrendering to gravity, not in defeat, but in agreement. The sheet doesn't resist. It yields and molds itself around you like something that has waited for exactly this shape. Your hands lie where they fall, not because of intention, but because motion is no longer a demand. There's no need to adjust them or lift them or do anything with their placement. They are not tools anymore. They're just parts of the body resting in place, as if time had decided to stop measuring how long it takes for things to settle. The dark isn't empty. It contains more than light can reveal. It holds what doesn't need to be seen. Your stillness, your unspoken breaths, the way one thought fades not into another, but simply ceases, like a candle flame that's burned out on its own. No one needed to blow it out. The air just took it in. There's no purpose behind why this moment is happening. It doesn't need justification or cause. It simply exists as an event among others, without hierarchy or importance. You don't have to decide whether you're awake or dreaming, because that distinction has softened into something else. The way a door opens slightly and lets air pass through, not because it was asked, but because it could. You aren't separate from what's happening. You're woven into it. Your body isn't an obstacle between you and the world. It is the world at this moment, in this shape, with its own quiet pulse. The wall doesn't judge your stillness. The floor doesn't demand movement. Nothing asks for anything of you, only that you be where you are. There's no need to understand why it feels like the air has grown softer around your arms. Not because there's a reason, but simply because it has. There's no explanation needed when something changes without being requested. The room doesn't care if you're thinking or not. It only holds what is. It isn't holding on to anything. It's just full of space that doesn't shrink under pressure. You don't have to